Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. Back in 1986, I was down in the woods around Tignall, Georgia, at a hunting camp with a few friends. It was the kind of camp a lot of country people know well. A rough place to sleep, a place to drink coffee too early in the morning, a place where the talk gets loud at night and then turns into whispers once the sun starts coming up. Nothing fancy. Just trucks, guns, old coolers, muddy boots lined up by the steps, and that steady smell of pine, smoke, and oil that seems to stick to everything. I had hunted plenty by then, and I liked doing things my own way. I liked finding my own spot instead of sitting where everybody else had already sat 100 times. My buddies were the same, but they also had their habits. They had a few areas they liked, places they trusted because they had gotten deer there before, or because it was easy to get to without pushing through thick brush. The evening before, I had been riding around and looking at the land. I spotted a clear-cut area that caught my attention right away. The timber company had cut it down 3 or 4 years earlier. That was important, because it meant the new growth had had time to come back. In a fresh clear-cut, everything looks like a wound in the earth. But after a few years, the undergrowth turns into a wall of green. It gets thick, head-high, and hard to see through. The ground gets covered in briars, weeds, saplings, and vines. Deer love that kind of place. They can hide in it all day and step out to feed without exposing themselves too much. To me it looked perfect. When I pointed it out, some of the guys shrugged. They told me they had hunted that area before and never had any luck. No deer. No movement. Nothing worth talking about. They said it like the spot was cursed or just empty, the way people talk about a place they've already given up on. But I couldn't let it go. Sometimes a spot is dead because people hunted it wrong, or they hunted it at the wrong time, or they didn't know how the wind moved through it. Sometimes you sit somewhere once, see nothing, and decide the place is no good, when all you really did was show up on a bad morning. I told myself they probably didn't give it a fair chance. So the next morning, before the sky was fully bright, I went out there alone. I drove my truck along a service road that cut through the woods. It wasn't a real road, not like a paved road, just a dirt path used by people who managed the land. The branches reached in from both sides in places, and the tires kicked up a thin cloud of dust and grit behind me. I kept the speed down. I didn't want to make more noise than I had to. The air was cool enough to feel good in my lungs, and it had that damp, earthy smell you get right before the sun starts warming the ground. When I got close to the end of the clear-cut, the big trees started to rise up again, tall and dark, watching over the shorter growth. That's what I wanted, a strong tree on the edge, where I could sit above the mess and look down into it. A deer would feel safe moving inside that thick stuff, but from a stand on the edge you can catch them slipping out. I parked at the end of the service road and shut the truck off. The quiet that followed was immediate. Usually, when you cut an engine, you hear the woods take over again. A bird calls. Leaves shift. Something runs off. You notice little sounds that were always there but got covered up by the motor. That morning, the quiet felt heavier than normal. I told myself it was just early. I grabbed my gear and my portable tree stand. It wasn't the lightest thing in the world, but I had carried it plenty of times. The metal was cold against my hands. My rifle felt familiar, solid. I checked my strap, made sure I had what I needed, and started walking. The undergrowth in that clear-cut really was thick, just like I remembered. In places it came up to my head. It scratched at my clothes and tugged at my sleeves. I had to push my way through and step carefully so I wouldn't make a bunch of noise or trip over something hidden under the green. Every now and then I stopped and looked around, letting my eyes adjust, trying to find any sign of movement. But I didn't see any. I didn't see the usual things you expect to see in good hunting woods. No rabbit cutting across an opening. No squirrel scolding me from a limb. No birds hopping around on the ground. No quick shapes slipping through the brush. I kept going anyway, focused on the edge where the larger trees stood. As I worked my way toward the spot I had picked, I came across something I wasn't expecting. It was an old foundation, half sunken into the earth, with weeds and vines growing all through it. And standing right there, like a lone tooth that wouldn't fall out, was a chimney. It was made of old brick, darkened with age. The house itself was long gone, but that chimney was still standing, stubborn as a monument. I stopped for a second and stared at it. You don't see that every day unless you spend a lot of time deep on old land. It made me think of how many people had lived and died out in those woods, how much time had passed, how the trees and the brush eventually swallow up anything we build. If I had to guess, I'd have said the place was pre-Civil War. I wasn't an expert, but the look of it, the way it sat in the ground, the way the bricks had weathered, it felt old. Not my granddad's old, but truly old. I remember feeling a small chill, like I had stepped into somebody else's forgotten yard. Still, it didn't scare me. Not yet. It was just interesting. I kept moving. I found a strong tree on the edge of the clear-cut where the big timber looked down over the thick growth. It was a good spot. The tree was solid, and the angle gave me a view that covered a lot of ground. I set up the stand carefully, taking my time, making sure it was secure. Then I climbed up. Once I settled in, I got comfortable. I adjusted my position so I could sit for a long time. I checked the wind with the simple way hunters do, feeling it against my face, watching how the leaves moved. I looked over the clear-cut, scanning for any sign of deer slipping through the brush or coming out into a lane. Minutes passed. Then more minutes. Then it turned into hours. Nothing. No deer. No movement. No sudden snap of a twig. No sound of hooves. No soft rustle of an animal pushing through the green. It was like I was sitting over a painted picture of woods instead of real woods. I would have expected at least something. Even on a bad morning, you see a squirrel, or you hear a bird. You hear something living. The longer I sat there, the more the silence bothered me. It didn't feel peaceful. It felt blank. Like the woods were holding their breath. At some point I shifted and looked over toward that old chimney again, mostly because it was one of the few landmarks in sight. My eyes moved across it the way you scan your surroundings without thinking. And that's when I saw him. A man was standing by the chimney. He was wearing a dark jacket, and he was looking up toward me. Not looking past me. Not looking around. Looking directly at me, like he knew exactly where I was. My first thought wasn't, ghost, or anything like that. My first thought was simple. I might be on someone else's property, or someone might be upset that I was hunting here. Even though I had permission to hunt the land, property lines in the country can get confusing, and people take trespassing seriously. I didn't want trouble. I didn't want to have some angry landowner or neighbor think I was sneaking around. So I lifted a hand and waved. He didn't wave back. He didn't do anything. He just stood there, still as a fence post, staring up at me. That made me uneasy. Most people, if they see you, react somehow. They wave back, they shout, they gesture, they start walking toward you, they do anything that says, "I see you too." This man did nothing at all. I decided to climb down and make contact. I wanted to settle it the right way, face to face. If I was somewhere I shouldn't be, I'd apologize and leave. If he was just another hunter or someone passing through, I'd explain who I was and move on. I climbed down carefully, keeping my rifle safe, moving slower than normal because my attention was split. I kept glancing toward the chimney, expecting him to start walking, or turn, or do something. When my boots hit the ground, I walked straight over. And when I got there, there was no one. No man. No dark jacket. No movement behind the chimney. Nothing. The chimney stood there exactly like it had when I first walked past it. The foundation was quiet. The brush around it was still. It wasn't like someone had just stepped away and was hiding behind a tree. I could see enough to know no one was right there. That confused me more than it scared me. I stood there for a moment, turning my head slowly, checking the trees, looking for some sign that the man had walked off. Nothing. I told myself maybe I had misjudged the distance from up in the stand. Maybe he had seen me climb down and slipped off into the brush. Maybe I just missed him moving because of the thick growth and the angle. So I walked back, climbed up, and got into the stand again. The moment I settled in, I looked toward the chimney. He was back, standing there again like he had never moved. That made my stomach tighten. I stared at him, trying to figure out what I was seeing. He looked real. He looked solid. He wasn't glowing or transparent. He looked like a person standing in the woods. I waved again, more forcefully this time, like maybe he hadn't seen me before. He didn't move. Now I was irritated. I climbed down again, faster this time, and walked straight to the chimney with that stubborn determination you get when you feel like someone is messing with you or challenging you. Again, nobody. I checked behind the chimney, around the foundation, around the nearby trees. The brush was thick, yes, but not thick enough to hide a full-grown man that close without me hearing or seeing something. I went back to the stand again, and by the time I climbed up for the third time, I was getting angry. It felt like a game, and I didn't like games in the woods with a rifle in my hands. Sure enough, when I looked again, the man was there. I yelled at him, loud enough that if he was human he would have reacted on instinct. I don't remember the exact words, but it was something like, "Hey! What are you doing?" Or, "Who are you?" I was demanding a response. He didn't even flinch. He didn't turn his head. He didn't step back. He didn't raise a hand. Nothing. That was the moment when my irritation started turning into something else. A cold fear slid in under it, because it wasn't normal. Even the calmest person would show some sign that they heard you. I did something next that I knew, in my bones, was wrong. It's a basic hunting rule, and every safe hunter is taught it early. You never point your weapon at something you don't plan to shoot, and you never use your scope to look at people. But I was rattled, and I wanted to know what I was dealing with. I wanted to see him clearly, to prove to myself it was really a person and not my eyes playing tricks. So I raised the rifle and looked at him through the scope. The scope pulled him close in an instant. I could see details I couldn't see with the naked eye. He had on plain clothes, nothing that screamed hunter. A jacket. Pants. Simple. He had a beard. His face looked hard and still, like it was carved out of wood. His eyes were fixed upward, straight toward me. Seeing that beard, those features, made him feel even more real. And it made me even more ticked off, because now it truly looked like a man was standing there, watching me, and refusing to respond. I climbed down again, and this time I didn't just walk to the chimney. I went with a purpose, like I was going to catch him, like I was going to force him to explain himself. While I had him in the scope, I had noticed a few landmarks around him. I had seen an old bucket near the chimney, weathered and sitting at an angle like it had been left there years ago. I had seen a tree with 2 busted limbs, like it had been struck by lightning or broken in a storm. Those landmarks were directly behind where the man had been standing. So I walked straight to that exact spot, right where he should have been, right in front of those landmarks. No one. I looked at the ground carefully. I expected footprints. If a man had been standing there, I should have seen signs of it. Even in the woods, even in brush, you see something, a scuff patch, a boot print, a bent stem, something. There were no footprints. None. No tracks leading away, no sign of a person walking off. Nothing but my own footprints from my repeated trips back and forth. By then, fear and anger were mixing together in a way that made my hands feel stiff. I didn't know what to believe. My mind jumped to the easiest answer. My buddies had to be messing with me somehow. Maybe one of them had followed me out there and was playing a stupid prank. Maybe they were hiding and taking turns stepping out by the chimney. Maybe they were using the brush to move around without me seeing them. But the more I looked, the less that made sense. The area around the chimney wasn't some perfect hiding place. I had approached it multiple times. I had checked it multiple times. If someone was out there messing with me, I should have caught a glimpse of them moving, heard them breathing, heard brush shifting. And still, nothing lived out there. No squirrels. No birds. Not even the small sounds you get when the woods are normal. I started checking the whole area harder. I walked around the old foundation, around the chimney, out into the brush a little, circling, looking for any sign of a person. I pushed aside weeds. I looked for broken stems that would show where someone walked. I looked for cigarette smoke. I listened for the soft cough or laugh of somebody trying not to be heard. Nothing. The longer I stayed, the more wrong the place felt. It wasn't just that I couldn't find the man. It was the feeling that I shouldn't be there at all, like I had stepped into a pocket of woods that didn't want company. I finally decided I was done. I didn't care about the deer anymore. I wanted out. I walked back to the tree to get my stand, telling myself I would climb up, grab my gear, and leave, and that would be the end of it. I remember thinking, just get your stuff and go. Don't keep playing this game. Don't keep letting it get inside your head. I climbed up again, and before I started unhooking anything, I looked over one more time. He was there, standing at that chimney like he belonged to it. At that point I did something else I had never done before in my life. I fired a warning shot, but not the kind you fire into the air like some fool. I took my .30-06 rifle, aimed carefully, and put a round right above his head, close enough that if he was human it would have made him jump, or shout, or duck, or run. The rifle cracked through the quiet woods, loud and sharp. The recoil hit my shoulder. The sound rolled out, and should have scared every living thing in that area. He didn't even blink. He didn't flinch. He didn't jerk his head. He didn't raise his arms. He didn't do anything that said, "A bullet just passed near me." That's when I knew something was very wrong. My heart was hammering. My mouth felt dry. Part of my mind was screaming at me that none of this made sense. Another part of my mind was trying to force logic onto it anyway, trying to make it normal. Maybe I missed, maybe he didn't hear it, maybe he's deaf, maybe he's in shock. But I had shot close enough that the sound alone should have made him react. I fired again, this time aiming right at his feet. I wanted to see dirt kick up. I wanted to see him jump back. I wanted any reaction at all. Same result. He stood there like I was doing nothing. Like the sound of a .30-06 was no more important than a distant bird call. By then, I was beyond ready to go. I didn't care if it was a ghost, a trick, or something I couldn't name. I wanted to leave that place and not look back. I climbed down and moved fast. But I didn't run, because running in thick undergrowth with a rifle is how people get hurt. Still, my body wanted to sprint. My nerves were on fire. Every step felt like I was moving through somebody else's territory. As I passed the old house site again, I looked down and saw where the shots had hit. One bullet had torn into the ground near where the man had been standing. I could see the disturbed dirt. The other had hit the chimney itself. There was a fresh mark on the old brick, like a new wound on something ancient. That made everything more real. It wasn't just something I imagined from a tree stand. The bullets had landed where I aimed. The physical evidence was right there. And still the man had not reacted. All I wanted to do was get to my truck. I got there in a hurry, hands shaking as I loaded my gear. My breathing was short and tight, like I had been running even though I hadn't. I climbed in, slammed the door, and started the engine. The sound of it felt like safety, like something normal and human in a place that didn't feel human at all. I drove out along the service road, and even then my hands wouldn't steady on the wheel. I kept glancing in the mirrors like I expected to see someone following, even though that idea was ridiculous. The road curved through the trees, and the woods looked the same as any other woods, but I didn't feel the same. A little way up the service road, I slowed and then stopped. I don't know why I stopped. Maybe I was trying to get control of myself. Maybe I needed a second to breathe and think. Sitting there with the engine idling, I started replaying the morning in my head. The chimney. The man. The way he kept appearing and disappearing. The lack of tracks. The lack of any reaction to the shots. And then another thing hit me, hard, like my mind had been holding it back until I was out of the worst of it. Why were there no birds? I hadn't heard a single bird call that whole time. Not one. In Georgia woods, even on a slow morning you hear something. A crow. A woodpecker. A songbird. Something. How come I didn't see any signs of deer? No tracks, no droppings, no scrapes, no rubs on the trees. Nothing that said deer were using that area, even though it looked like perfect cover. And what about rabbits, squirrels, any of the other small woodland animals that should have been around? Where were they? It was like I had been hunting in a place that looked alive but wasn't. I shook that thought off and kept driving until I hit the main road. The moment I reached it, it felt like I had crossed some invisible line. The air felt lighter. The trees felt normal again. Even the daylight looked different, brighter and less heavy. Not far down the road, I saw an old black man in his yard, working in his garden. He was bent over, hands in the dirt, doing the kind of steady work older folks do without hurry. The sight of him made me feel grounded. A person. A normal morning. Something real. I pulled over and rolled my window down. I asked him about the land I had just been on, trying to sound casual, like I was only curious. I told him I had been hunting down that service road and asked if he knew anything about the area. He looked at me for a second, and then he laughed. Not a mean laugh exactly, but the kind of laugh that says you don't know what you're doing. He said, "Ain't nothing lives down that road but trees." The way he said it wasn't dramatic. It was matter of fact, like he was telling me the sky is blue. Like it was common knowledge to anyone local. That made my skin prickle. I asked him what he meant. I asked him if people hunted there. He shook his head like the idea was foolish. Then he added something else, quieter, like he wasn't sure he should even bring it up. He said that during the war, a whole family had been killed out there by a stranger who was never caught. He said that was what his grandpa told him, passed down like a story people repeat because it stuck in the community. He didn't give me a lot of details. He didn't name names. He didn't point and say exactly where it happened. But he spoke with the kind of certainty that comes from hearing the same thing your whole life. All he really knew, he said, was that it was a waste of time to hunt anything down in those woods. Nothing lived there. Not the way it should. I sat there in my truck, listening to him, feeling my throat tight. Part of me wanted to ask him about the chimney, about the old house, about whether anyone had ever mentioned seeing a man down there. But I couldn't bring myself to say it. I didn't want to hear the answer, and I didn't want him looking at me like I was crazy. I thanked him and drove on. The whole way back to deer camp, I kept seeing that man in my mind, standing at the chimney, staring up at me. I kept hearing the rifle crack and seeing him not react. I kept seeing the empty ground where he should have left footprints. When I got back to the lodge, the guys were around, doing their normal thing, talking about where they had been, what they had seen, what they hoped to see later. Somebody asked me how it went, probably expecting me to complain about no deer or to brag if I'd seen something big. I didn't tell them anything. I went quiet. I unpacked nothing. I just started packing my stuff back up like I was leaving early for a normal reason. I didn't make eye contact much. I didn't joke. I didn't explain. I could feel that if I told the story out loud, they would tear it apart. They'd laugh. They'd say I was seeing things. They'd say I was trying to scare them. They'd say I was making excuses for why I didn't see deer. And maybe the worst part was that I didn't have a clean, neat explanation myself. I couldn't say, "A man tried to run me off," because no man leaves no tracks and ignores bullets. I couldn't say, "I dreamed it," because I had the bullet marks in the dirt and the brick. I couldn't say, "It was nothing," because it didn't feel like nothing. So I quietly loaded up, got in my truck, and left without saying a word. For a long time, I kept that story to myself. I didn't tell it at work. I didn't tell it over drinks. I didn't tell it to other hunters. I didn't want the ridicule, and I didn't want to argue with people who weren't there. I didn't want to sit through someone smiling like they already decided I was lying or weak. But the story didn't leave me just because I stopped talking about it. Every now and then, even years later, I would have a dream that put me right back in that tree stand. In the dream, the woods are quiet in that same unnatural way, and the clear cut looks thick and endless. I'm sitting there, looking down, feeling that wrongness in the air. And then the man is there again. Only in the dream, he doesn't stay by the chimney. He starts walking toward the tree. He moves slow and steady, like he has all the time in the world. He doesn't rush. He doesn't get tangled in the brush. It's like the woods open for him. In those dreams, I try to move, try to raise the rifle, try to yell, but fear sits heavy on me. Sometimes I can't make sound. Sometimes the gun feels like it weighs 100 pounds. Sometimes I'm stuck like my body forgot how to obey me. And the man keeps coming until he's right at the base of the tree, looking up. That's when I wake up. I wake up shaking, sweating, my heart pounding like I just ran for my life. I wake up scared in a way that feels embarrassing for a grown man to admit. Scared as a baby, the way you are when you don't understand the danger but you can feel it anyway. Even now, when I think about those woods near Tignal and that old chimney standing alone, I don't think about deer or hunting first. I think about the silence. And I think about that man who wouldn't answer, wouldn't move, wouldn't leave tracks, and wouldn't react to a rifle shot that should have made any living person jump. Ever since the morning a sweet 13-year-old Mexican boy appeared to me and asked, very calmly, if I remembered that he died in a school bus accident in Los Angeles, I have not been able to stop wondering about my own life. Not in a dramatic, attention-seeking way, and not because I want to believe something extreme. It's more like a question that got planted in my mind and kept growing roots. What if there are moments in life when something happens to you, an accident, a close call, a night you don't fully remember, and you never truly know how close you came to not being here? That boy is the reason the question won't go away. It happened one morning when I was living in Anaheim, California. I remember the feeling of the room before I saw him, that half-awake, half-dreaming moment when your eyes open but your mind still feels soft. The light in the bedroom was gentle, like early daylight filtering through curtains. The air felt still. Nothing looked out of place. I was sitting up in bed, waking up slowly, letting my eyes adjust. And then I realized I wasn't alone. He was standing right beside my bed, close enough that if he had been fully solid, I would have expected to feel his presence in the air. But instead of feeling threatening, he felt happy, almost excited. He had a bright smile on his face, the kind kids have when they're proud to be noticed. His expression was open and friendly, like he had been waiting patiently for me to look directly at him. At first my mind tried to explain him away. The brain does that automatically. You tell yourself you're still dreaming, or you're seeing a shadow in the wrong shape, or you're confused because you just woke up. But the more I focused, the clearer he became. He looked like a real 13-year-old boy. His features were young, soft, and alive-looking. He stood with good posture, not slumped like someone sick or tired. His eyes looked bright. His whole face carried a kind of simple joy, like he was happy just to be there. And yet I could also see through him a little. It wasn't like he was invisible. It was more like the air behind him didn't fully disappear. The wall and the light and the shape of the room still showed faintly through his outline. That detail is what made my stomach tighten. It made it impossible to pretend he was an ordinary person who had somehow walked into my bedroom. Still, he didn't feel like a nightmare. He didn't feel like danger. He felt like someone waiting to share something important. He spoke to me. His voice was clear. It didn't echo, and it didn't sound far away. It sounded like he was right there, speaking like a normal kid would speak. He told me his name. He told me his age. He told me the day he died. And he told me his last name was Hernandez. Then, with that same bright smile, he asked me if I remembered him. Not in a creepy way, not as a threat. More like, Do you remember me? The way a child asks when they think you've met before. I felt my whole body go tense. My mind was racing, trying to match his face to a memory. I kept thinking, how would I know you? Why are you here? Why do you look so happy? I remember being startled not only by what he was saying, but by his mood. If he was dead, if he truly died the way he said he did, why wasn't he sad? Why didn't he look confused or scared? He looked like he was doing well. Like he had good news. Like seeing me was something he had been looking forward to. He never said, "You died too." He didn't accuse me of anything. He didn't tell me I was wrong about my life. He only said that he died, and he asked if I remembered him. Because he didn't directly say anything about me being dead, I pushed the thought away in the moment. I dismissed the deeper meaning of his question because I didn't know what else to do with it. I told myself it could be a spiritual encounter, or a visitation, or something my mind couldn't explain, but not proof that my own life was something different than I believed. But the problem is, the more I thought about him later, the more one memory kept pushing forward. I had been in a bus accident in California. I don't believe I died in that accident. Not logically, not in the way we normally mean that word. I lived. I continued on. I built a life. I have children. I have history after that point. I can pay bills and make phone calls and do normal life. But I do have flashbacks in my dreams that feel too intense, too heavy, too real for ordinary dreams. For years, I have had these oppressive, repeating dream memories of a bus crash. In the dreams, I'm not just watching it like a movie. I'm inside it. I feel it. It starts with the sense that I'm on a Greyhound bus heading toward California. I remember the feeling of those long-distance buses, the narrow aisle, the stale air, the tired mood of passengers who have been sitting too long, the quiet conversations and the occasional laughter, the way some people sleep with their heads against the window and others stare out like they're trying to keep themselves anchored. In my dreams, the time is night. Outside the windows it's dark. Inside, the lights are dim. People are settled in, some asleep, some half awake. It has that late-night travel feeling where everything feels slow and heavy. Then comes the impact. In the dream, it happens suddenly and violently. The bus hits something. Later I always sense it's a guardrail. The sound is loud, metal scraping hard, a crushing noise that fills the whole space. The bus jerks. People scream. Bags slide. Bodies move the way bodies move when the laws of balance suddenly disappear. And then, in a way that makes the dream even stranger, the Greyhound bus becomes a yellow school bus at the moment of impact. It's like my mind can't decide which kind of bus it is, or like the scene is overlapping with another event, another reality, another set of people. I see passengers going through a window. I see the sudden open space where glass used to be. I see movement that shouldn't be possible unless the force was extreme. I see people thrown outward as the bus slams and twists. I hear panic, raw, desperate panic. Then the bus tips. In the dream, it's tipping toward the edge of an embankment. I can feel that sickening angle, like being on a ship that suddenly leans. The floor no longer feels like a floor. Gravity becomes a threat. Your body tries to adjust, but there's nowhere to brace, nowhere to hold, because everything is moving at once. I remember feeling overwhelmed. Not just afraid, but overwhelmed, like my mind can't hold all the information, screams, movement, the smell of fear, the sound of metal, the sense of falling. I remember looking and seeing people falling down the embankment. I remember the terror of knowing that the bus is going next, that it's only seconds away from tumbling, and that I'm still inside it with a few other terrified passengers who haven't been thrown out. That's the part that has haunted me the most over the years, the feeling of having seconds left. In the dream, I never fully see what happens to me after that. It's like the moment right before the final tumble is where my memory stops. The scene becomes incomplete. I'm left in that suspense again and again, with the knowledge that the bus is about to go over, but without seeing the actual result. I've had these dreams for years. They come back in waves. Sometimes I won't have them for months, and then suddenly they'll return repeatedly, like something is trying to get my attention. When I wake up from them, my body feels heavy, my chest tight, like I've been holding my breath for too long. It's not the kind of dream that fades after breakfast. It sticks. So when that young boy, Hernandez, appeared looking happy and asked if I remembered him dying in a school bus accident in Los Angeles, it stirred everything. I tried to be practical about it. I told myself, he said he died, not that you died. He only asked if you remembered him. He didn't claim you were in the same accident. He didn't accuse you of anything. So I pushed it aside. But in the months and years after, I started noticing other experiences that made the question harder to ignore. Recently, I had an incident where I became convinced that the residents of my home believed I was the ghost. It's difficult to explain without sounding strange, but I'll say it in the simplest way I can. It felt like there was a family living in the same space at the same time, but in a different realm. Like two versions of the house existed on top of each other. Like we were layered, and sometimes the layers touched. It wasn't only that I saw something. It was that I sensed the logic of it. Their routines didn't match mine, and yet the space lined up. Where my bed is, it felt like their bed was too. Same spot, different time, different version of the home. The moment that really shook me happened my very first night in that home. This was about 9 months ago from now, and I remember it because it felt like crossing a line. The first night you sleep in a new place, your senses are always a little more alert. You notice every creak, every unfamiliar sound. You don't sleep as deeply. I was in my bedroom, trying to settle in. At some point I saw a man in flannel pajamas. Not a teenager, not one of my sons, an adult man. He was standing near where my bed would be in his space, and he held something in his hand as if he was passing it to someone. It was a blue packing sponge, the kind you might use for packing dishes or cushioning items in a box. I had bought it at Fred Meyer, which is a department store chain up in Oregon. That sponge was mine. I knew it. I recognized the color and shape immediately because I had just purchased it. For a split second, my mind couldn't handle what it was seeing. It looked like he was handing it to me. My body even reacted that way, like I should reach out and take it. But then I understood. He was not handing it to me. He was handing it to his wife. Only his wife wasn't visible to me the way he was. He turned his head slightly, and then he looked directly at me, and I saw the moment it hit him. His face changed fast. His eyes widened. His whole expression shifted into shock, the way someone looks when they realize something is there that should not be there. In that instant I realized he wasn't seeing me as a living person. He was seeing me the way people in ghost stories see a spirit. And at the same time, I realized he wasn't one of my boys. He wasn't someone I recognized. He was a stranger, and he was also slightly transparent. The fear in me wasn't only fear of him. It was fear of what it meant. Because if he could see me, and I could see him, then the boundary between real life and something else was not as solid as I wanted to believe. He faded out. It wasn't like he walked away. It was like the image thinned and disappeared, like mist dissolving. And I assume I did the same in his sight. Maybe he saw me fade too. Maybe he blinked and I was gone, leaving him staring into empty space, wondering what he just saw. Even though the experience was brief, it left an imprint on me. After that, I started noticing small, unsettling details in the house, things that made me feel like there were thin spots, places where the home didn't seal properly, not just from cold air but from something harder to name. It was December 2008, and it was cold here in Oregon. There was one window where flies kept gathering in the same corner of the windowsill. They weren't tiny fruit flies. They were larger. And it didn't make sense, because the house was clean. There wasn't rotten food. There wasn't trash sitting around. They weren't fleas or anything like that, just flies that seemed to appear, buzz around that corner, then die. Then, about a week later, there would be more. It was like a cycle. Like something drew them there. And that same window had small cracks in the seal where ice-cold air leaked in. You could feel the cold coming through if you put your hand near it. It made the corner of the room feel colder than it should have been, like a steady draft that never fully stopped. None of those things proves anything on its own. Old windows leak. Flies can get in. Houses have quirks. But after seeing that man in flannel pajamas, after feeling like I had been mistaken for a spirit, every small odd detail felt louder. And the strangest part was that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened to me. 3 years before that, I lived in another home in Cornelius, Oregon, and the residents on the other side also seemed to think I was a ghost. That house was brand new. I was the first resident. I moved into it in 2005. When I first moved in, I did what anyone does. I walked through the rooms, looked at the clean walls, the new carpet, the untouched closets. It had that fresh construction smell. Everything looked unused, like no one had ever claimed the space. Because it was new, I assumed there couldn't be any history in the house itself. But I also did a little research at Cornelius City Hall and learned that before the subdivision was built, that land used to be open, pastures, land, nothing crowded. The kind of place that can hold older history even when new buildings appear. The very first night I stayed there, I saw him. He was standing inside my bedroom closet. He looked about 30 years old. He was Caucasian, around 6 feet 2 inches, medium build. He wore a flannel shirt, jeans, and work boots. He looked like an Oregon man from another time, like someone who might have lived in the 1930s, or at least dressed like that era in my mind. He had that practical, working man look. He was also transparent. And what surprised me most is that I wasn't terrified when I saw him. I don't know why. Maybe because he didn't carry menace. Maybe because the energy felt more confused than threatening. He looked startled to see me, like he had wandered into a place he thought was his and found a stranger living there. For a moment we simply looked at each other. He seemed uncertain, like he didn't know what I was or how I could see him. Then he vanished, and right before he did, I saw a flash of fear in his face, like the moment a person realizes the rules have changed. I didn't tell everyone about it. You don't go around announcing things like that, because people either laugh or worry about you, and neither reaction helps. I tried to live normally. But later, in that same house, there were nights when I could hear him. I could hear talking and walking. It sounds impossible, but it was clear enough that I couldn't blame it on the pipes or the house settling. It sounded like a man speaking, like someone having a conversation with another person. I couldn't always understand the words, but I could hear the tone and rhythm of speech. At the time, I was dealing with a different kind of misery too. I was exhausted from lack of sleep because of barking dogs in the subdivision. There were 8 huge dogs barking day and night, and it was constant. People complained. Neighbors argued. There were altercations. Some nights it felt like the whole area was vibrating from noise. I became sleep-deprived to the point where I felt almost delirious. When you can't sleep, everything becomes harder. Your patience shrinks. Your body starts to feel like it's running on fumes. Even small sounds can make you angry because you just want quiet. So one night, after the dogs finally stopped barking, I could hear that man again, talking, walking, making noise in a way that felt like it was coming from inside my own bedroom closet. My bedroom was far from my son's rooms. I lived with my 2 boys, and they were almost adults at the time, but I knew it wasn't them. The sound wasn't coming from their area. It was right there, close to me. I snapped. I went to the closet and yelled, "Will you be quiet? I need to sleep." The response was immediate. A quick rustle, like someone shifting suddenly, and then instant silence. I didn't see him that time. But I knew exactly where the talking had been coming from, and I knew I hadn't imagined the sudden hush. It was like someone heard me and stopped. A week later something happened that was even stranger. I was in bed late at night. The lights were off. I was finally falling asleep, that drifting moment where you're still aware of the room but your mind begins to slide away. And then I smelled bacon and eggs. It wasn't a faint idea of a smell. It was clear. Warm. Real. Like someone cooking a real breakfast nearby. At the same time, my vision changed, not fully, but enough that I could see a different place layered over my bedroom. I could clearly see what felt like a basement, or a barn-like space. It wasn't filled with animals, but it had that unfinished look, wood, rough surfaces, a practical space below a house. There was an old wooden staircase on the left with a wooden banister leading upward. The top of the stairs seemed to open into a kitchen, and from above, I could hear a woman cooking breakfast. I could hear the bacon frying. I could hear the small, ordinary sounds of a kitchen waking up. I could hear the man's voice too, talking. It sounded like he was speaking to his wife. In my mind, without even seeing her clearly, I somehow sensed she wore an old dress and an apron. She felt like a decent person, quiet, steady, doing what needed to be done. The man, on the other hand, seemed talkative. Curious. The type that fills the space with words. In that moment I didn't just see them. I felt like I understood their personalities in a simple, direct way. He was the talker. She was the calmer one. They were normal people in their own world. The strangest part was that I felt like I was in two places at once, in the same spot. I was lying in my bed in my modern bedroom, exhausted, wanting sleep. And at the same time, I was there, in that basement or barn space that lined up with where my bedroom was. It was like two dimensions had overlapped for a few minutes, and I was aware of both. As the man talked, he opened the door that led down the stairs. That door, in his world, led to the barn/basement. But in my world, that same doorway aligned with my bedroom space, my private space, where I was trying to sleep. He started to come down the stairs. I was so tired, so irritated, and so desperate for rest that I reacted badly. I didn't greet him politely. I didn't whisper prayers. I didn't do anything calm or spiritual. I was just a sleep-starved mother who wanted quiet. As he came down, I was about to yell again. I could feel the words forming. Then he saw me. He froze like a person who just walked into something that should not exist. His face went stiff with shock. His eyes locked onto mine. And I said, "What are you doing? Will you let me sleep?" The moment the words came out, I realized something that made me feel guilty even as I spoke. This was his house too. Or at least, it was his space in his realm. He wasn't breaking into my room as a stranger. He was walking into what, for him, was a normal part of his home. And suddenly I was there, this strange, ghost, woman lying in the space where his barn or basement should be. For a second I thought he might step closer and ask me something, because he looked curious even in his fear. He looked like a man trying to understand what his eyes were showing him. But then he backed away fast. He turned and ran up the stairs as quickly as he could. I heard his footsteps, the hurried movement, the panic. I heard him telling his wife about the ghost he had mentioned before, the one he had apparently seen earlier, the one he now knew was real enough to shock him. I lay there afterward, wide awake, exhausted, staring into the dark. I could still sense both places for a while, like the overlap didn't shut off instantly. Eventually it faded, and I was left in my own room again, alone, with my heart beating too hard. I remember thinking, maybe God is trying to tell me something. I've always sought spiritual understanding. I don't chase darkness, and I don't put spiritual experiences above God. I acknowledge God first. That's important to me. But that night, I was too tired to be brave or thoughtful about the supernatural. I felt sorry that I had yelled. I didn't want to be cruel to someone who seemed confused and frightened. I just needed to sleep. A few days later, something else happened. I waited again for the neighborhood dogs to finally stop barking. It was around 10 p.m. when it became quiet enough that I could try to sleep. I was drowsy, the kind of tired where your whole body aches and you feel like you could sleep forever. I turned out all the lights and lay down. And again, I could see into both realms. This time, I heard a slight buzzing sound, soft, constant, like insects or a low vibration. When I focused, I realized there were 3 men in my bedroom. Or rather, in their version of it, the barn/basement space that lined up with my room. They were sitting around an old table in the dark. The table looked worn, like it had been used for years. They had a single candle for light, and the candle sat near a crystal ball that rested on an old wooden shelf attached to the barn wall. Everything about the scene looked old-fashioned, like a different time period entirely. The men looked serious, intent, like they were doing something they believed mattered. They weren't laughing. They weren't casually hanging out. Their posture and attention told me this was some kind of ritual or attempt at contact. At first I thought, I'm not interested in this. I'm just going to ignore it and fall asleep. But then I felt something that made that impossible. I felt energy being pulled from me. That's the best way I can describe it. It felt like an invisible force tugging at my insides, draining me, making me feel off balance. Even though I was lying down, I felt as if I were falling. It's a horrible sensation, like your body is sinking through the bed or sliding into a hole. I grew overwhelmed. I was nearly in tears because I felt helpless. I didn't want to be part of what they were doing. I didn't ask for it. I didn't invite it. And then it clicked. They were trying to contact me. To them, I was the ghost. They were summoning, calling, demanding answers. I could sense what they were saying and asking. Reveal yourself? Who are you? The more they tried, the more irritated I became. It felt rude. Like they were poking at me, using me as entertainment, or a problem to solve, not caring that I was a real person trying to sleep. I lost my temper. I yelled, "Would you please leave me alone?" And then I did something I still find hard to believe. I tried to break up their setup. I tried to push the table over. It wasn't like I got out of bed and ran across the room. It felt like I did it with my spirit, or with whatever part of me was interacting with their realm. I pushed with intention, with anger, with desperation. And the table tipped. It fell over with a crash and a heavy thud. The crystal ball fell too. The sound startled even me. I saw one of the men try to keep his balance, frightened, and he fell backward out of his chair. The other two ran upstairs in panic. For a moment I lay there stunned, breathing hard, shocked that I had actually affected something in that other space. Then guilt hit me. Sympathy. Sorrow. Because I understood, in a simple human way, that they weren't necessarily evil men. They were probably just trying to figure out what was in their home. They were afraid. Curious. They wanted to know what they were dealing with, just like I wanted to know. In my mind, their time period seemed like Oregon Trail, times, older pioneer era life, rougher living, candlelight, barn spaces, simple furniture. I don't know the exact year. I only know the feeling of it. The timing also felt strange. It was night in their dimension, but it felt like morning there too in a way that's hard to explain, as if time didn't line up neatly between us. After that, I realized something that stayed with me. I am the ghost to them, even though I do not believe I'm dead. And yet, sometimes I honestly don't know what to think, because I have experienced too many moments that don't fit inside normal explanations. Even my brother, who had passed away, once appeared to me. When I saw him, my first reaction was the obvious one. I asked him what he was doing here, because I thought he was dead. He got offended and said, "I'm not dead." I remember being embarrassed and saying, "Oh, okay. I'm sorry." That moment sounds almost funny when you say it out loud, but it left me uneasy too. Because if he could say that, if he could insist he wasn't dead, then what exactly does dead mean from the other side? And how many people in other places and times might look at me and assume I'm something I'm not? Over the years I've also had another strange burden. I could often tell when a person was going to die, how they were going to die, and where they would be stuck, and whether they would go to dark places or fiery places. That knowledge has never felt like a gift. It has felt heavy, and it has made me feel isolated. Because whenever I tried to tell people, they didn't listen. They dismissed it. They got angry. They called it superstition. And then later, when things happened, I carried the grief of knowing I couldn't change it. I have also experienced passing over, many times in dreams or visions, Moments that felt like standing at the edge of death with someone, or seeing something beyond this life. And yet I remain here. It has made me wonder if I move between dimensions in ways I don't understand, or if there are parts of me that are visible in places where they shouldn't be. More than once, people have told me things that confused me deeply. They have told me they saw me somewhere and spoke with me like we were old friends. They described conversations that lasted hours. They said I comforted them, guided them, even guarded them at night from something evil. And the strange part is that they remembered me clearly, but I had no idea who they were. I would listen to them describe what I said, what I did, where I stood, and I would sit there feeling hollow because I genuinely could not recall any of it. It made me wonder if some version of me is walking around in other people's lives while I sleep, or if the boundary between spirit and body is thinner for me than it is for most. One of the most unsettling examples was with my family doctor. He once referred to my being in Jerusalem, leading a yearly tour. He spoke with total confidence, like it was a known fact between us. He said I was part of a group. He called it a sect of 40 rare Jews, who tell end times prophecy about the return of Jesus. I told him plainly that I had never been out of the country. I've never traveled outside the United States. I said it clearly because I assumed he must be confusing me with someone else. But he insisted it was me. He insisted he had spoken to me for at least 2 hours. He described my presence with certainty, as if he could still see me in his mind. He said I didn't even have a Jewish accent, but he was sure it was my face, my voice, my manner. I left that conversation feeling shaken. Not because I wanted to be special, but because it suggested that other people were encountering something wearing my identity, something they believed was me, while I remained unaware. When I stepped back and looked at everything together, the boy named Hernandez who appeared happy and asked if I remembered his death, the bus accident dreams that never show me the outcome, the houses where people in another realm seem to see me as a ghost, the moments where I can see into 2 places at once, the times people insist they spoke with me when I know I wasn't there, I end up with the same uncomfortable thought. Some of us may be considered dead, or ghosts, or something else to the other side. And sometimes we can't prove what happened, especially if it started with an accident, or with falling asleep, or with some moment where time and memory don't connect the way they should. I still don't believe I'm dead. I live my life, I raise my sons, I do ordinary things. But after everything I've experienced, I also can't say with confidence that I fully understand what alive means across all realms. Sometimes it feels like I'm living in my world while also being a strange shadow in someone else's world, startling them the way they startle me, each of us wondering why the other is there, and each of us thinking, for a terrifying second, that we've just seen a ghost. I've been dealing with paranormal things for as long as I can remember. When people ask me when it started, I always go back to being a little kid, around 5 years old. That's the age where you're old enough to remember fear clearly, but still too young to explain it. Back then I didn't have words like sleep paralysis, or apparition, or shadow figure. I only knew what my body felt, what my eyes saw, and how alone I felt in those moments. My very first experience is still burned into me. I was in my bed, in a room that felt normal 1 minute and wrong the next. I remember the darkness around me, the way the ceiling seemed too far away, the way every small sound felt louder because it was nighttime. I remember trying to move and realizing I couldn't. Not even a little. My arms wouldn't lift, my legs wouldn't shift, and my head felt stuck on the pillow like it had been pressed down. I tried to call out, because in my mind the solution was simple. If I can yell for my mom or my dad, this will stop. But my mouth wouldn't work. I couldn't speak. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even make a real sound. Then the pressure came. It wasn't just on my chest. It was all over me. It felt like something heavy was lowering onto my whole body, like invisible hands, too many to count, were pushing me into the mattress. I could literally feel myself sinking deeper into the bed. That's the part people don't understand when I try to describe it. It wasn't like I was imagining weight. I felt the bed take me, like my body was being pressed into it, like the mattress was swallowing me. Breathing became hard. Not impossible, but hard, like my lungs couldn't fully open. I remember the panic of trying to pull in air and only getting a shallow breath. My heart was racing. My mind was screaming, "Move, move, move!" and my body wasn't responding at all. I don't know how long it lasted. When you're a child and you're terrified, time doesn't feel normal. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes. It felt endless. And when it finally released, it didn't feel like something walked away. It felt like the pressure simply lifted, like someone let go. After that night, I was never the same about darkness. It didn't stop there either. That same exact thing has happened to me again and again throughout my life. Different houses, different beds, different stages of life. But the core of it is always the same. I wake up, I'm aware, I can see the room, and I cannot move. Then I feel a presence, and then I feel pressure, and I fight to breathe and fight to get control of my body back. As I got older, other things started happening too. It wasn't only the paralysis. It was what I began to see. I see full body figures, but not the way people imagine when they think of a ghost with a face. The figures I see usually don't have clear features. I don't see detailed eyes or a mouth or a normal expression. What I see is an outline of a person, like a human shape, sometimes from the side of my vision and sometimes directly in front of me. It's like my eyes catch the shape before my brain can talk me out of it. The figures aren't always the same color. Sometimes they look white, like a pale human form. Sometimes they look gray. Sometimes they are black, like a shadow cut out of the darkness. What scares me is that I actually see them more clearly in the dark than I do in the light. A lot of people tell me, maybe it's just shadows. But the dark is when they become sharper, like they belong to the night. That's one of the reasons I don't sleep in the dark. I'm 24 years old now, and I still cannot do it. I always need some kind of light. A lamp. A TV. A hallway light leaking in under the door. Something. People might think it's childish, but for me darkness isn't relaxing. Darkness is where things show up. And it's not only figures. I've also seen what I can only describe as mist moving through the air. Some people call it mists, or energy, or whatever word makes them comfortable. For me, it looks like a thin, floating haze that moves with intention, not like smoke from a candle. It doesn't rise and fade the way normal mist does. It travels. It shifts direction. It passes through a room in a way that makes you feel like it's aware you're watching it. I've seen balls of light too, small, fast lights that dash through a room. Not slow and gentle like dust in sunlight. These are quick. They move like something alive, like a bright dot that chooses a path and then vanishes. One night, I experienced something so strange and so beautiful that I still don't have an explanation for it. It didn't feel threatening. It didn't feel dark. It felt unreal in a different way, like I got a glimpse of something I normally can't see. It was around 2 a.m. I was awake and working on a college paper. I remember the time clearly because it was late enough that everything had that deep night quiet. The house was asleep. The world outside felt paused. I was sitting there tired but focused, trying to finish what I needed to finish, telling myself I'd go to bed as soon as I was done. Then, out of nowhere, the room filled with orbs. Not one or two. It was like a shower of them, flying throughout the room. They were everywhere around me, moving and shifting, and they were constantly changing colors. The colors weren't simple, like red or blue. They reminded me of that rainbow look you see on a bubble or on oil, those shifting, layered colors that change depending on the angle. Except this wasn't a reflection on something. These were lights, moving, changing on their own. For a moment I forgot to be scared. I just stared. I remember feeling awe, like my brain went quiet because it didn't know what to do with what I was seeing. It lasted maybe a minute or two, not long, but long enough for me to understand that it was really happening. When it ended quickly, and the room went back to normal. Just me, my paper, the quiet night. I sat there afterward with my hands still, my heart beating faster than it had been, not from fear but from shock. It was one of the most unexplainable experiences I've ever had, and somehow one of the most beautiful. Most nights aren't beautiful, though. A lot of the time I'm awakened by that feeling that someone is watching me. It's a specific sensation. It's like your skin knows you're being looked at. Even if your eyes are closed, you feel it. Your body goes alert. Your stomach tightens. Your mind goes straight into warning mode before you even sit up. When that happens, I'll open my eyes and see a figure staring at me while I'm in bed. Sometimes it's at the foot of the bed. Sometimes it's closer, like it's standing beside me. Sometimes it feels like it's in a corner, half in shadow, just watching. The worst part is the stillness. They don't move like normal people. They just stand there, like they're waiting. There was one time that still makes my blood run cold when I think about it. I was about 16 or 17. I was asleep, and I woke up suddenly, like something pulled me out of my sleep. The room was dark. I could see shapes, my closet, my dresser, the outline of the door. And right in front of me, directly in my face, was a black shadowed face. It was so close it didn't make sense. It felt like something was inches away, bent over me. I couldn't even process it at first. My body froze. Not even like the full paralysis at 5 years old, just pure shock. My mind went blank for a second, and then fear hit all at once. The figure was bent over, staring directly into my face while I slept. I could feel the intensity of it, like it was studying me. When I woke up, it slowly straightened into a standing position. That movement was so human and so deliberate that it made it worse. Then it walked backward, step by step, into my closet. It didn't turn around and walk away. It backed into the closet like it didn't want to stop facing me. Like it wanted to keep watching me until it disappeared into that darkness. After that night, I stopped sleeping in the dark completely. I didn't try to be brave about it. I didn't force myself to get over it. I just made a rule. I will always have light. I will always be able to see my room. Because when the room is fully dark, I feel like I'm blind in the very place I'm supposed to be safe. Over time, all of this has made me into someone who can't relax at night. I've become somewhat of an insomniac, not because I want to be, but because my body associates night with danger. I started working graveyard shift partly because of that. People think working nights is harder, but for me it's almost like a strategy. If I'm awake and moving, if I'm in a bright workplace with noise and coworkers and cameras and normal life happening, I don't have to lie in a dark room waiting to see what will happen. Working nights helps me escape the worst hours, the hours where my mind and body don't feel fully in control. On the nights I don't work, it's harder. I dread bedtime. I can be exhausted, completely worn out, and still find myself fighting sleep. Because sleep is when the paralysis happens. Sleep is when I wake up trapped in my body. Sleep is when I feel something in the room with me. It's a horrible thing to fear the one thing you need to survive. The paralysis is the most terrifying part because it makes me feel helpless. When it happens, it feels like I'm being held down by something that doesn't have a body. I can't see hands, but I feel pressure. I can't see a rope, but I feel trapped. It makes me ask questions I can't answer. What is that state? Why does it happen? Why do we get paralyzed? Why am I aware, but my body won't move? Why do I feel like there's something else there with me every time it happens? Sometimes the paralysis feels like being caught in a whirlwind, like being trapped in a hurricane that's happening inside my body. My mind spins. My hearing changes. My chest feels tight. My limbs feel distant, like they're not fully mine. It's not just being unable to move, it's being stuck inside an intense storm of sensation and fear. And sometimes it gets worse in ways I don't even like to say out loud. One time, when I was away at college, I was paralyzed and it felt like it was trying to have sexual intercourse with me. That sentence makes me feel sick to write or even think. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was something external, something spiritual, or if it was my brain mixing fear and paralysis into something horrifying. All I know is what I felt, like something was pushing against me, trying to force my body open. I fought it. Even though I was paralyzed, I managed to fight enough to keep my legs from opening. I don't even know how I did it, because usually I can't move at all. But that night I fought so hard, with everything in me, and I broke enough of it to resist. When it ended, I lay there shaking, humiliated and terrified, feeling like my room wasn't mine anymore. It's hard to explain to people what it does to your mind when you go through that. It doesn't just scare you in the moment. It changes you. It makes you feel unsafe in your own body. Not every strange experience I've had is like that, though. There have been moments that feel different, moments where I'm not paralyzed, not terrified, but in some in-between space that I don't fully understand. There have been times when I felt myself falling asleep while still awake. Like my body was going into sleep mode but my mind stayed turned on. It's a weird sensation, like sliding into a trance without meaning to. One time stands out because it lasted days before it reached a breaking point. For several days, I kept seeing a white figure. Day and night. It was like it was trying to get my attention. I'd be doing normal things, watching TV, sitting in the living room, and this white figure would walk back and forth in front of the TV, blocking my view just enough to annoy me, like it was saying, "Look at me! Notice me!" At first I tried to ignore it. I told myself I was overtired. I told myself maybe it was my peripheral vision playing tricks. But it kept happening, and I wasn't sleeping well at the time, so everything felt raw and intense. After a few days I finally got fed up. I was exhausted, my nerves were shot, and I was tired of feeling like something was silently demanding my attention. So I said out loud, basically snapped, "If you have something to say, then just say it." And then I fell into a trance-like state. I was half asleep, half awake. I could still hear the world around me. I wasn't in a dream where everything is foggy and distant. I was aware of my surroundings in a very real way. I was lying on the living room couch, and my father had just woken up around 5 a.m. I could hear him in the kitchen making coffee. The kitchen was about 20 to 25 feet away, and I could hear the small sounds of him moving around, cup, spoon, footsteps, the normal morning routine. In that state, I wasn't scared. It didn't feel like the paralysis. I didn't feel that heavy pressure or that panic. My body was limp, yes, like it was asleep, but my mind felt calm and alert. Then a woman spoke to me. I could hear her voice clearly, like she was right there. And I responded several times. That's what makes it so strange. I could literally hear myself speaking. I could feel my mouth moving, like I was forming words. But my body was still limp, like I couldn't lift a hand even if I wanted to. It felt like a conversation happening through a half-open door, me on one side, her on the other. When I came out of that state, I had forgotten most of what she told me. It was like waking from a dream where you know you just learned something important, but the details slip away instantly. The only thing I could clearly remember was one line, one message, that I was supposed to tell my father. That moment left me with mixed feelings. Part of me wondered if it was something good, like guidance or warning. Part of me wondered if I was just exhausted and my mind created it. But it didn't feel fake. It felt purposeful. Other experiences are not purposeful or helpful at all. Some feel like teasing, like something enjoys messing with me when I'm at my weakest. There have been times when I hear someone call my name while I'm falling asleep. The voice will imitate my family members. Sometimes it will sound like someone who isn't even there at the time. That's what really gets to me, because it feels like it knows exactly how to hook me. The moment I hear it, my body jerks awake, my mind goes alert, and I'm suddenly listening hard, trying to figure out who called me. And there's no one. It feels like being toyed with. Other times, I'll feel something gentler, which makes it even more confusing. I've felt a woman brush my arm and whisper, "Shh," like she's trying to calm me down, like she wants me to sleep. That should feel comforting, but it doesn't, because it's still an unseen presence touching me. Even when it seems soft, it reminds me that I'm not alone in ways I can't control. Lately, things have been happening more often, and not only at home. I see shadows at work now. I see them at other people's houses. It's like whatever this is, it isn't tied to one place. It follows me, or it travels with me, or maybe I'm simply noticing more because I'm always on edge. I also see beams of light coming from above, like a thin stream or shaft shooting down. It's not sunlight through a window. It doesn't match the lighting in the room. It appears suddenly and then disappears, and it leaves me standing there wondering if I imagined it even though I know what I saw. When I fall asleep lately, I feel like I'm battling something to escape the paralysis events. I'll be drifting off and suddenly it feels like I'm slipping into that trap again. I'll fight to wake my body up. Sometimes I can feel the moment right before it happens, the moment my limbs go heavy and my chest tightens, and I'll panic and force myself to move a finger or twitch my foot just to break it. And sometimes it feels like something else entirely, something even scarier to me, like I'm leaving my body. It feels like I'm slowly hovering out of myself, like I'm rising inch by inch, while my body stays below. I don't like that feeling at all. Some people talk about out-of-body experiences like they're exciting. For me it feels like losing control. It feels like I'm being pulled somewhere I didn't agree to go. When that starts, I fight it. Sometimes it takes everything I have to come out of it. It feels like wrestling with something you can't see, and the only weapon you have is willpower and fear. The worst part is that now my family is starting to experience things too, and that's where my fear has become bigger than just fear for myself. 2 days ago my daughter told me she saw a shadow in the corner of her room. She described it like it was standing there watching, and she said it had big ears. The detail of the ears shook me because kids notice details adults miss, and because the way she said it wasn't playful. She was scared. She said it frightened her so badly that she went to my mother's room for comfort. Then, yesterday, my mother told me something that made my stomach drop. She said she woke up because she felt a gentle tapping on her shoulder. Her first thought was that one of my kids had come in, needing something in the night. That's a normal thought for a grandmother in a house with children. But when she opened her eyes, there was no one there. No child. No person. Just the room. When I heard that, I felt something inside me tighten. Because I can deal with being afraid. I've been afraid most of my life. I've learned ways to cope. I've learned how to keep lights on, how to distract myself, how to push through exhaustion. But I don't want this around my kids. I don't want my daughter seeing shadows in corners. I don't want my mother being touched in the night. When I first moved into this home, it didn't feel hostile. I sensed an older woman's presence, but it didn't scare me. It felt calm, almost familiar. I was comfortable with it, like it was simply there, sharing the space without pushing into my life. But now, the feeling is different. Now it feels like more things have shown up. Not just one presence, but multiple. And it feels like they've attached themselves to me, like they've followed me home, like they've noticed me the way I noticed them. That's why I feel like I'm looking for help, even if I don't know what kind of help exists. I want a way to control what comes in and what stays out. I want boundaries. I want my home to be my home. And I also can't stop thinking about something that scares me in a different way. What if I'm doing it to myself? I've heard people say that poltergeist activity can be caused by a person, especially if they have strong emotions, stress, trauma, or some kind of sensitivity they don't understand. I don't know enough to say whether that's true. I'm clueless about a lot of this. I don't pretend to be an expert. I only know what I've lived. But sometimes I wonder if I've attracted these things because I can see them, or if my fear feeds them, or if my lack of sleep makes me more open to it, or if I have something like an ability, and I have absolutely no control over it. That thought makes me feel trapped. Because if it's me, then how do I shut it off? How do I protect my children from something that's connected to their mother? I do have premonitions sometimes, usually through dreams. It doesn't happen as often anymore, maybe because my sleep is so broken and restless. But it has happened enough that I can't ignore it. I'll dream something and later it will happen, or I'll dream a warning feeling and then get a phone call that matches it. Instead of making me feel gifted, it makes me feel tired. Because I live in fear. I live bracing for night. I live wondering if I'm going to wake up unable to breathe, pinned down by an invisible force, staring at a shape in the room that doesn't belong. I'm 24, and I'm exhausted in a way that doesn't feel normal for my age. I keep lights on because the dark feels like an invitation. I work nights because sleep feels like a risk. I fight paralysis and hovering sensations like I'm fighting for ownership of my own body. And now I'm watching my daughter and my mother experience strange things too, and I feel responsible even though I don't know what I did to deserve it. More than anything, I feel like I have no control. I don't even know if what I have are abilities. If they are, I don't know what they're called. I don't know the rules. I don't know how to protect myself. I don't know how to close doors I never remember opening. All I know is that I've been living with this since childhood, and it's not fading with age. If anything, it's spreading outward into my life, into my home, into the people I love most. And that's the part that scares me more than any shadow in any corner, because I can handle being afraid, but I don't know how to live with the idea that my fear might become my children's fear too. A lot of the strange things that happen in our house seem to happen when my mom is by herself. She doesn't go looking for anything paranormal, and she's not the type to sit around trying to feel energy or talk to spirits. Most days she's just doing normal life stuff, cleaning a little, folding laundry, fixing something to eat, checking her phone, and taking care of my baby. Right now my son is still an infant, and my mom stays home with him while I'm at work. My brother is home too because it's his college break, but he works a lot. My dad also works a lot, so even though it's a family house, most weekdays end up being very quiet for my mom. There are usually long stretches, 5 or 6 hours at a time, where it's just her in the house with the baby and the pets. Our house is old. It has that old house feeling where you know it has been lived in for a long time. The floors creak in certain spots. Doors never seem to shut the exact same way twice. You hear little settling noises at night. Nothing about it feels evil, but it does feel like the kind of place that holds on to memories. We've always believed there might be at least one spirit here. If it's anyone, we've wondered if it could be my mom's grandma, because she lived in this house her whole life. If that's true, it would make sense that she would still feel attached to it. Even though I've never felt any truly negative energy here, I won't lie. When something strange happens, it still gives me that cold, creepy feeling in my stomach. It's not the kind of fear where you think something is going to attack you. It's more like the uncomfortable feeling you get when something happens that shouldn't be possible, and you realize you can't explain it away. The first story happened to my mom just a few weeks ago. I remember that day because I was at work and I didn't feel right. I felt sick in that way where your body feels heavy and your head feels foggy. I called my mom, mostly to tell her I wasn't feeling well and to give her a quick update about what my plan was. I told her my brother was going to pick me up on his way home from the mall. I assumed she understood the timing, but later we realized she didn't know I was still at work when the weird part happened. That afternoon, my mom had laid down with my son. Anyone who has cared for a baby knows how that happens. You tell yourself you're just going to rest your eyes for a minute while the baby naps, and then you wake up later not fully sure how much time passed. My mom was tired, my son had finally calmed down, and the house was quiet. She laid down and ended up falling asleep with him. She told me she woke up suddenly, the way you do when a noise pulls you out of sleep. At first, she wasn't even sure what she heard. She was still half asleep, still trying to focus her eyes. Then she realized what had woken her. It sounded like a woman crying. Not a TV crying, not a movie scene, not a radio. It sounded close enough to be inside the house, and the sound had that real emotion to it, like an actual person. My mom said it wasn't loud screaming. It was more like a soft, sad crying, the kind that makes you instantly concerned because it sounds like someone is hurt or overwhelmed. Because I had called her earlier and told her I wasn't feeling well, my mom's first thought was that it must be me. She thought maybe I had come home early, maybe my brother had already picked me up, and maybe I was in the house crying because I felt sick. So she called out my name. She waited for an answer. Nothing. She called again, louder this time. Still nothing. At that point she got up, careful not to wake the baby too much, and she started checking the rooms. She told me she went straight to the bathroom first, because that's where you'd go if you were nauseous or not feeling well. She expected to find me in there, maybe leaning over the sink or sitting on the floor, crying because I felt horrible. But the bathroom was empty. Then she checked my bedroom. Empty. She checked the obvious places you'd check in a hurry, moving faster with each second because the crying sound had made her feel responsible. She told me she kept thinking, "If my daughter is here and she's sick, why isn't she answering me?" But there was nothing. No one. And then my mom started trying to find the normal explanation, because that's what people do when something doesn't make sense. She looked at the TVs. Off. She looked around for a phone or a radio. Nothing on. She even stood still for a moment and listened hard, trying to see if the sound was coming from outside, like maybe a neighbor, or a car, or someone walking by. But she couldn't place it anywhere. The crying stopped as suddenly as it started, and that made it worse in a way, because it didn't fade out the way real sound usually does when someone walks away. It was like it had been there, then it was gone. Later, when I got home and we talked about it, my mom said the part that bothered her most was how real it sounded, and how quickly it made her react. She wasn't sitting there trying to interpret things. She woke up, heard crying, and thought her child needed her. That's a very strong instinct, and it doesn't come from imagination alone. What made it even harder to ignore is what happened a few days later. My mom's aunt ended up in the hospital because she was having heart problems. It was serious enough to scare everyone. When we heard that, my mind went right back to the crying sound my mom heard. It made us wonder if there was a connection. Could the crying have been my mom's aunt? Could it have been some kind of warning, like a premonition of what was coming? Or could it have been completely unrelated, just a weird random moment that happened close in time? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know how easy it is to connect dots after the fact. You look back and start thinking, maybe that meant something. But I also know that some things line up in a way that feels too perfect to be just coincidence. My mom doesn't claim she knows what it was either. She just knows what she heard, and she knows she searched the house and found nothing that could explain it. The second story is also about my mom, and it has happened more than once, always when she's home alone. Our backyard setup is part of why this is so confusing. My grandma lives right behind us. Last year our class had our long-awaited holy retreat at a retreat house in Pansol, Laguna. Everyone in class had been talking about it for weeks. We were excited because for us it meant 3 days away from regular schoolwork, a chance to be with friends, to reflect, and also to enjoy the pool and the hot spring water that Pansol was famous for. We were all imagining late-night talks, snacks in the dorm, and a little bit of freedom. But under all that excitement there was also a nervous feeling inside many of us, because even before we left, we had already heard strange stories about the place from other students who had gone there before us. Some of the older students told us that during their retreat they felt like they were being watched in the dormitories. Others said they heard footsteps at night when everyone was supposed to be asleep. A few even claimed they had actually seen ghosts inside the retreat house. At first, we were not sure if they were just exaggerating to scare us, like older students often do to the younger ones, but they told their stories with serious faces. No giggles, no punchline at the end. They said the retreat house was a spiritual place, and not everything there was visible to the eyes. One of my closest friends, Thea, made it worse for me a few days before we left. She said her older sister had gone to the same retreat house a year earlier. According to her sister, there had been a girl in their dorm then who roamed around at night, while everyone else was supposed to be sleeping. Thea's sister said that she and a few other girls had seen that girl walking quietly between the beds, looking down at the people who were sleeping, moving slowly from one spot to another. At first they thought she was just another student who couldn't sleep, but then they realized they did not recognize her from their group. When they whispered to each other, and tried to follow her with their eyes, she would suddenly disappear into the shadows. Thea also said that in the boys' dorm, some of the students had another experience. Her sister told her that the boys complained that they could not rest properly during their retreat because someone, or something, was preventing them from sleeping. They said they felt weight on their chests when they lay down, or they would hear something or someone moving near their bunk beds, touching the bed frames or pulling at their blankets. Some of them felt like someone was pushing them gently whenever they tried to close their eyes. They were not really hurt, but the feeling of being disturbed and the sense that something unseen was there with them kept them awake night after night. The way Thea told these stories gave me goosebumps. I tried to laugh it off and told her maybe her sister was just trying to scare her, and that she was now trying to scare me. But the picture of a strange girl roaming between the beds stayed clearly in my mind. I told myself it was just my imagination, yet every time I thought of the retreat house, instead of just feeling excited, I also felt a quiet tug of fear somewhere inside me. I did not tell my parents about the ghost stories because I knew they would either laugh or tell me not to be silly. So I just kept it to myself and pretended to be only happy about the coming trip. The day of the retreat finally came. We climbed into the bus with our bags, pillows, and snacks, shouting and laughing. The energy in the bus was so high that for a while I forgot about the scary stories. We played music, took pictures, and shouted every time the bus passed something interesting. The trip took a few hours, and as we got closer to Pansol, the buildings and city noise slowly turned into trees, small houses, and signs for different resorts. It felt like we were slowly leaving our normal school life behind for a short time. When we arrived at the retreat house, we all pressed our faces against the windows to get a first look at it. From the outside it looked peaceful and quiet. There were trees, a gate, and the building itself. The place was beautiful in its own way, but it had an old, almost antique feeling. It was not modern like some of the newer resorts we passed. The walls, the windows, and the designs seemed from an earlier time. The paint was clean but a little faded in some areas, the way old houses can still be pretty even when they show small signs of age. It did not look like a haunted house from a movie, but there was something about the silence and stillness that made me feel both calm and uneasy at the same time. As we walked with our bags towards the dormitories, we noticed some unfinished structures at the side of the property. They looked like houses or small buildings that had started construction but had not been completed. There were pillars, roofs, and walls that did not have windows or doors yet. The cement was rough and gray. Some of us joked that the ghosts probably lived there, in the half-built houses, and then visited the retreat house at night when guests arrived. We laughed at the joke, but I could feel that under the laughter we were all thinking the same thing. There was something about those unfinished buildings that made the area look a little lonely and strange. When we finally reached the rooms, our teachers and the staff told us which dormitory was for the girls and which one was for the boys. We were given a little time to arrange our things and choose which bed we wanted. Our dorm was large, with simple beds arranged in rows. There were bunk beds and single beds. The walls were plain, painted in a soft color, and the fluorescent lights on the ceiling made the room bright, like a normal school dorm. There was a bathroom at one end of the room. There were windows along one side, but the view outside was mostly of trees, walls, and a little bit of sky. Most of us were excitedly claiming beds next to friends, planning where to put our bags, and talking loudly. I placed my bag on a bed I liked and started to arrange my clothes and small things. I was focused on folding and placing things neatly when something caught my eye. Near the bathroom, just a little distance from where I was standing, I saw a little girl. She was small, maybe around 7 or 8 years old, wearing a light-colored nightgown that looked like something children wore to sleep in older times. The nightgown was long enough to reach past her knees. She stood very still, almost too still, and she looked pale and thin, as if she had not been out in the sun for a long time. My first thought was that maybe she was a younger sister of one of the students who somehow came along, but then I remembered that this was a school retreat. No younger siblings were allowed. Everyone here was supposed to be of our age group. I watched her for a moment, my heart suddenly beating faster. The noise of my classmates seemed to fade a little as I focused on this one strange figure near the bathroom. I tried to get a closer look. I took a step in her direction, and then another. Her hair was dark, hanging down around her face. Her skin looked almost too light. There was something about her face that seemed blurred from where I stood, like the features were not very clear. I wanted to go one more step closer, to see her properly and maybe ask her who she was, but in that instant, she vanished. One moment she was there, standing quietly in that spot. The next moment, there was only the empty space near the bathroom door. I stopped walking. A wave of cold ran down my back. I felt the hair on my arms rise and my hands go a little numb. I quickly turned to my friend Roxy, who was nearby, arranging her own things. I asked her if she had seen the little girl near the bathroom just now. She looked at me with a puzzled face and said no, she had not seen any little girl. She thought I was joking. I tried to explain exactly where I had seen the girl standing, but Roxy just shrugged and said maybe I was only tired from the trip or my eyes were playing tricks on me. I tried to convince myself that maybe she was right. Maybe I had just imagined the girl. The retreat had barely started. I did not want to scare myself too much this early, so I tried my best to push the image out of my mind. For a while I managed to calm down, especially when we went outside for the first activities, prayers, and orientation. Being with the whole class in the bright afternoon made everything feel normal and safe again. Later in the retreat, we had one of our most important sessions in the conference hall. It was during the pre-final session, the one where we were asked to look deeply into ourselves, to think about our lives, our families, our mistakes, and our hopes. The conference hall was a big room with chairs arranged so we could all see the front where the retreat master stood. During this session, he asked that all the lights be turned off. The only light was from a single candle placed in front, near where he stood. That small flame was the only thing that cut through the darkness of the room. The effect was strong. The whole hall was filled with shadows. The candle flame flickered a little, and the air felt heavy, as if all our emotions and secrets were sitting there with us. Our retreat master spoke in a calm, gentle voice. He guided us through reflections, asked us questions about our relationships with our parents, our friends, ourselves, and with God. We were asked to write answers to some questions and share if we wanted. That session became very emotional. Many of us cried quietly in the dark. Some sobbed openly as they talked about their struggles. The candlelight made the tears on our faces shine and made our shadows on the wall move slowly as we shifted and wiped our eyes. I was sitting there, tears in my own eyes, when I noticed that my friend Stevie beside me was crying harder than usual. She was shaking and covering her face. I turned to her and started comforting her, placing my arm around her shoulders and whispering that everything would be okay, that she was not alone. I was so focused on her that I hardly noticed what anyone else in the room was doing. My legs were stretched slightly forward, with both of my feet flat on the ground. I was wearing pedal pants, so from my knees down my legs were bare. The floor felt solid and cool under my feet. Then suddenly, something strange happened. I felt something touch both of my legs at the same time. It was not like someone bumping into me or stepping on my foot. It felt like hands. 2 hands, one on each leg, gently but clearly touching my skin. The touch was not warm like a human hand. It was ice cold, as if someone had placed 2 small bags of ice on my legs. A wave of cold rushed from that point of contact up through my body. Goosebumps rose instantly along my thighs and arms. For a moment I froze. The hall was dark, so I could not easily see what was in front of me. I tried to look down at my legs, expecting to see maybe someone's hand there by accident, maybe someone kneeling or reaching for something. But when I looked, I saw nothing there. There was no one near my legs. The chairs were arranged in neat rows. Everyone around me was sitting in their seats, focusing on their own thoughts, crying quietly or holding a friend. No one was bent over or reaching under the chairs. Still, I could clearly feel the shape of fingers on my calves and shins, cold and firm and real. I was scared, but for some reason I did not scream. Maybe I did not want to interrupt the session. Maybe my voice was stuck in my throat. Maybe part of me still hoped it was only my mind playing tricks on me. I moved my legs slightly, and the cold touch faded slowly, like a sensation pulling away from my skin. My heart was beating fast. I wanted to grab Stevie and tell her what was happening, but she was already in tears because of her own problems. I did not want to add to her fear. So I stayed silent, breathing slowly, trying to calm myself. After the session ended and the lights were turned on, our retreat master asked us to stay seated because he wanted to tell us something. His face was serious, but his voice was still gentle. He said that he knew some of us might have felt or seen things during our time in the retreat house. He said that we should not be surprised or too frightened because, according to him, there really were spirits roaming around the retreat house. When he said this, a ripple of reaction went through the room. Some students gasped, some looked at each other with wide eyes, and some immediately became pale. I felt my heart sink. The cold feeling on my legs suddenly made sense in a way that I did not want to accept. Our retreat master continued speaking. He said that from what he knew, there were 3 kinds of spirits in the house. The first kind was what he called the playful ones. These were spirits who liked to tease, to play with things, to move small objects, to poke at people or give light scares, but did not mean any real harm. The second kind he described as mischievous. They were a little more troublesome. They might try to disturb people's sleep, pull blankets, make strange noises, or cause more serious fright, but even then they were not exactly evil. They were just restless, confused, or drawn to people's energy. The third kind, he said, was the evil ones. He did not go into detail about them, but the tone of his voice became even more serious when he mentioned them. He only said that these spirits carried anger, darkness, and bad intentions. He then gave us a clear warning. He told us that for our own safety we should all be in bed and asleep before midnight. He said that after midnight, the spiritual energy in the place became stronger, and that was when more things tended to happen. He did not explain exactly what those things were, and perhaps that was his way of protecting us from more fear, but his eyes and the way he emphasized that rule made almost all of us feel very uneasy. When it was finally time for bed, I could not stop thinking about everything he had said. I kept remembering the touch on my legs, the girl at the bathroom door, and the rumors I had heard before the retreat. In the dorm, the lights were switched off one by one, leaving only a small night light near the bathroom. The room, which had been full of noise earlier, slowly became quiet as more of my classmates drifted off to sleep. Some of them whispered to each other for a while, but eventually the whispers died down as well. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, trying to convince myself to relax. I told myself that if I closed my eyes and fell asleep quickly, nothing would happen. I tried counting slowly, breathing evenly, and telling myself that it was only 2 nights and that soon I would be back in my own bed at home. At some point, my body gave in to tiredness and I did manage to fall asleep. But the peace did not last long. It felt like somebody or something woke me up. I did not know what time it was, but the dorm was quieter than before. Most of my classmates were already sleeping. The night light by the bathroom cast a faint glow over part of the room, but most corners and the spaces between the beds were covered in shadow. I lay still for a moment, confused why I was awake. I listened carefully. I did not hear anyone calling my name or moving near me. But there was a heavy feeling in the air, like the room itself was holding its breath. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something near the bathroom again. There was a shape there, darker than the rest of the shadow. At first, it did not have a clear form. It was like a dark blob floating just above the floor, slowly shifting, but not walking or moving like a person. The edges of the shape were soft, not sharp, as if it was made of thick fog or smoke. The light from the bathroom seemed to bend around it instead of showing it clearly. My heart started pounding. I turned my head slightly to look at my classmates. Some of them were indeed still awake, whispering softly to each other and peeking out from under their blankets. I could see from their faces and their wide-open eyes that they could also see the strange shape near the bathroom. We did not need to say anything to know we were all seeing the same thing. We did not dare to make a sound louder than a whisper. No one shouted or called the teacher, even though every part of me wanted to. The only thing we could do was watch as the blob of darkness floated a little to one side, then back again, as if it was exploring the area near the bathroom. At the same time, we started to hear faint shouts and screams. They did not sound like they came from our room. They seemed distant, like echoes coming from somewhere else in the retreat house, or maybe from the boys' dorm or another part of the building. The screams were not playful. They sounded like sudden cries of fear. Hearing those sounds while seeing the dark shape made all of us more terrified. My friend beside me grabbed my hand under the blanket. I could feel her fingers shaking. We pulled the blankets over ourselves, covering as much of our faces as we could while still leaving a small space to breathe and to see. Under the blankets, it was hot and stuffy, but we stayed hidden there, hoping that whatever was moving in the shadows would ignore us and leave. I closed my eyes tightly and tried to pray silently. I asked for protection, for the strange thing to go away, for morning to come quickly. Time felt very slow. I do not know how long we stayed like that, holding our breath every time we heard another small sound. Eventually, after what felt like a very long time, the atmosphere in the room slowly changed. The air did not feel as heavy anymore. The screams from outside or from some other room stopped. When I finally gathered enough courage to open my eyes and peek out from my blanket, the blob near the bathroom was gone. The area looked normal again, just a corner of the room lit dimly by the night light. I looked around at my classmates. Some had drifted back to sleep out of sheer exhaustion. A few were still awake, their eyes tired and scared. We did not talk about it right then. It was as if we all agreed to be quiet until it was finally daytime. I turned on my side, clutched the edge of my pillow, and forced myself to keep my eyes closed until sleep came again, which it eventually did. The next day, when the sun was up and everything looked more normal, we finally talked about what we had seen and heard. In the bright light of morning, we could almost laugh about how scared we had been, but the fear we felt in the dark was still real in our memories. Some of the girls admitted that they had seen the little blob-shaped shadow near the bathroom just like I did. Others said they had only heard the distant screams. No one thought it was just a dream. We compared details and found that many of our experiences matched. When we met with some of the boys later, they also shared their own stories from that night. They said something strange had also happened in their dorm, similar to what we had heard earlier from older students. Some of them felt something pressing down on them while they slept, or heard someone walking near their beds even when everyone else was lying down. A few of them said they saw something move near the ceiling or the corners of the room. We realized that whatever was roaming our dorm was not the only thing moving around the retreat house that night. Soon after, the retreat ended, and we packed our things and went home. On the bus ride back to school, the mood was lighter again. People joked, played music, and talked about their favorite parts of the retreat. We also talked quietly about the strange things we had witnessed, but we did not shout about them or exaggerate them. We did not need to. The images were already clear in our heads. Even now, when I think about that retreat in Pansol, the first things that come to my mind are not only the reflections or the spiritual lessons, although those were important. I also remember the pale girl in the nightgown near the bathroom, the icy hands on my legs in the dark hall, the retreat master's warning about spirits, the floating shadow in the dorm, and the distant screams we heard while hiding under our blankets. These memories still give me goosebumps. I do not know exactly what those things were, and I cannot fully explain them, but I know what I saw and felt, and I know that I was not the only one who experienced them. This happened back in November of 2008. And even now when I think about it, I can still remember the room, the sound of our voices singing, and that strange cold feeling that spread through me when I finally realized something was really wrong. People always say that old buildings and ghosts go together, like they belong to each other somehow. I had heard that many times in different stories I read and from things other people told me. Most hauntings, they say, happen in old hospitals, old schools, or old houses where a lot of people once stayed or passed through. I never really paid much attention to those ideas before, because I thought they were just stories people like to tell to scare themselves. But I didn't know that during one of our chorale practices, inside an old school building that I had walked through many times before, my choir mates and I would get our own experience. something that would stay in my mind every time I think about that building. Our school had several buildings, some newer, some older. The old building where we held our choir practices was one of the oldest in the campus. The walls were thick, the windows were tall with metal grills, and the hallway floors were worn smooth by years and years of students walking over them. Even in the daytime, the building had a different kind of feeling compared to the newer ones. The lights seemed dimmer inside, no matter how bright the sun was outside. The paint on the walls was a little faded and cracked in some areas, and the ceilings were high, with old electric fans attached that made a low humming sound when turned on. At night, when most of the students had already gone home and only a few people remained on campus, the building could feel extra quiet and heavy, like it was holding many memories inside it. Our choir group had been assigned one particular room in that old building as our practice room. It wasn't very big, but it was just enough for all of us to sit and stand comfortably while we sang. The room had a chalkboard in front, old wooden chairs and desks pushed to the sides, and a big, heavy wooden door at the back that opened into the hallway. A few fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling, and sometimes they flickered a little before brightening fully. The windows had curtains that looked like they had been there for years. The room smelled like chalk, dust, and old wood, like many classrooms in old buildings do. Whenever we had choir practice, especially when we were preparing for the school choir competition, our practices would often last late into the evening. Sometimes we started right after classes ended and stayed until 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night. I remember how much I used to hate that part, not because I disliked singing, but because by the end of practice my whole body felt tired and my eyes felt heavy. The rest of the school would already be dark and quiet, and our voices would be the only sound echoing through that part of the building. On the night this happened, everything started out normal. It was November, the air outside was a little cooler than usual, and the sky was already dark when we began practice. We had a competition coming up, so our conductor was more strict than usual. He wanted us to hit every note correctly, to blend our voices smoothly, and to keep our timing perfect. The atmosphere in the room was serious. We were all trying our best. Before I describe what happened, it might help to explain how we were seated and what the room looked like at that time. All the choir members were seated in rows of chairs facing the chalkboard in front. Our conductor sometimes stood in front, sometimes moved along the side as he sang with us. Since we were all facing the front, none of us could naturally see what was happening at the back of the room unless we turned our heads or shifted in our seats. The heavy wooden door was at the back, slightly off to one side. If someone entered the room, the sound of the door opening and closing could be clearly heard, but we wouldn't see who it was right away because our backs would be turned to them. The lights were on, but as usual, the room still had that slightly yellowish, old feeling. Some shadows gathered in the corners near the ceiling, and in the sides near the windows. We were sitting close together, our songbooks in our hands, waiting for our conductor to signal the start of another round of our competition piece. We had already gone through the piece a couple of times, and we were now on our third round of practice. We were fully focused on the song. Our voices rose together, filling the room with sound. Our conductor was singing with us this time, standing near the front, his hand moving slightly to guide our tempo and volume. While we were in the middle of singing, the door at the back of the room suddenly opened. The sound was clear and sharp. The old wooden door made that familiar creaking and clacking sound it always did whenever someone pushed it open. All of us heard it, but we didn't stop singing right away. In our minds, we all assumed it was just another member of the choir arriving late, or maybe someone from another group who needed to talk to our conductor. It was not unusual for people to come in or out during practice. As we continued singing, we heard footsteps entering the room from behind. They sounded like normal footsteps, not too heavy, not too light. The steps moved forward, approaching where we were seated. The sound became louder as whoever it was walked closer down the aisle between the chairs. We were still singing, our eyes mostly on the chalkboard or on our song sheets, but in our heads we were thinking the same thing. Who came in? And why isn't the conductor stopping yet? The footsteps kept coming, but then, just as they reached the area near the back row of our seats, they suddenly stopped. There was no sound of a chair being pulled out. No sound of a bag being put down. No one moved past us to go to the front of the room. There was only silence behind us while we sang the last few lines of the piece. I did not turn around. I was focused on the song, and honestly, I did not think much of it yet at that moment. But I noticed something else. My friend, who was sitting right next to me on my left side, kept glancing backward. While we were still singing, I could see from the corner of my eye that her head was turning slightly over her shoulder, as if she was trying to look at something at the back of the room without making it too obvious. Every time she did that, her body tensed a little, and her voice, which was usually clear and steady, sounded a bit shaky. We finally finished our third round of the song. Our conductor let the last note fade and then signaled us to stop. He took a breath and then, in a slightly tired voice, announced that we would have a 15-minute break before continuing practice. Usually during breaks some of us would stand up, stretch our legs, or go out into the hallway to get some fresh air or water. But that night, for some reason, almost everybody just stayed in their seats. It was like we were all too tired to move, or maybe we just felt too lazy to get up. The room felt quiet except for our soft talking and the sound of pages being turned. I decided to use that break time to finally ask my friend what she had been looking at a while earlier. I turned to her and lightly touched her arm. Before I could even say anything, I noticed something strange about her. Her hands, when they wrapped around mine, felt icy cold, like she had been holding something frozen just a few seconds before. That was unusual because the room was not cold. It was just the normal indoor temperature. There was no electric fan near us blowing directly on her, and she had been sitting still beside me. It didn't make sense for her hands to feel that cold. I looked at her face and saw that her eyes were a bit misty, as if she was about to cry or had just stopped herself from crying. Her lips were pressed together tightly, and she seemed to be trying hard to stay calm. I asked her gently what was wrong. Instead of answering right away, she leaned a bit closer and lowered her voice, as if she didn't want anyone else around us to hear. She whispered, "Do you believe in ghosts?" In that moment, I smiled, trying to lighten the mood. I thought maybe she was just teasing me or making a joke to scare me because of the old building and the late hour. So I answered in a casual way, half joking. "Hell no, they're not real." I tried to sound confident and amused, as if the whole idea of ghosts was silly. But my friend did not smile back. She looked straight at me with serious eyes and then said quietly, "Someone is standing behind us." The way she said it made my smile fade quickly. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. Slowly, without saying anything at first, I turned my head along with her and looked towards the back of the room. At first, I saw only the usual things: the rows of chairs behind us, the plain back wall, the closed windows. Then I noticed something darker near the door. It was not a clear, solid figure like a person standing in bright light. It was more like a shadow, but not the kind made by the light above us. It had a shape that almost resembled a man, taller than most of the girls in the room, with a head and shoulders and a hint of arms and legs. But it was made of darkness, like a thick, gray-black outline rather than flesh and clothes. It did not have clear details. I could not see its face or its eyes, but I could clearly see that it was there, just behind our rows of seats, close to the area where the footsteps had stopped earlier. As we watched, the shadowy figure moved. It did not move like a normal person who walks, whose feet step firmly on the ground. It glided a little, as if it was sliding across the floor, its shape shifting slightly as it went toward the door. The heavy wooden door that had opened earlier without us seeing who had entered now stood half open. The shadow moved through that open space, and right after it passed through the doorway, the door slowly closed by itself. The sound of the door closing echoed in the room. My friend and I stared at the door for a few seconds, our hearts beating fast. Some of the other choir members who had turned around with us also saw the shadow and the door closing, and I could hear small gasps and whispered, "Did you see that?" from behind and beside us. I looked back at my friend and tried my best to smile again, even though I could feel the fear rising inside me. I said in a light voice that I hoped sounded calm, "It's nothing, don't be scared." I wanted to comfort her, and maybe also to convince myself. But she shook her head and replied, "How can you explain the door? It opened a while ago and then it closed by itself. There was no one there." Her eyes were wide, and she was clearly shaken. Her hands still felt cold. I tried to think of a normal explanation. "Maybe it was the wind," I said. "Let's just check." I didn't really believe my own excuse, but I wanted something logical to hold on to. We stood up and, along with a couple of other curious choir members, walked to the back of the room to examine the door more closely. We touched it, pushed it, and pulled it a little. The door was made of thick, heavy wood and metal hinges. It was the kind of door that would not easily move unless someone pushed it with some strength. The windows in the room were closed, and there was no strong wind coming from anywhere that could have pushed it open or closed like that. The hallway outside was also quiet, with no gusts of air blowing through. We realized that for the door to open on its own, then close slowly the way it did, it would have needed a force strong enough to move that heavy wood. But there had been no one there, and there had been no strong wind. It was hard to ignore the fact that the only thing we had seen going in and out of that doorway, at least in that moment, was that shadowy figure. After this, the mood in the room changed completely. Our laughter and casual conversations died down. Nobody felt like joking anymore. People were whispering to each other, their faces serious and a little pale. Some were hugging themselves or holding on to their friends. The 15-minute break that was supposed to help us relax had turned into a period of silence and nervousness. Our conductor, who had been slightly away near the front of the room talking to someone else, asked us what was going on. A few of us tried to explain what we had seen, and while he listened, I could tell from his expression that he was unsure whether to believe it fully or not. But he also saw that most of us no longer had the mood or energy to continue practicing. Our voices were shaky and our hands were still cold. In the end, he decided it was better to end the practice early for that night. He said we could continue again another time, in another place if necessary. We packed our things quietly, no longer talking as much as we usually did. As we left the room and the old building, many of us kept looking back down the hallway, half expecting to see that shadow again near the doorway of the room. The next day, when we met for practice, our conductor told us that he had requested to move our rehearsals to another building, one of the newer ones on campus, farther away from the old building where the incident had happened. He did not say in detail that it was because of what we had seen, but the meaning was clear. None of us complained. In fact, we all felt relieved. Before that night in November 2008, I did not really believe in ghosts. Whenever someone asked me, my answer was always a firm no. I thought ghost stories were just the product of imagination, of fear, of shadows and lights playing tricks on our eyes. I would laugh at horror movies and tell people that there was always a second, scientific explanation behind every paranormal incident. But after hearing those footsteps behind us when no one was supposed to be there, after seeing my friend's hands turn freezing cold, after watching that shadow shaped like a man move past our seats and through the doorway, and after seeing the heavy door close on its own, I could no longer dismiss it so easily. We checked the door. We checked the room. There was no wind, no string attached, no prank. Many of us saw it, not just one person. I still don't know exactly what that thing was. I still cannot fully explain what happened in that old practice room, why the door moved, why the shadow was there, or why my friend felt so cold. Maybe there are things in this world that don't fit into simple explanations. Maybe some old buildings really do hold more than just history and memories. All I know is that after that night, every time I passed by that building, especially in the late afternoon or early evening, I would always walk a little faster, look straight ahead, and try not to think too much about what might be standing quietly in those old classrooms when no one else is there. When I think back to that time in my life, I always remember the strange feeling of riding those building elevators in the middle of the night, when most of the city was asleep and only a few of us were awake, answering calls from people on the other side of the world. I was working in a company in Ortigas, and our office was inside a tall 20-story building. Most of the floors were used by our company, while some floors were rented out to other offices and businesses. There was one floor, though, that everyone knew about for a different reason: the 18th floor. People always said that the 18th floor was vacant, and because it was empty, it became the center of many stories and rumors. They said the building used to be a residential building before it was turned into an office building, and there was an old tenant on that floor who had committed suicide there. Over time, that simple story of a death turned into all sorts of tales about restless spirits and strange things happening whenever anyone passed that floor. When I joined the company as a customer service representative, I did not think too much about it at first. My shift was from 8 in the evening until 2 in the afternoon the next day, Manila time, and like most call center agents, I was busy adjusting my body clock, learning the systems, and trying not to fail the training. During my first 2 months, I stayed mostly on the 4th and 12th floors, where the training department had its rooms. Those floors felt normal enough. People laughed, trainers shouted, phones rang, and computers hummed. There was always light, movement, and noise. Still, even at that time, I had already heard the rumors. Other agents, especially those who loved to tell scary stories during breaks, warned the new hires about one thing: if you ever find yourself alone in the elevator late at night and the elevator stops on the 18th floor, be ready, because there might be a surprise. They said it with half smiles and half serious faces, as if they were not sure themselves if they believed it, but had heard it enough times to repeat it. Some said you would hear crying. Some said you would feel suddenly cold. Some even claimed something invisible would ride with you. I listened, I laughed, and I just treated it as one of those stories people tell to entertain themselves when they are tired. I did not realize that one day I would have my own story to add. After I passed my training and nesting period, I was finally assigned to a regular team. My new team was based on the 19th floor, so it meant that from then on, I would have to ride the elevator up to the higher part of the building every day. I remember feeling excited on my first day with the team. It felt like a small promotion to move up above the floors I had been used to. I also knew that on the 20th floor there was a cafeteria that everyone recommended. They said you could get really good food there at affordable prices, which, for a call center agent living on a simple budget, was great news. That first day, I arrived at the building at around 1 in the morning. My shift officially started at 2, so I was not in any hurry. The lobby was quiet, with only a few guards around and maybe 1 or 2 other employees passing by. The air felt different at that hour, cool, a bit heavy, with that familiar smell of air conditioning and floor cleaner. I tapped my ID, waited for the elevator doors to open, and stepped inside. To my surprise, I was completely alone. Usually there was at least 1 or 2 other agents riding up with me, but that time, it was just me, the closed metal walls, and the soft humming sound of the elevator machinery. I decided I would go to the 20th floor first to eat before heading to the 19th floor for work, so I pressed the button for 20 and leaned back, thinking about what I might order later. The elevator started moving smoothly, the light above my head steady and bright, the small display showing the floor numbers as we went up from the lobby. Everything felt normal until suddenly, without any warning, the elevator stopped. There was no shaking, but the movement just gently ended. I heard the usual soft ding that meant the elevator had reached a floor, and then the doors slid open. I looked up to check which floor it was, expecting it to be maybe the 10th or 12th, but my eyes froze when I saw the number 18. The doors opened to darkness. There was no light in the hallway outside, just a faint gray shape of walls and maybe a distant emergency light somewhere far away. It was very different from the bright, busy floors I was used to. There were no people waiting, no guards, no noise. It felt like the building had suddenly turned into a different place. For a moment, I just stood there and stared out through the open doors. The stories I had heard about the 18th floor rushed into my mind. My heart started beating faster, and I got that strange feeling that something about this moment was not normal. Usually, if a floor was empty, the elevator would just pause for a short second, then close again and continue. But this time, It felt like the elevator wanted to stay open longer than usual, like it was inviting someone or something to come in. I did not see anyone outside. There were no footsteps, no shadows moving in the hallway. Still, the hairs on my arms slowly stood up, and a cold feeling began to spread over my skin. I tried to calm myself down by thinking logically. Maybe there was some error in the elevator system. Maybe somebody had pressed the button on the 18th floor earlier, and then changed their mind and walked away. I told myself it was nothing, but then the doors closed again, and as soon as they did, the temperature inside the elevator suddenly changed. A deep, cold chill filled the small space. It was like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The warm, normal air from just a few seconds earlier disappeared, replaced by an icy feeling that made me shiver. I could see goosebumps appear on my arms. At the same time, the alarm buzzer inside the elevator started to sound. It was the same sound it made when the elevator was overloaded with too many people. The small monitor above the door flashed a message: overloaded. My mind froze. Overloaded? But I was alone. There was no one else there. Instinctively, I looked around the elevator, as if maybe I had missed someone standing in a corner. But I was sure I had been alone when I entered, and I had not seen anyone come in afterwards. The doors opened again. Once more I saw the darkness of the 18th floor hallway, silent and empty, stretching beyond the door. No figure stood there. No person tried to enter. Yet the cold air remained all around me, as if an unseen presence was standing very close. The monitor still blinked, overloaded. For a second, I thought about stepping out and maybe taking the stairs or another elevator, but the idea of walking alone on that dark floor scared me even more. So I stayed where I was, hardly breathing, my mind racing. The doors slowly closed again. As soon as they shut completely, the cold started to fade, like someone had opened an invisible door and let the chill escape. The icy feeling left my skin. The air returned to normal temperature. At the same time, the alarm stopped, and the word overloaded disappeared from the monitor. In its place, the elevator once again showed the floor number, and then I felt the familiar gentle movement as it started going up. This time, it did not stop on the 18th floor again. It just went straight up to the 20th floor, exactly as I had originally requested. When the elevator doors opened to the bright, warm light of the cafeteria floor, I stepped out as quickly as I could. I tried to act normal, but inside I felt shaken. I went to buy food, but I realized I was not really hungry anymore. The whole time, my mind replayed what had happened. It made no sense. How could the elevator be overloaded when there was only one person inside? Why did it become suddenly so cold? Why did it only happen on that floor? I tried to convince myself it was only a technical problem, some kind of sensor malfunction. But deep inside I remembered the rumors. They said that the spirit of the woman who had died on that floor still stayed there, wandering, maybe riding the elevator, maybe reminding people that she existed. After that first experience, I became more careful every time I rode the elevator alone at night. Whenever it started to slow down near the 18th floor, my heart would beat faster. Sometimes it passed by without stopping, and I would silently thank God. But there were times when it stopped again on the 18th floor, even though no one had pressed the button. The doors would open to that same darkness, the lights in the hallway always turned off, the floor completely empty. Sometimes the cold feeling would come back. Sometimes the overloaded message would flash. Sometimes there would only be the sound of the elevator doors and my own breathing. I was not the only one who felt it. One of my friends at work, who was also sensitive to these things, often experienced similar events. There were nights when we rode together, just the two of us, and the elevator would stop on 18 without any reason. Once, when we were both inside, the buzzer sounded again and the monitor flashed overloaded, even though we were only two people and the elevator could easily hold many more. It was not like we were carrying heavy bags or equipment. My friend looked at me with wide eyes, and I could see that she felt the same coldness that I did. The air around us seemed heavy, like we were not alone. On some occasions, we did not see anything, but we heard something instead. As the doors opened to the dark hallway, we would hear a faint sound, like a soft cry coming from somewhere deep in the floor, hidden in the shadows. It was not loud. It was not clear enough to know if it was a man or a woman. But it sounded sad, like someone sobbing quietly to themselves. When the doors closed again, the sound would disappear. Other times, there was only silence, but the feeling of being watched remained. It reached a point where riding the elevator at night became an experience we prepared ourselves for mentally. We would joke about it in the lobby before going up, saying things like, "I hope she doesn't ride with us tonight," trying to make it lighter. But every time the elevator slowed near the 18th floor, we still held our breath, waiting to see if it would stop or pass. One day, after our shift ended before noon, my friend and I decided that we had had enough of just wondering. We were curious by nature, and although we were scared, we wanted to know more about that floor. We wanted to see it in proper daylight, not only through the narrow frame of the elevator door in the middle of the night. So we agreed to survey the floor. It was a strange decision, but at that time it felt like we needed to face whatever was there instead of always fearing it from inside the elevator. The sun was high in the sky when we stepped into the elevator that day. It was almost lunchtime, and the building felt more alive, with more people coming and going. We waited until the lift was not too crowded, then we entered and pressed the button for the 18th floor directly. This time, we were fully aware of what we were doing. The elevator moved up smoothly from the lobby. It dinged floor after floor until it reached 18. The doors opened, and instead of darkness, we saw a quiet, almost empty hallway lit by weak white lights. The atmosphere was still different from the other floors. Even with the lights on, it felt a bit dull and sad. The walls were plain, some spots slightly discolored. There were no signs of active offices, no posters, no welcome signs, no people walking around. It really was vacant. We stepped out carefully, our footsteps echoing slightly on the floor. The hallway stretched in both directions, with doors on each side, most of them closed. Some were slightly open, showing a bit of empty space inside. There were no decorations, just bare doors and walls. The air felt still, as if nothing had moved there in a long time. Still, somewhere inside that stillness, there was a strange feeling, like we were not truly alone. My friend and I walked slowly, trying to be quiet so we could sense anything unusual. We did not want to disturb whatever might be there. We passed by one door with a small piece of old tape on it, like something had once been posted there. Another had dusty glass panels that showed only darkness inside. We did not enter any of the rooms, because we knew we were already pushing our luck just walking there without permission. As we walked closer to the middle part of the floor, both of us felt the same thing at almost the same time. The air around us suddenly seemed to change. It became slightly colder, not in the way that air conditioning feels, but in a way that made the back of our necks tingle. It felt like someone had just entered the hallway behind us, quietly, and was now watching us. Together, without speaking at first, we slowly turned to look back. There was no one there. The hallway was empty. But the feeling did not go away. Then, from the corner of my eye, near one of the doors a few meters away, I thought I saw a small movement, like a shadow slipping quickly to one side. My friend later said she also saw something near that area, like a shape standing close to the wall. As we focused our eyes, trying to see more clearly, the shape seemed to grow clearer for a second. It looked like a middle-aged woman, with shoulder-length hair, wearing something simple and plain. There was no strong color in my memory of her, only a kind of grayish impression, as if she was not completely part of the world we were in. She was not solid like a real person, but not completely transparent either. She just stood there, not moving, not speaking, only watching us. There was no anger in her face that I could recognize, but there was a deep sadness, like someone who had been alone for a long time and had gotten used to it. My friend squeezed my arm, and I knew she was seeing the same thing. We did not move closer. We did not try to talk to her. For a few seconds, we only looked back at her, frozen in place. Then, just as quickly as she had appeared, she seemed to fade into the background, and the hallway returned to its empty state. The coldness lessened a little, but it did not completely disappear. My friend whispered that we should go, and I agreed. We walked back to the elevator, trying not to run, even though our hearts wanted us to. We pressed the button, waited for what felt like forever, and finally the doors opened. We stepped in, pressed for the lobby, and did not speak until the elevator started moving down. Only then did we breathe out fully and begin to talk about what we had just seen. After that day, we felt sure that the stories we had heard about the 18th floor were not just imagination. Maybe there really was a spirit of a middle-aged lady attached to that place, unable or unwilling to leave. And maybe she was not alone. Sometimes, in other parts of the building, especially late at night when most people had gone home, we would sense other presences too, like something unseen walking in the hallways or standing quietly in the corners near the elevators. But it was always the 18th floor that left the strongest impression on me. The elevator that stopped with no reason, the buzzer that screamed overloaded when only I was there, the sudden cold, the faint sound of crying, the silent gray figure of a woman. We did not have scientific proof, but for us, that was enough. We knew that some part of the building held memories of people who had lived and died there, people whose stories had not fully ended. Even now, when I think of that old building in Ortigas, I first remember the long nights of work, the laughter with teammates, the calls, and the deadlines. But right behind that, I always remember the 18th floor, the empty hallway, and the feeling of sharing an elevator with someone I could not see. I have been working in the call center industry for several years, and almost all of that time has been spent on the night shift, because our clients are mostly from the United States and they operate during their daytime. When I first joined the industry, I thought the hardest part would be learning the systems, dealing with angry customers, or adjusting to the pressure of targets and quality scores. But very quickly I realized that the strangest and most exhausting part was training my body and mind to live in reverse. While the rest of the city was getting ready for bed, I would be packing my bag, putting on my ID, and walking into brightly lit offices that looked almost like daytime inside, even though it was dark and quiet outside. Over time I got used to that routine and even found my place in that world. Eventually I became a trainer in one of the biggest call centers in Makati City, and that made me proud because it meant I had done well enough on the floor to be trusted to teach others. As a trainer, my shift usually started around 8 in the evening, which was 8 in the morning Eastern Time in the United States, and I would finish at around 5 in the morning, when their office day ended, and ours too. I was responsible for new batches of trainees every few weeks, and each batch had its own personality, its own energy, its own stories. Some batches were very noisy and active, others were quiet and serious, and some were sleepy all the time because the night shift was new to them. In those years, I handled many groups, but there was one particular training batch that I will never forget, not because they were the most talented or the most difficult, but because something happened during our time together that I still think about up to this day, and that changed the way I look at empty rooms, windows and reflections forever. From experience, I already knew that after the trainees' first 1-hour break, which usually happened around midnight or a bit past it, most of them would feel very sleepy. Their bodies were still adjusting from daytime schedules to nighttime schedules, and around 1 or 2 in the morning their eyelids would start to drop no matter how interested they actually were in the topic. I did not want them to fail just because they were fighting sleep, so I learned to be very lively in front of the room, especially after that break. One technique that always worked for me was to be very animated while speaking. I did not just stand behind the trainer's desk and read off slides. I moved around, used my hands a lot to emphasize points, changed my facial expressions, acted out situations, and even cracked jokes now and then to make them laugh and wake them up. Sometimes I would tell funny stories related to customers or share simple experiences from my own time on the floor. I did everything I could to keep the class awake and engaged, because a sleepy class is a dead class, and once they lose focus, it is very hard to bring them back. This style became part of my identity as a trainer. Trainees from other batches would sometimes pass by and say they could hear laughter from our room, and that always made me feel happy because it meant my efforts to keep everyone awake were working. The training room where this story happened was on the 10th floor of our building. If you walked in from the hallway, the first thing you would see was the trainer's station at the front of the room. It was a simple desk with a desktop computer, a monitor, a mouse and keyboard, some markers, a remote for the projector, and usually a stack of printed materials or attendance sheets. In front of that, facing me, were two long tables in the middle of the room. Trainees sat around these tables during lectures and discussions, usually with notebooks, pens and sometimes coffee cups in front of them as they tried to absorb all the information. On both sides of the room, left and right, near the walls, were desks with computers. Those were used for product training, simulations, and mock calls. During the first days of training, we spent more time at the middle tables, but later on when they started handling practice calls, they would be at the side stations. At the very back of the room were large windows looking out over the city. Because we were on the 10th floor, we had a wide view of the buildings, roads, and lights of Makati. However, since we worked at night, the windows usually showed only the darkness outside with some scattered faraway lights. The brightest light source was always inside the room, not outside. Because of that, the glass at the back of the room worked almost like a huge mirror. When I stood at the front and looked toward the back, I could see the reflection of the whole class, including myself, in those windows. It was sometimes useful, because I could check if someone at the back was doing something else or falling asleep without turning around. I just had to glance at the glass and I could see their silhouettes or faces, and that made me feel like I had eyes in both directions. The batch I am talking about was around 20 people, a mix of fresh graduates and people who already had some work experience. Most of them were friendly and tried their best to participate. One trainee stood out to me, not because she was noisy but because she was the opposite. Her name was Ella. She was quiet, polite, and always sat somewhere near the middle, not exactly at the front but not hiding at the back either. She listened carefully and answered only when called, but her answers were usually good. There was something slightly sensitive about her, as if she noticed small details that others did not. During the first days of training I did not think much of that. I just thought she was the serious type. I did not know that she would later tell me something that would make a lot of things suddenly make sense. On the night of the incident, we had finished the first part of our training outline, and the class had just come back from their long break. It was past midnight, maybe around 1 or 2 in the morning. I could see that some of them were already tired, their eyes a little red, their bodies leaning back in their chairs. I decided it was time to switch into my most energetic mode. I stood in front of the trainer's desk, walked from one side of the room to the other, raised my hands as I explained points from the slide, and even acted out a few sample dialogues between customers and agents. At that moment, all my attention was on keeping their focus. I remember that I was explaining something about how to properly greet customers, how to sound confident, and how to handle a difficult question. To make it more fun, I exaggerated some gestures, like pointing at my imaginary headset or putting my hand on my chest to show sincerity. The trainees laughed a little and followed along, and that encouraged me to move even more. While I was in the middle of one of these explanations, I happened to glance at the back windows, almost by habit. I often checked the reflections to see if anyone was talking or not paying attention, but what I saw that night made my breath catch in my throat. In the glass, I could see my own reflection at the front of the room, moving my hands, turning my head, making all the usual gestures. But beside my reflection, slightly to one side yet close enough to look like we were standing together, there was another figure. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, maybe because I was tired or because of the angle of the light. But as I continued to speak and move, I realized that this other figure was also moving, copying what I was doing almost exactly. When I raised my right arm to emphasize a point, the figure raised its right arm too. When I tilted my head or took a step, it tilted its head and took the same step. It was like watching someone play a mirror game with me, but this someone was not a trainee, not a co-trainer, and not a person standing inside the room, at least not that I could see when I looked directly around me. In reality, on the floor in front of me, everyone was sitting down. No one was standing beside me. Yet in the reflection, there I was, side by side with another shape, like a tall shadow trying to imitate me. My heart suddenly started to beat very fast. For a second my mind wanted to freeze, to stop talking, to stare directly at the back of the room and check what was happening, but my body, out of habit as a trainer, kept going. I did not want to alarm the trainees because I knew that if my face changed or my voice shook, they would feel it. So I forced myself to continue the explanation, but I tried to avoid looking at the windows. At the same time, I tried to tell myself that it might only be double vision or a reflection from another glass surface. Sometimes, when you look at a window at night, there can be strange angles and overlap, especially if there is another reflective surface behind you. I told myself that maybe, because I was tired, my eyes were making extra shapes. I tried to breathe slowly and ignore what I had seen. However, even as I tried to calm down, I noticed that something was wrong with one of my trainees. Ella, the quiet girl, was sitting a bit off to the side where she could see me clearly. Her body language had changed. She looked very uncomfortable. Her face had gone pale, even paler than usual under the fluorescent lights. Her hands were gripping the edge of the table, and every few seconds, I saw her eyes shift, not just looking at me, but focusing on something near my right side, as if there was something or someone standing next to me that only she could see. Each time her gaze moved there, her expression became more troubled. She would then look down at her notebook, or at her pen, then slowly look up again, only for her eyes to wander back to my right side. It was like she was trying to check if what she was seeing was real, and the more she checked, the more afraid she became. At that point, I felt a knot form in my stomach. I realized that I was not the only one sensing that something strange was happening in the room. I knew I had to do something before anyone else noticed that I was losing focus, so I decided to give them an unscheduled break. After finishing a sentence, I smiled as naturally as I could and said something like, "Okay guys, we've been going at it pretty hard. Let's take your last 15-minute break now. Stretch your legs, get some water or coffee, and we'll continue after." Everyone seemed happy for the extra break. Chairs moved, some trainees stood up and talked, others went to the comfort room or pantry. I watched Ella stand up slowly, still looking a bit shaken. I did not want to embarrass her in front of everyone, so I waited until the others had left the room or were busy chatting. Then I approached her gently and asked in a casual tone, "Are you okay? You looked a little uncomfortable earlier." She looked at me and then quickly looked at the door, as if checking if anyone else was nearby. Her voice was soft when she answered, and she said, "Ma'am, can we talk outside? Just you and me?" I felt a small chill when she said that, because I had an idea of what it might be about, but I nodded. "Sure," I said, trying to sound calm. I led her out of the training room and down the hall to the trainer's pod, a small area with cubicles where trainers prepared their materials, checked emails, and rested during their own breaks. It was quieter there, and we could talk without the rest of the class listening. Once we were inside the trainer's pod, Ella sat down and took a deep breath. I could see that she was struggling with something. I pulled up another chair and sat nearby, giving her time to collect herself. After a short pause, she looked at me and said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry if this sounds weird, but I've been seeing things inside the training room since the first day." Hearing those words, I felt my heart skip, but I just nodded for her to continue. She explained that she sometimes saw figures walking past the door even when no one was supposed to be in the hallway at that hour. She noticed shapes standing near the back corner of the room while everyone else was focused on their monitors. She said she heard whispers whenever the class was completely silent doing written exercises, whispers that did not belong to any of her classmates and did not come from outside. She tried to ignore them, thinking that maybe it was just her imagination or that she was too tired, but the experiences kept happening. As she said all this, I remembered small moments when I had felt an odd heaviness in the room in the previous days, or when the air suddenly felt cooler near the back even though the air conditioning was working normally. Alone, those moments were easy to dismiss, but now, combined with what Ella was saying, they sounded like pieces of a bigger picture. Then she told me about what she had seen that very night, during our animated discussion. Her voice shook a little when she said, "Ma'am, I don't want to scare you, but a while ago, when you were in front, There was a tall man standing right next to you. He was very close to your side, and he was copying everything you did. When you raised your hand, he raised his. When you moved, he moved too. It was like he was mocking everything you were doing. He looked like he was enjoying it. The moment she said that, I felt the blood drain from my face. The image of the reflection in the window came back to me clearly. The figure that I had tried so hard to explain as double vision or light tricks suddenly had a new meaning. It was not just my imagination. Someone else had seen it, not in the glass but in the room itself. Ella had seen the same person, or entity, standing beside me, doing the same gestures I was doing, only to her, it looked quite real. I felt my head start to spin a little. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. I realized that while I was joking and moving around to keep the class awake, something unseen by most of us had been standing at my shoulder like a shadow playing a cruel game. I tried to stay calm for Ella's sake, because I did not want her to feel like she was crazy or alone. I thanked her for telling me and told her gently that she did the right thing by speaking up. Inside, however, I was shaken. I knew that I could not go back to that room as if nothing had happened. My mind was already imagining standing again at the front, moving my arms, watching the reflection in the window, wondering if that tall man was still there, copying every move. I did not want to risk losing control in front of the class or suddenly freezing in the middle of a lecture. So, after taking a few minutes to think, I decided to call another trainer and ask for help. I contacted one of my colleagues and told her that I was not feeling well and that I needed someone to take over the class for the rest of the shift. I did not give all the details right away. It is hard to say. "There is a ghost in my training room, can you please replace me?" Without sounding strange, so I kept it simple at first, and said that I had to step out because I felt dizzy. She agreed to cover the remaining hours. While my colleague prepared to enter the room and continue the module, I stayed in the trainer's pod with Ella for a while, letting her calm down. I reminded her to focus on the training materials and told her that if she felt overwhelmed, she could step out for a breath. Eventually, she went back to join her classmates, and my colleague took over the session. I stayed in the pod or in another area for the rest of the shift, trying to process what had just happened. When my workday finally ended at 5 in the morning, I went home feeling exhausted, not only physically but mentally and emotionally. In the weeks that followed, I avoided that particular training room as much as possible. If I had to use it, I tried not to look at the windows at the back when it was dark outside. I also realized that I had become more sensitive to the feeling of certain spaces. Some rooms felt light and comfortable, while others had a kind of weight in the air that is hard to explain. I still did my job, still trained new batches, still used my animated style to keep people awake, but there was a part of me that was more cautious, more alert to things that could not be explained by simple logic. Eventually, I left that company and moved to another call center. This time, our clients were Australians, so our schedule changed and I finally experienced what it was like to do training during daytime. Instead of walking into the office at night and stepping out when the sun was rising, I now woke up early, went to work in the morning, and saw natural daylight outside the windows during sessions. It felt strange at first but also refreshing. I told myself that maybe the strange things that happen in offices at 3 or 4 in the morning are less likely to show up at 10 in the morning when everyone is awake and the city is full of movement. Training in the day shift gave me some peace of mind. Still, the memory of that tall man in the reflection, and Ella's pale face as she described him standing beside me, never fully left my thoughts. Up to this day, when I remember that particular batch, I do not only remember their names or their scores or how they performed on the nesting floor. I remember that night when my reflection was not alone in the glass. I remember the cold feeling in my chest when I realized that someone or something invisible to most people had joined my training session, not as a student but as a silent imitator. I remember asking myself over and over, why did I see him in the window, when I have never seen any other spirit clearly before? Was it because of the way the light and the glass interacted? Was it because I was tired and my mind was more open? Or was it because, for some reason, That entity wanted me to know that it was there, and the reflection was the easiest way to make itself visible to me? I do not have a clear answer, and maybe I never will. All I know is that in that moment, my belief that everything in a modern, bright office can be explained by logic and science was shaken, and I began to accept that sometimes there are things in the room with us that we cannot see directly but might catch for a second in the corner of our eye or in the surface of a window at the back of a quiet training room in the middle of the night. When I first joined the company, everything felt big and new, like I had stepped into a world I had only heard stories about. It was my first time working in a call center, and I was both nervous and excited. Some of the people in my training batch had already worked in other call centers before, so they walked around like they knew exactly what they were doing. They talked about metrics, and tools, and floor support, like it was just another ordinary thing. I, on the other hand, was just trying to remember where the pantry was and how not to get lost on the way back to the training room. The office was in a building that had been converted into a business site. From the outside it looked like any other office building in the city, with glass doors, security guards at the lobby, and ID scanners at the entrance. But if you looked more closely, you could see small signs that this building had not always been used this way. The tiles were a bit old, the hallways were a little narrow, and the ceilings in some areas were lower than usual. Someone later told us that the place used to be an apartment building, with small units where families once lived. That detail did not seem important at first. It was just a random piece of information that floated in my mind, and then disappeared again while I tried to focus on my new job. On our first day of training, everyone tried to look their best. Some of us wore new clothes. Others brought notebooks and pens like we were back in college. The trainer came in smiling, introduced himself, and tried to make us feel relaxed. The training room itself was simple. There were long tables in the middle where we sat side by side, our chairs facing the whiteboard and the projector screen. On the sides of the room were workstations with computers and headsets, which we would use later for practice calls. At the back of the room there was a corner that looked a little darker than the rest of the room. It was not really dark in a scary way. It was just that the light from the ceiling did not reach that part very well, so the corner always looked a bit shadowy. In the first few days, everything was about adjusting. We tried to learn the systems, understand the product, memorize the scripts, and get used to the night schedule. Our shift usually started in the late afternoon or evening and ended early in the morning. It was hard at first because our bodies wanted to sleep around midnight, but that was exactly when the more serious parts of training happened. The trainer knew this, so he tried to keep us awake with jokes, activities, and questions. We did introductions, group games, and call simulations. There was a lot of laughter and nervous energy in the room. Among my new batchmates, there was one guy I became close to early on. He sat near me, and we quickly became buddies. We joked during breaks, walked together to the pantry, and shared small complaints about the cold air conditioning and the long lectures. He was more experienced than I was, because he had worked in another call center before, but he was friendly and never made me feel dumb when I asked questions. For this story, I'll just call him my buddy. During the first week, everything seemed normal during the day and early evening. We listened to the trainer, did our exercises, and slowly got to know one another. However, after a few days, I started to notice something strange about the room, especially around a certain time. It was not something big at first, just a feeling that I could not easily explain. The feeling usually came between around 11 at night and 2 in the morning. It was like the room changed a little during those hours, even if nothing physically moved. The air felt heavier, and sometimes it felt cooler in one part of the room and warmer in another, even though the temperature setting of the air conditioning was the same. There were moments when I felt a slight chill on my arms even though I was wearing a jacket. I would look around to see if anyone else felt different, but most of my batchmates seemed busy with the training, too focused or too sleepy to notice anything else. Then, one night, while the trainer was talking, I heard something that did not seem to come from any of us. At first it sounded like a small burst of laughter, light and playful, like the sound of a child giggling. It was very quick, almost like a breath, and then it disappeared. I thought maybe someone at the back had made a joke, or whispered something funny, but when I turned my head slightly to check, everyone looked normal. Some were writing, some were looking at the trainer, some were staring at the slides on the screen, trying hard not to fall asleep. I told myself it was probably just my imagination, or maybe the sound of a chair moving or someone clearing their throat. I tried to ignore it. But then, after a few minutes, it happened again. Another small, playful laugh. It was not loud, but it was clear, and this time it seemed to come from the darker corner of the room at the back, where no one was sitting. Without thinking, I turned my head and gazed at that corner. The chair there was empty. The corner looked the same as always, a bit shadowy, but nothing special. As I was staring, I noticed something else that made my chest tighten a little. My buddy also turned his head at the same moment, and looked toward the same corner. Our eyes met briefly, and I saw a question in his face that matched my own. Why did we both look there at the same time? Did he hear it too? Did he also feel something odd? I quickly looked away before the trainer noticed that I was distracted and forced myself to pay attention again. During our break that night, I finally decided to ask my buddy about it. We went out of the training room and into the small hallway, then to the pantry where we got some vending machine coffee. Once we sat down at one of the tables, I asked him in a low voice, "Hey, did you hear something earlier? Around the time when we were doing the activity? It sounded like, I don't know, like a kid laughing." He stared at me for a moment, as if deciding whether to say what he was thinking, then he nodded slowly. "Yeah," he answered. "I thought it was just me. I heard it last night too, and the night before. It's always around midnight or a little after. And it sounds like it's coming from that corner at the back." I felt a shiver run down my spine when he said that. It confirmed that it was not only my imagination. I told him that I also heard it more than once and that I had been trying to ignore it. We then both admitted that, at certain times of the night, the training room made us feel a bit uncomfortable, even if nothing obvious was happening. It was not a strong feeling of fear, more like an awareness that something else was there. We joked about it a little, teasing each other, pretending that we were just scaring ourselves because we were sleepy. But deep inside, I knew that both of us were a little unsettled. On the second week of training, that strange feeling did not go away. In fact, it seemed to get stronger, or maybe we were just more sensitive to it because we were now paying attention. One night, out of curiosity and maybe a little foolishness, my buddy suggested that we sit closest to that back corner. Normally, we sat somewhere in the middle of the room, but that night, when we entered, we walked toward the back and took the seats near that lone chair in the shadowy spot. At first, everything was fine. The lights were on, the trainer was in front explaining some process, and our classmates were spread out across the room with their notebooks. I tried to act normal and not to think too much about the corner behind me. I told myself that if we sat near it, maybe we could prove to ourselves that nothing was there, and everything we heard and felt before was just coincidence. But as the hours passed and the clock moved closer to midnight, I felt the atmosphere around us start to change again. The air felt a little colder near my arms, and I could sense a kind of pressure behind my back, like someone was watching us from a very short distance. I tried to brush it off, but my body reacted on its own. The small hairs on my arms and at the back of my neck stood up, and my heart started to beat faster even though I was just sitting in my chair. I glanced at my buddy and saw that he did not look okay. Even though the air conditioning was set to a cool 18 degrees, he was sweating. Small beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and I could see damp patches starting to appear on his shirt near the collar. His face looked tense, and he kept adjusting himself in his chair as if something was bothering him. I whispered, "Are you okay?" under my breath, but he just nodded quickly without looking at me, as if he did not trust his own voice. The trainer, who was used to reading the mood of the class, seemed to notice that something was off. But at that moment, before he could say anything, something happened that I still remember clearly. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a movement in front of my buddy's desk. It was like a small shadow that did not match any of the people in the room. I turned my head slightly to look, and then I saw it. Right there, in front of my buddy, close to his knees, was a small figure, about the size of a child around 5 to 7 years old. It was not sharp and clear like an ordinary person, but it was not completely transparent either. It looked like a child made of shadow and pale light together. It was hard to see details, but I could tell it was small, seemed to be crouching or playing near the floor, and then slowly straightened up. For a second it moved like a kid who had been playing with something and then looked up when someone called their name. I sat frozen in my seat, too shocked to breathe. Then the small figure lifted its head and stared directly at my buddy's face. Those few seconds felt like a very long time. I could not see its eyes clearly, but I could feel the weight of that stare. It was as if time slowed down. My buddy's hands gripped the edge of the table, and his body tensed even more, like he wanted to jump out of his chair but could not move. The childlike shape looked at him for about 5 seconds, just silently studying him, and then it shifted its attention, looked around briefly, and moved away, almost like smoke being blown by a gentle wind. It faded near the darker corner of the room and then was gone. I knew that what I had seen was not a trick of light. It was not a reflection or a shadow from someone else's movement. There was no one else standing there, nothing else moving in that spot besides that strange little figure. My chest felt tight, and I tried not to look panicked because I did not want to disturb the whole class. The trainer, however, noticed that both my buddy and I were acting odd. He paused in his explanation and looked at us. His face showed concern, and he asked, "Are you two okay? Do you need water or something?" We both quickly shook our heads and forced small smiles. I did not dare tell him in front of everyone what I had just seen. The last thing I wanted was for the whole class to start asking questions and turning the training into some kind of horror story session. He stared at us for another moment, like he knew something was not right, but then decided to continue with the lesson. Even while the trainer resumed talking, my mind was not on the topic anymore. Inside my head, everything was spinning. I tried to understand what had just happened. My buddy looked like he wanted to be anywhere else but that seat. He kept wiping his forehead with a tissue, even though the air in the room was cold and dry. Every now and then he glanced down at the space in front of his desk as if expecting something to appear again. When lunchtime finally came, I was more relieved than hungry. Usually, lunch break was a time when everyone rushed to the pantry or outside vendors to buy food, joked around, or sometimes went to a nearby convenience store. That day, as soon as the trainer dismissed us for lunch, my buddy and I walked straight to him instead of going out with the others. We approached the trainer at the front of the room, and he looked up from his papers. I could tell from his face that he had been waiting for us to say something. I did not know how to start, but my buddy spoke up first. In a low voice, he said something like, "Sir, can we ask you something about this room? Or about this floor?" The trainer looked at us for a few seconds, then let out a small sigh, like someone who had been expecting this kind of question. He glanced at the door to make sure no one else was listening closely, then he gestured for us to sit near the front. We took the chairs near his table, and he lowered his voice as he spoke. "You're not the first ones to ask about that," he said quietly. "And you're not the first ones to feel something unusual in this room. Since you're already noticing things, I guess it's better to tell you a little, but I don't want you to panic, okay?" We both nodded, nervous but curious. He explained that before the company leased the space and turned it into a call center site, the building had been an apartment complex. The units on our floor used to be small apartments where families lived. The training department, with all its rooms, had been built over what used to be several separate living spaces. Over time, walls were removed, new ones were added, and the whole layout changed, but the feel of the place, in a way, still carried the memory of what it once was. The trainer told us that there was a particular story that had been passed around quietly among some of the senior staff and guards. According to those stories, one of the apartments on this floor used to be occupied by a small family, a mother, a father, and a young child. People said that the family had moved in and lived there for some time, but their life did not end happily. The details were not very clear, because the story had been told and retold many times, but the most common version was that something violent happened in that apartment. The parents were killed, and the child also died there. Some said it was a robbery gone wrong. Others whispered that someone they trusted hurt them. No one knew the full truth, or if they did, they were not telling the newer employees. So when this place was converted into an office building, the trainer said, some people believe that not all of the former residents completely left. There have been reports over the years from different batches and different trainers. They usually mention the same thing: a small boy playing around, sometimes laughing, sometimes hiding things, sometimes just standing in the corner. He doesn't seem to hurt anyone. He just plays. Hearing him say, small boy, made my skin prickle again. It matched exactly what I had seen in front of my buddy's desk. We told him, as calmly as we could, what had happened that night: the laughter, the strange feeling, and the appearance of a childlike figure. My buddy admitted that when the figure stared at him, he felt a mix of fear and sadness, like the child was silently asking for attention. The trainer listened carefully and nodded, as if the story did not surprise him. You two are not the first from this room to describe him that way, he said. A few batches before yours had people who mentioned the same thing. They also heard laughter near that corner. One even said their pen disappeared from the table and later appeared inside their bag without them putting it there. Another trainee said her notes were rearranged on her desk when she looked away. It doesn't happen to everyone, though. Some batches never feel anything at all. Maybe some people are more sensitive, or maybe the kid chooses who to play with. I don't know. He then leaned closer and added, most of the time, he's just playful. But if you feel bothered or scared, you can always say a short prayer in your mind, or talk to him politely. Some people say that works. Just tell him you're here to work, that you respect the place, and that you don't want any trouble. The way he said it made it sound like we were dealing with a real child, not just some random, unexplained thing. I did not know how to feel. Part of me was scared and wanted to ask if we could transfer to another room. Another part of me felt strangely sad for the idea of a small child's spirit, stuck in a place that used to be his home, now turned into rows of tables, computers, and fluorescent lights. The trainer ended the conversation by saying, just be careful, and don't panic. So far, he hasn't harmed anyone. Mostly he just appears, laughs, and sometimes hides things. But yes, you're not imagining it. And yes, this room used to be part of a family's home. After that lunchtime talk, I saw the training room differently. It was no longer just a room with walls, computers, and chairs. It felt like a place with layers of time stacked on top of each other. Under the carpet and under the paint on the walls, it was easy to imagine that there had once been a small living room, a narrow kitchen, and maybe a bedroom where a little boy once slept. Now we were sitting in the same space, wearing IDs and learning how to answer calls from people halfway across the world, while that boy's spirit, if that was really what it was, still moved around as if his life had not completely ended. In the days that followed, my buddy and I remained more aware of every small sound and every tiny movement in the room. There were nights when we heard the soft laughter again, almost like someone was trying not to be too loud so they would not get scolded. Sometimes we felt a light tug on the strap of a bag or a chair move very slightly when no one was pushing it. Once, my buddy lost his ID for almost an hour. He searched his pockets, his bag, and the top of his desk, but it was nowhere to be found. Later, when he had already asked the trainer if they could print a temporary pass for him, he opened his bag again, and the ID was lying right on top of his notebook, in a place he was sure he had already checked several times. We looked at each other, and did not even need to say anything. We both thought the same thing. Maybe the kid was playing with us again. We never saw the small figure as clearly as that one night in front of my buddy's desk, but we continued to sense that we were not alone. The strange thing was, as weeks passed, the feeling of raw fear softened a bit and turned into something else, like a quiet acceptance that this was part of the room's reality. Of course, we still got scared sometimes, especially when the laughter came unexpectedly or when things moved, but there were moments when I found myself thinking about the boy's story and feeling more pity than terror. Some of the older employees who had been with the company for years shared more pieces of the rumor when we talked quietly in the pantry or at the smoking area. According to them, the spirits of the boy's parents were also believed to still be around the building, not as visible or playful as the child, but present like a faint echo. Some people claimed to have seen a woman in the hallway late at night, or a man standing near the old fire exit, only to disappear when someone called out. It was as if the whole family was still inside the building, wandering around separately, never fully crossing over. No one really knew if those stories were true, but they fit with what we had heard earlier from our trainer about the building's past as an apartment. Whenever our batch entered the training room after that, especially at night, I sometimes wondered if the boy was already there, sitting on one of the empty chairs or hiding under a table, waiting for us to settle down so he could start playing again. I did not talk to him directly, but in my mind, sometimes when I felt that prickle on my neck or that sudden change in the air, I would think, "We're just here to learn and work. Please don't scare us too much." It made me feel a little braver, like I was setting some small boundary. Training eventually ended, as all training batches do. We moved on to the production floor, got assigned to teams, started taking real calls, and dealt with real customers and real pressure. The training room became just one part of our memory of those early days. Other batches came after us and used the same space. Sometimes, when I met new hires in the pantry and they mentioned which training room they were using, I would quietly ask, "Have you heard anything strange in that room?" A few laughed and said no. Others would pause, look at me in a serious way, and say, "Actually, we did hear something once." I never forgot that small figure in front of my buddy's desk, or the way it stared at him for those few seconds that felt like forever. I never forgot the soft, playful laughter coming from the empty corner of the room, or the way the trainer looked at us when he realized we had joined the list of people who had encountered the child. People say that the boy is still there, even after renovations have changed the layout again. Computers get replaced, trainers come and go, batches move on to other jobs or other countries, but somewhere in that training area, a small playful spirit continues to run around, playing with bags, moving IDs, laughing in the middle of the night, while everyone else is too busy learning scripts to notice. I don't know if he will ever find rest, or if one day he will finally be reunited with whoever he is waiting for, maybe his mother and father, who, according to some stories, also still wander the place. But when I think back to those first weeks of training, the excitement, the anxiety, the long nights, and that odd combination of fear and sadness, I remember him clearly. Not just as a scary story, but as a reminder that the spaces we use now were once parts of other people's lives, and sometimes, pieces of them remain, watching us quietly while we think we are alone. This summer I got a job as an assistant in the Technical and Acquisitions Department of a school. I am not allowed to say the name of the school, but I can say that it is a big, well-known place, and the building where we worked was built in 1974. Everyone kept reminding me that it was an old building, but when I first walked in, I did not really think of it that way. The halls were clean, the floors were well polished, the windows were intact, and the offices were full of computers, printers, shelves, and files. If no one told me the year it was built, I would have just thought it was like any other office in any other school. I was happy to get the job because I badly needed something to do during the vacation, and of course, I needed the money. I liked the idea of working in a school where people respected rules and schedules. I imagined my summer being simple. I would come in, do some paperwork, help my supervisor, laugh a bit with my co-assistants, eat lunch in the pantry, and then go home tired but satisfied. When I first met the people in the department, everything seemed normal. There was my supervisor, who was strict but kind, and there were other assistants like me, students or young people who needed extra income. The office had long tables with computers on them, filing cabinets lined up against the walls, and shelves full of equipment and papers. At first I was a bit overwhelmed by the number of documents and items we handled. We dealt with purchase orders, receipts, equipment lists, and sometimes we had to check newly arrived materials and update the records. My supervisor was very organized, at least in her own way. She had her own system, and the rest of us tried to follow it. My own table was placed near the area where the filing cabinets stood in rows, like small gray soldiers guarding old papers. Behind those cabinets was another section filled with shelves where they stored purchased materials, boxes, cables, tools, and all sorts of things that the school used but most students never even knew existed. Even when the lights were on, that area always looked a little dim. Maybe it was the way the shelves stood close together, blocking the light, or maybe it was the color of the walls and the objects on them, but I always felt like that corner of the office was somehow gloomier than the rest. For the first few days nothing unusual happened. I got used to the routine of coming in, greeting everyone, sitting at my desk, and working through whatever task my supervisor gave me. Sometimes we joked around, sometimes we were quiet and focused. The only thing that felt a little strange was that whenever I had to walk between the tall shelves at the back, I felt slightly uneasy, like someone might suddenly appear at the end of the row. At first I blamed it on my imagination. I told myself that I had watched too many scary movies and that I was just not used to being in an old, closed-in office for long hours. One day my supervisor gave me a task that I thought would keep me busy for only a short time but ended up taking much longer. She handed me a big pile of purchase slips and told me to sort them out properly before filing them. The slips were all mixed up, different dates, different items, different suppliers all put together in a messy bundle. I remember thinking, half-jokingly, that someone must have done this on purpose just to punish whoever would be assigned to fix it. I sat at my desk and started to go through them one by one, arranging them by date and type, making small piles, checking the printed details carefully. After a while I became so focused on what I was doing that I stopped paying attention to anything else around me. My eyes were on the papers, my hands were moving automatically, and the quiet hum of the office, people typing, printers working, chairs moving, became just background noise. Then, suddenly, I heard my name. It was my supervisor's voice, clear and normal, calling me like she always did when she needed something. Her table was about 5 desks away from mine. There were no other tables between us, just a row of filing cabinets, so it was easy to hear her whenever she spoke. I looked up right away, stood up, and walked toward her. When I reached her desk, I smiled and asked, "Yes, ma'am, what do you need?" She stared at me with a surprised expression, as if she had no idea why I was standing there. "What is it?" she asked. I felt confused. "You called me," I said. "I heard you calling my name." She shook her head and replied calmly, "No, I didn't call you. Maybe you just thought you heard something. Go back to what you're doing, we still have a lot to finish." I felt a little embarrassed, as if I had just imagined things and disturbed her for no reason. I shrugged it off, told myself that maybe one of the other assistants had said something that sounded like my name, and went back to my seat. The pile of purchase slips was still waiting, and I decided to concentrate on them again instead of thinking too much about the strange moment. After some time I finally finished sorting the slips into neat little stacks. The next step was to file them properly in the cabinets. I gathered the piles in my arms and walked toward the filing cabinets, which stood between my table and the shelves at the back. I opened one of the drawers and started arranging the slips inside according to the labels. This part of the office was quieter and a bit darker, because I was now farther from the windows and closer to the shelves full of stored materials. I could smell paper, cardboard, and dust mixed with the light scent of office cleaning chemicals. While I was busy sliding the folders and slips into place, I heard my name again. This time it was clearer and closer, and it sounded exactly like my supervisor's voice. But the strange thing was, the sound did not come from her direction. The voice came from behind me, from the side where the shelves full of purchased materials stood. I froze for a second. The voice had come from the darker area where the light did not fully reach. I slowly turned my head and looked toward my supervisor's desk, just to check. From where I was, I could see her sitting calmly, focused on her work. Her head was bent slightly forward as she wrote something or checked a document. She did not look like she had just called anyone. Before I could think of what to do next, I heard my name again. The same voice, the same tone, repeating my name over and over, maybe 4 or 5 times. It sounded exactly like my supervisor, but somehow also not like her, as if someone was copying her voice but could not fully get the feeling right. The hair on the back of my neck and on my arms stood up. I could feel my heart beating faster in my chest. I did not want to turn around and face the shelves behind me because I was afraid of what I might see between them. At the same time, I could not pretend that nothing was happening, because the voice kept repeating my name in that calm, almost patient way that adults use when they are waiting for you to come closer. I tried to tell myself logically that it must be a trick of sound, that maybe someone farther away had spoken and the voice just bounced around the room. But deep inside I knew that the sound had come from a spot right behind me, near the shelves. I was so scared that I forced myself to move. I closed the filing cabinet drawer gently, turned away from the shelves without looking directly into the spaces between them, and walked quickly toward my supervisor's desk. When I reached her, I did not tell her right away what had happened. Instead, I simply asked, "Ma'am, may I take a short break?" I think she saw that something was wrong because my face probably looked pale and my movements were a bit stiff. She glanced at me with a questioning look but did not ask too many questions. "All right," she said. "Go to the pantry for a while, but don't stay too long. We still have work to finish." I thanked her and almost ran toward the pantry, which was what we called the small room where we ate or rested. My hands were cold, and I could still hear the echo of that voice in my head, repeating my name again and again from behind my back. When I entered the pantry, one of my co-assistants saw my expression right away. "What happened to you?" she asked. "You look like you saw something scary." I tried to laugh it off, but my voice was shaky. "I just need a break," I said. "I think I scared myself." She must have felt that I needed comforting, because she stood up, went to the small table where we kept the kettle and cups, and offered to make me some coffee. As I sat there waiting for the hot drink, I could still feel my skin covered in goosebumps. The pantry was supposed to be our safe place, a small room where we could relax and talk about simple things like food, family, or school. At that moment, however, even the pantry did not feel as safe as before. After that incident, I became more careful about listening to voices in the office. Whenever I heard my name, I would always look around first before reacting, just to see if the person who supposedly spoke was really looking at me. For a while, nothing similar happened to me again, but I started to notice that I was not alone in feeling that the building was not completely ordinary. One of my co-assistants was Mai. She was the type of person who could easily make friends with anyone. She was always smiling, laughing, and talking, and she often told funny stories to lighten up the mood when everyone was stressed. As part of her job, she worked as an encoder, and her table was placed nearest to the comfort rooms. We often teased her about being so close to the restroom, but she would just laugh and say at least she did not have to walk far when she needed to go. One day, something happened to her that changed the way she felt about that spot forever. She later told us this story herself, and even though she usually spoke in a lively, joking tone, this time her face was serious and her voice was softer than usual. She said that she had been working on a summary of the equipment acquired by the school, typing data into the computer as usual, when she heard someone sobbing. At first, it was a soft, muffled crying sound, like someone trying not to be too loud. The sound came from the direction of the ladies' comfort room. Because her table was nearest to it, she heard it clearly. At first she tried to ignore it, thinking that maybe one of the female staff members was just having a bad day and wanted to be alone. But the sobbing continued. It rose and fell, full of sadness, and it did not stop. Mai was naturally a caring person. She told us that she started to worry that whoever was crying might need help. Maybe the person had a problem, or maybe she was sick. So after a few moments of listening, Mai stood up and walked toward the comfort room. She opened the door and stepped inside, expecting to see someone in front of the mirror or someone in the corner wiping tears away. But when she entered, the room was empty. The comfort room had several cubicles, and Mai said she checked each one. She lightly pushed the doors, thinking that someone might have gone inside and forgotten to lock the latch. But all the cubicles were empty. The sinks were dry, The mirrors reflected only her own confused face, and the sobbing sound had stopped. She thought maybe she had imagined it, or maybe the person had left just a second before she walked in. Feeling a bit foolish, she took a deep breath, fixed her hair in front of the mirror, and tried to calm herself. She told us she stood there for a moment, trying to steady her breathing. She did not want to go back to her desk looking like she had seen something strange, because the others would surely tease her. She splashed a little water on her face, wiped it with a tissue, and looked up at the mirror again. It was at that moment that she regretted going into the comfort room at all. In the mirror's reflection, behind her, she saw a lady standing inside one of the cubicles. The door was half open, and through the gap, she could see the woman's figure. The lady looked pale, dirty, and very, very sad. Her head was slightly bowed, and she was crying. The tears seemed to fall silently, but Mai said that the feeling of sadness coming from her was so strong that it almost felt like the air itself was heavy. Mai turned around quickly, but saw no one. When she looked back at the mirror, the lady was still there, still crying. The sight shocked her so badly that she screamed and then fainted right there on the comfort room floor. We only found out what happened when some staff rushed to help her and later brought her back to the office. The next day, Mai was pale and quiet. Instead of being noisy and cheerful as usual, she sat with a blank expression and did not say much. It did not take long before she requested a transfer to another department, away from our building. The supervisors approved it, and in a short time she was moved. She later said that she did not want to work near that comfort room again, not even for a single day. After hearing Mai's story, the rest of us started to feel uneasy every time we passed by the comfort room. Even those who did not really believe in ghosts would walk faster near that area, refusing to look at the mirrors for too long. Some of the older staff exchanged meaningful looks when they heard the story, as if it confirmed things they had already suspected for years but never talked about openly. The pantry, as I mentioned earlier, was supposed to be our safe place. It was a small room with a few chairs and tables, a kettle, a water dispenser, some old mugs, and a small cabinet where we stored instant coffee, sugar, and snacks. It was where we ate our lunch, shared food, joked around, and sometimes took short naps during our breaks. Even when the office felt stressful, the pantry usually felt relaxed and warm, like a small corner where work could not reach us for a few minutes. But even the pantry did not escape strange events. One of my co-assistants, Dania, had an experience there that made all of us see the room differently. One afternoon, it was around 12:30, most of us were still at lunch or out of the office. That day, Dania had eaten earlier than the rest of us. She had finished her meal quickly and had gone back to the office, but she was feeling very sleepy. The office was quiet because many people were still not back. She decided that before going back to her desk, she would take a short nap in the pantry. She went into the pantry, pulled a chair, and lay her head down on the table or folded her arms to use as a pillow, as we often did when we were too sleepy. She closed her eyes, planning to rest for a few minutes. After a short while, she heard someone enter the office. She could hear the faint sound of the office door opening and closing, and footsteps crossing the floor outside. She did not pay much attention at first, thinking it was just one of us returning from lunch. The footsteps sounded normal, just the sound of shoes on the floor, but after a few moments, she noticed that whoever it was seemed to be walking toward the direction of the pantry. The footsteps came closer and closer, and then she heard the pantry door move as it opened. Someone entered the pantry. She could hear the sound clearly, but with her eyes still closed, she did not know who it was. She did not bother to look, because she assumed it was one of us coming in to get their food or to rest as well. She stayed in her position, pretending to sleep or trying to actually sleep, listening to the sounds. She heard the person pull a chair and sit down. She said the chair made that scraping sound on the floor that we all recognized. For a while, the person just sat there silently. She could feel, in that strange way you can sense another person in the room, that someone was nearby. Then, after some time had passed, she heard the chair move again as the person stood up. The footsteps started once more, walking past her and then out of the pantry. She waited for the sound of the office door opening and closing again, but it never came. Curious now, and a bit confused, she finally opened her eyes and looked around the pantry. No one was there. The other chairs were in their usual positions. The small table where we kept the kettle and cups was undisturbed. She frowned and walked to the pantry door. When she stepped out into the office, she saw that the main office door, the one that led into the hallway, was closed. There was no sign that anyone had entered or left. When she checked the desks, she realized that she was still the only one back from lunch. The silence in the office felt different now. It was not the normal quiet of an empty room, but something heavier, as if someone invisible was standing in the corner watching her. She quickly went back to the pantry to get her things, then waited for the others to return. When we finally came back, she told us the story in a shaky voice. Listening to her, I felt the same cold feeling in my chest as when I heard my name being called from the shelves. Mai, who had already been moved to another department, had left us with her own frightening experience in the comfort room, and now Dania was telling us that even the pantry, our supposed safe zone, was not as simple as we thought. As more days passed, we started to talk quietly among ourselves about all these incidents. We did not shout about them or make a big show, because we did not want to attract attention from the higher-ups or be laughed at by people who did not believe such things. But when we were alone, we shared our feelings and stories. We wondered who the crying lady in the comfort room was, why a voice that sounded exactly like my supervisor was calling my name from the back shelves, and who had walked into the pantry and sat beside Dania while the main door remained closed. Some people said that in old buildings like ours, it was normal for spirits to stay. Maybe they were former employees who once worked there. Maybe they were people connected to the school in some way. Maybe some of them were students who never left, or people who died nearby. None of us knew for sure. We could only guess and try to be respectful. After these experiences, the way I looked at the building changed. The long hallways, the old walls, the heavy doors, and even the simple furniture all seemed to have stories behind them that none of us fully knew. During the day, the building was full of life, students walking, teachers talking, staff moving around. But in the quieter times, like early in the morning, during long lunch breaks, or late in the afternoon when most people had gone home, the building felt like it belonged to someone else, to those unseen presences that showed themselves only in small, unexpected ways. I continued my job until the end of the summer, and I am proud that I did not quit even after those frightening moments. I still did my tasks, sorted papers, filed documents, and helped my supervisor as best as I could. But I also learned to listen to my instincts. If I felt uneasy in one part of the office, I tried not to stay there too long. If I heard my name but the person I expected was not looking at me, I stayed where I was until I was sure. Even now, when I think back to that summer job, I remember not only the work I did and the people I met, but also the strange things that happened, the voice that called me by name from the gloomy shelves, the pale crying woman in the comfort room mirror, and the invisible person who walked into the pantry, pulled a chair, sat beside my sleeping friend, and then left without opening the door. Those memories remind me that sometimes, in old buildings like that school, we might not be as alone as we think. I was still very young when this happened, maybe 6 or 7 years old, small enough to be afraid of the dark but old enough to remember details very clearly. We were living in Cavite then, just the three of us in a simple house, me, my mother, and my father. Our life was not perfect, but it felt steady. My father worked hard and my mother tried to smile even though she had been sick for a long time. She had lupus, and because of that she spent most of her days in bed, resting, taking medicines, and trying to keep her strength. Our house was not big. When I think about it now, I can still picture it. The bedroom where my mother and I slept was on the 2nd floor. There was a window that looked out over the front yard, and if you leaned close to it and looked down, you could see the front steps and the main door clearly. The yard had a gate and a small space of ground, not very fancy, just plain soil and some plants. At night, the front yard looked quiet and a bit shadowy under the weak light from the street. Inside, the house was simple too: a small living room, a kitchen, a staircase going up to our room, and my parents' things arranged neatly around the place. My father worked in Mandaluyong, far from Cavite, at a car shop. He was good with cars, and because of that many customers trusted him. But it also meant he often came home late at night. Sometimes I would already be asleep when he arrived, and I would wake up in the morning and see that he was there, tired but smiling. On some nights, if he arrived earlier, I would hear his voice calling from outside, "Anak Buxton Mo Young Pinto," and I would run downstairs to open the door for him. It became a familiar routine, and his voice always made me feel safe and happy. Because my mother was sick, she could not always get up quickly. Her body was weak, and simple movements sometimes cost her a lot of energy. I learned at a young age that I should not disturb her too much when she was resting. I also knew that I had to be braver than other kids my age, because sometimes my father was not home yet and my mother was too sick to move, so I had to be the one to check things, turn off lights, or close windows. Even so, despite wanting to act strong, deep inside I was still just a small child who could get scared easily. One night, something happened that I will never forget. It was an ordinary day at first. I do not remember every detail of that day, but I remember the evening. My mother and I were already in bed. The room was dark except for a faint light coming from outside and maybe a little bit from somewhere inside the house, slipping through the edges of the door. I was lying next to my mother. She was already asleep, or at least resting very quietly, her breathing slow and weak. I was drifting in and out of sleep, that hazy state where you are not fully awake but not fully sleeping either, when I heard a sound, someone knocking on our front door downstairs. It wasn't very loud at first, just a firm knock, the way my father usually knocked when he arrived home late and wanted to let us know he was there. Then I heard a familiar voice. "Anak Pabukazing Pinto," my father's voice said. It sounded exactly like him. The tone, the warmth, the way he called me, Anak, everything was the same. For a moment, I felt relieved. I thought, oh, Papa's home already. It felt normal because that was how it always went. He would arrive, call out, and I would open the door, or my mother would get up slowly if she could. But something in me hesitated. Before getting up, I decided to check if he was really there. I slid off the bed quietly and went straight to the window. The window was one of those simple ones you could push open or slide aside. I moved close to it and looked down into the front yard, expecting to see my father standing by the gate or near the door, maybe rubbing his arms because of the night air, maybe carrying his things, maybe looking up and waiting for me to appear. But there was no one there. The front yard was empty. The gate was closed. The steps leading up to the front door had no person on them. The lights were dim, and only the shadows of the plants and the shapes of the walls were visible. My father's car was not there either. I stared for a few seconds, confused and a little unsettled. I had clearly heard his voice. It had sounded so real. I told myself maybe I had just dreamed it. Sometimes when you are half asleep, you mix dreams with sounds in real life. Maybe I had only imagined my father's voice because I was used to hearing it. I went back to the bed, lay down next to my mother, and tried to close my eyes again. Just as I was starting to drift back into sleep, I heard it again, the knock on the front door. This time it was a little stronger, a little more insistent. The sound echoed up toward our room, and then, again, my father's voice followed. "Anak Pabukazing Pinto," he said again. But now there was something different. He did not just call me Anak, he called me by my pet name, the special name only he used. It was a name that nobody else in the family used, only him. The way he said it was very familiar, and that made it even more disturbing because I knew this was not just a random voice. It was my father's voice, calling me exactly the way he always did. You would think that hearing your father's voice would make you feel safe, but in that moment, instead of comfort, I felt a sudden wave of fear. Something inside me, deep in my chest, reacted. I cannot explain why, but I felt that something was wrong. The voice sounded sweet at first, but the sweetness felt fake, like someone pretending to be kind but not really meaning it. Still, I did what I had done before. I got up from the bed, my small feet touching the cold floor as I walked back to the window. My heart was beating faster now, but I tried to stay calm. I told myself, it's Papa, don't be silly. I leaned again toward the glass and looked outside into the front yard. Once more, the front steps were empty. The gate was still closed. No car. No figure standing there. Not even a shadow of any person. The yard was completely still. At that moment, the fear inside me grew stronger. It felt like a cold hand closing around my chest. I knew then that something was not right. Ordinary things do not repeat exactly like that. Ordinary voices do not sound so real and yet come from nowhere. I turned away from the window, feeling my knees weaken a little. My first thought was to wake my mother. She was sleeping beside me, and I wanted badly for her to wake up, to tell me it was nothing, to comfort me and hold me. I hurried back to the bed and shook her gently. Ma, I whispered. Ma, geisin kamuna. May kamakatak. May tumadawag. All I got from her was a soft sound, a moan, as if she was stuck deep in her sleep. Her body did not really move. She did not open her eyes, did not ask what was wrong, did not react. It was like she was too tired or too sick to wake up. I shook her again, a little harder, but still, only a weak sound came from her lips, and then she was quiet again. She did not fully wake. I felt even more alone. I realized that even if I wanted her help, she could not give it to me at that moment. My fear rose higher. I could feel myself starting to shake. I did not want to look at the window anymore. I did not want to think about the front door or the empty yard. I did the only thing a small child would think to do in that situation. I hid. I crawled under the covers beside my mother, pulled the blanket up over my head, and curled up into a ball. Under the blanket, the air felt warm and tight, but at least I could not see the dark room or the window. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out every sound. I told myself, just sleep, don't listen. For a short while, there was silence. I could hear only my own breathing and the faint sound of my mother's breathing beside me. I started to think maybe it was over, maybe whoever or whatever was calling had gone away. Slowly, my body began to relax, but my heart was still beating fast. Then the knocking started again. This time it was no longer gentle. It was loud, heavy, and angry. The sound of the banging on the door echoed up through the house, even through the blanket, and my hands pressed over my ears. It felt like whoever was outside was no longer just asking politely to be let in, but demanding it. Then the voice came again. It was my father's voice, but now it had changed. The sweetness from earlier had disappeared. It was his angry voice, the kind he used when he was scolding, or when something serious was happening. Anak, the voice shouted. Sinabi ing buksan mo young pinto, eh. Then it called me again by my pet name, louder this time, sounding more irritated, more forceful. Pagano bie? Dmo bie buksanan pinto? Every word made my body shake harder. Tears started to gather in my eyes, but I did not cry out loud. I was too scared even to make a sound. I remember my whole body trembling under the blanket. My small hands were pressed so hard against my ears that they hurt, but I could still hear the banging and the shouting. It was as if the voice was inside the house, echoing off the walls and filling every corner, searching for me. I wanted so badly to believe it was really my father, but everything in me screamed that it was not. It sounded like him, but it did not feel like him. My real father, even when he was angry, still had a certain warmth in his voice, something that made me feel he cared. This voice was different. It sounded like him on the surface, but underneath, there was something else, cold, demanding, frightening. I did not move. I did not answer. I did not dare to get out of bed or approach the door. I just stayed curled up close to my mother, hidden under the covers, waiting for it to stop. I kept repeating in my head, don't answer, don't answer, don't answer. Time passed, though I do not know how long it really was. To a scared child, every minute feels like an hour. Slowly, the banging and shouting faded away. At some point, maybe because of exhaustion from fear, I fell asleep like that, still under the blanket, still shaken, still holding on to my mother's presence even though she did not wake up. The next morning, sunlight was coming through the window, and the house looked ordinary again. My mother was awake, and the first thing I wanted to know was whether she had heard anything. "Ma," I asked her, "did you hear someone knocking last night? Did you hear Papa calling us?" She looked at me calmly and said, "No, I didn't hear anything. I slept well." She even smiled a little and said she felt rested. To her, it had been just a normal night of sleep. That made me feel strange. How could she not have heard the loud banging and the shouting? I had tried to wake her, but she had not fully responded. For her, nothing had happened. Later that day, my father came home. But he did not come in tired from a late night shift. He arrived just as we were having lunch, in the daylight, with no signs of having knocked on the door the night before. We talked, and he explained why he had been away so long. He said he had to work overtime the previous night because a celebrity's car needed an overhaul, and it was an urgent job. He said he stayed at the shop until very late, and could not come home. I listened to him, and as he spoke, I realized something very clearly. The night when I heard the knocking and the angry voice, my father had not even been in Cavite. He had been far away, still in Mandaluyong, working at the car shop. There was no way he could have been the one at our front door calling my name. So who was it? I was only a child, and I did not know how to answer that question. All I knew was that something had mimicked my father's voice. It knew how he sounded when he was kind and when he was angry. It knew the pet name that only he used for me. It knew exactly what words to say to try to make me open the door. For a while, I kept the story to myself. I felt that if I told too many people, they might laugh at me or say it was just a dream. But the fear I felt that night was too real to be just a dream. One day, I shared the story with my grandfather. He was older, wiser, and he had that way of listening carefully without making you feel silly. I told him everything: the first gentle knock, the sweet voice asking me to open the door, my confusion when I saw no one outside, the second knock, the use of my pet name, the stronger fear I felt, my attempts to wake my mother, the loud banging, the angry shouting that sounded exactly like my father, and the way I hid under the blanket until I fell asleep. Then how we found out the next day that my father had not come home at all that night. My grandfather listened quietly, his face serious. When I finished, he looked at me and said slowly, "Apo, wag na wag kang sasagat. Wag na wag kang lilingen. Ganyan talaga anak." He did not explain in long detail what he meant, but his words were clear enough: never answer, never look back when something like that happens. There are things, he seemed to say, that call out to us using familiar voices, things that do not belong to this world the same way we do. His advice stayed with me. It made me understand on a deeper level that what I had heard that night was not my father, no matter how perfectly the voice sounded like his. Something had tried to trick me into opening the door. Something had wanted me to respond, to go downstairs, to unlatch that lock and let it inside. Until now, when I think of that night, I still feel a small shiver. I can still hear the knocking and the angry words in my mind. I still remember the empty front yard, the closed gate, the quiet street outside. I still remember the helpless feeling of trying to wake my sick mother and realizing she could not help me. But I also remember that I did not give in. I did not answer. I did not open the door. I stayed under the blanket and waited until it stopped. Maybe that is why I am here now, able to tell the story. Every summer when I was a kid, my stepbrother and I would pack our small bags and go on vacation to our aunt's house in Pasig City, and it always felt like the best part of the year because her neighborhood was the kind of place children dream about, a quiet subdivision where people knew each other, where the streets were calm enough for kids to ride bikes all day, and where a huge playground sat right in the middle like the heart of the whole community, with swings that creaked in the heat, a slide that stayed warm until late afternoon, an open space where our summer crew would gather like we had never been apart, We usually stayed for almost 2 months, long enough for the days to blend together into a single season of laughter, scraped knees, dusty slippers, and dinners that tasted better after hours outside. And then, when school was close, we would go back home and promise ourselves we'd be back again as soon as summer returned. My aunt lived there with her only daughter, our cousin, and my uncle worked for the Bureau of Customs, which meant he was often out at night, so the house had its own rhythm, with my aunt keeping things in order, my cousin moving between her room and her mom's room, and my stepbrother and I taking over our cousin's bedroom as if it were our own little base for the summer, because my cousin usually slept with my aunt in the master bedroom, and we would sleep upstairs, close enough to hear the house settle when the lights went off, close enough to hear the faint sounds of the neighborhood when the windows were open, and close enough to the hallway that every small noise felt like it belonged to the night. For years, nothing truly strange ever happened in that house, and if you asked me back then what I remembered most, I would have told you about the playground, the friends we only saw in summer, the racing games we played until our thumbs hurt, and the way we would roam the subdivision on our bikes, especially in the afternoons when the sun was bright but the wind still moved through the open lots, because at that time the subdivision wasn't completely full of houses yet, and there were still empty spaces, vacant lots where tall grass grew unevenly, where small piles of sand and gravel sat like leftovers from construction, where weeds and tiny wild flowers lived in the heat, and where, when the sun started to go down, the shadows would stretch long and make the open spaces look bigger than they were. On one particular summer night, after a day that felt extra full, the kind of day where you come inside with your skin sticky from sweat and dust, where your legs are tired from pedaling and running, and your stomach is so empty you could eat anything put in front of you, my stepbrother and I cleaned up enough to sit at the table for dinner, and we ate like we had earned every bite, finishing a hearty meal while my aunt asked the usual questions and reminded us not to stay up too late, and after that, we went upstairs to our cousin's room and played Nintendo Family Computer, which was the big thing back then, the kind of game console that could hold your attention until you forgot what time it was, and we played until our eyes felt heavy and our bodies finally remembered how tired we were. Eventually the lights went out, the room became quiet, and we settled into bed the way kids do when they believe nothing bad can happen because summer is supposed to be safe and happy and familiar, and I remember that I had a strange habit when I slept, something my family joked about, because I would fall asleep in what we called a sporty position, lying on my side with one leg stretched out straight and the other bent like I was mid-sprint, as if my body wanted to be ready to run even while I slept. The room itself was ordinary in the way children's rooms often are, with the smell of cloth and old paper, with the faint scent of whatever detergent was used on the bedsheets, with a few toys and small belongings arranged along the edges, with the window letting in a tiny bit of outside air and sound, and with the dark making the corners of the room look deeper than they were. But nothing about it looked threatening when we turned off the light, and nothing about it felt different from the many other nights we had slept there. That is why what happened next caught me so completely off guard, because it started not with a scream or a sudden shock, but with a sound that didn't make sense, a sound that slid into the quiet in a way that felt wrong precisely because it was not loud, not clear, and not easy to place. I was just about to drift off, right at the edge where your thoughts start to blur, and your body becomes heavy, when I suddenly heard what I can only describe as an unrecognizable buzzing, like something faint and restless, like a low vibration that wanted to become a sound but couldn't fully do it. And it startled me enough that my eyes opened wide and my whole body tightened, not because it was terrifying right away, but because it was strange, because it didn't match the normal noises of the house. At first I thought it was coming from the wall I was facing, the wall that separated our cousin's room from my aunt's room, and my mind went to the most normal explanation, which was that maybe my aunt or cousin was still awake and talking quietly, maybe the television was on low, maybe someone was moving around, maybe something electrical was humming. And because I was a child and still believed the world was mostly logical, I sat up and leaned closer to the wall, pressing my ear to it in a careful way, holding my breath to listen, trying to catch a recognizable voice or a word or even the sound of footsteps. But when I did that, there was nothing, only the plain, steady silence of a sleeping house. I stayed like that for a moment, my ear against the wall, the rest of me balancing on the bed, and I remember how the quiet felt thick, as if the wall itself was heavy and closed off, and when I pulled away and listened again, the strange buzzing was gone, and the sudden absence of it almost made me feel foolish, like maybe my brain had imagined it while falling asleep. After a few minutes of waiting, my eyelids grew heavy again, and I lay back down, returning to my usual sleepy comfort, trying to let the day fade out of my muscles. And just as I felt myself slipping towards sleep again, the sound returned, and this time it was clearer, like it had been waiting for me to relax, and I realized quickly that it wasn't coming from the wall at all, because when I stayed still and listened, the sound felt closer than the wall, closer than the air around me, as if it belonged to something touching my head. I didn't sit up right away, because I wanted to be sure, so I tried to shift slightly, and I noticed that the moment my ear pressed into the pillow, the sound began. And the moment I lifted my head, the sound stopped, and that simple pattern made my skin tighten with confusion, because it felt like the pillow itself was somehow producing it. I turned my head slightly, then pressed my ear down again, and there it was, and I listened harder, forcing myself to focus on the texture of the noise instead of the fear it was trying to build in me, and slowly the buzzing became something else, something more human and more unsettling. Because it wasn't a simple hum or a random vibration at all, it was whispering, many whispers layered together, the kind of whispering you might hear if you stood outside a room where people were talking secretly. Except I was alone in the bed and the whispering was right there against my ear, as if the pillow were carrying voices that weren't meant to be heard. What made it worse was that the whispers didn't belong to just one person, because they had different tones and different textures, some higher like a child, some lower like a man, some softer like a woman, and some so thin and airy they sounded like old breath. And they overlapped in a way that made it impossible to separate them into individual sentences. I tried to catch a word, any word, because if I could understand even one clear phrase, my mind could decide what it was, whether it was real conversation through the wall, or a radio, or a neighbor outside, or a dream that hadn't fully ended. But no matter how hard I listened, the words refused to form, like they were speaking in a language just beyond my understanding, or like they were speaking too fast and too softly at the same time. The strange part was that the whispering would not stop as long as my ear touched the pillow, and it would stop the moment I sat up, as if my movement broke a connection, and for a little while I tried to treat it like a game of logic, testing it again and again, lowering my ear, hearing the whispers begin, lifting my head, hearing them vanish, and each time the pattern remained the same, which only made me feel more trapped, because the moment you understand a pattern, you also understand that it can repeat, and if it repeats, you have to deal with it. At first, I told myself I could still sleep, because children are strangely good at adjusting when they have no choice, and for a while I tried to ignore it by changing positions, lying flat on my back instead of on my side, keeping my ears away from the pillow, staring up into the darkness, as if I could will myself into sleep without touching the thing that seemed to carry the voices. And it worked for a short time, because exhaustion is powerful, and the memory of the day still weighed on me, and my stepbrother was there in the room, breathing calmly, unaware, and the normalness of his sleep made me want to be normal too. But after a while, my body did what it always did, it shifted, it searched for comfort, and the moment I turned my head and my ear brushed the pillow again, the whispering started, and this time it felt louder, not necessarily louder in volume like a shout, but louder in the way it grabbed my attention, louder in the way it crowded into my thoughts and made it impossible to pretend it wasn't happening. I lay there with my eyes open, feeling my heart beat faster, and I kept thinking that if it was real, if it was truly coming from the pillow, then it meant something was wrong in a way I didn't know how to name, because pillows don't whisper, and houses don't speak into your ear, and yet the whispers kept flowing, never forming words, never pausing long enough for silence to reassure me. The next day, I felt tired in a way that didn't match the amount of sleep I had gotten, and even during daylight, even while we were out at the playground and laughing with our friends, I found myself remembering the sound, replaying it in my mind like a song you can't stop hearing, and by the next night, I went to bed with a small knot of worry already sitting in my stomach, because I was afraid of that moment right before sleep. The moment where you have to put your head down and trust the world to stay quiet. When the lights went out, I tried to be brave, and I told myself it might have been a one-time thing, some strange sound from outside, some electrical noise, some trick of tiredness. But as soon as I lay down and my ear met the pillow, the whispers returned, and the familiarity of them made my fear sharper, because it meant it wasn't random, it wasn't a mistake, it was something that could come back whenever it wanted, night after night. The whispers grew stronger in my awareness, and even though I still couldn't make out any words, the tone felt more insistent, and the buzzing quality beneath the whispers began to press into my head, making it feel like my thoughts were being crowded. And what was worse, what truly began to wear me down, was that the whispering seemed to follow me even after I got out of bed, not in the sense that I heard it clearly in the hallway or downstairs, but in the sense that my mind would keep listening for it. Like once your brain learns a sound, it keeps searching for it. And during the day, in quiet moments, I would catch myself thinking I could hear it again, a faint suggestion of voices behind other noises, and I would shake my head and look around, annoyed and uneasy at the same time. I didn't want to tell my aunt right away, because she was known as a skeptic, the kind of adult who didn't like talk about ghosts or strange feelings, and as a kid I had this fear that if I said something too weird, she would think something was wrong with me, not with the house, and in my child mind, something wrong with me felt more dangerous than something wrong with the pillow. Because you can change a pillow, but you can't change who you are. After several restless nights, I decided the easiest solution was to change beds, because if the pillow was the source, then switching places would solve it, and even though I tried to act casual about it, I remember how badly I wanted my stepbrother to agree, how my voice came out too firm, how I used the advantage of being older to force the swap, laughing a little as if it was a joke, but inside feeling desperate for relief, and for a few nights after the switch, I slept better, because the whispers didn't come, and I felt the tight knot in my stomach loosen, and I began to believe I had solved it, that it was just that one bed, that one pillow, that one spot in the room. But relief can be cruel when it is temporary. Because after a few nights, the whispers returned, and when they returned they weren't coming from the pillow anymore, and that shift made me realize I hadn't escaped anything at all, I had only moved it. This time, when I lay down and waited, the sound didn't start right away at my ear, and for a brief moment I thought maybe it was gone, but then I heard it from a new place in the room, lower and farther, and when I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness, I could sense the direction of it like you can sense where someone is speaking even without seeing them, and I realized it was coming from the antique chest at the foot of the bed, a heavy old piece of furniture that belonged to our grandmother, who at that time lived in Alabang, and the chest had always been there like part of the room's history, a quiet object you didn't think about because it just held things and sat where it sat. But now, in the dark, it felt like a mouth, like a container holding more than fabric or old items. Like it had a hollow space inside it where sound could gather. The whispering from the chest was different from the whispering from the pillow, because it had a deeper echo to it, as if the voices were trapped in a wooden box and the wood was shaping their breath. And as I listened, more sounds began to join it, small noises at first that could have been explained away, but after a while they became too distinct to ignore. Because there were knocks, not loud pounding, but steady tapping, like knuckles against wood, and there were low grumbling sounds, like the throat noises of someone trying to speak with a closed mouth, and those sounds came and went in uneven waves, as if something was pushing from inside and failing, pushing again, failing again, never quiet for long. In my mind, the chest became a problem I couldn't solve. Because you can't easily swap out an antique chest the way you can swap a pillow, and you can't pretend you didn't hear knocks when they arrive in the same pattern night after night. And what made it worse was the feeling that the whispers weren't only noise anymore, they were presence, like the room had grown crowded without anyone entering it, like the air itself had grown thick with unseen attention. I tried to tell myself it was the house settling, wood expanding and contracting in the heat. The normal sounds old furniture makes at night, but the whispers weren't like creaks. They were voices layered together, and the knocks weren't random, they came in clusters, and the grumbling had a rhythm that made my skin prickle, and each night, As soon as the room went quiet, I would feel my body tense in anticipation, because I knew the sounds would return. My stepbrother, for reasons I still don't fully understand, didn't react the same way I did, and maybe he slept deeper, maybe he ignored it. Maybe it didn't happen to him the way it happened to me, and that made me feel even more alone, because fear feels larger when you can't share it, and I didn't want to wake him and make him afraid too, not when we were supposed to be enjoying our summer, and not when I still wasn't sure what an adult would say if I admitted I heard whispering in a pillow and knocking from a chest. As the weeks went by, I began to dread nighttime, and my body became restless in a way that made it hard to stay still. Because every time I closed my eyes, the whispers seemed to press closer. And every time I tried to relax, the knocks would start, and I developed this habit of listening too hard, as if listening could protect me, as if knowing exactly when the sound would start could stop it from surprising me. But listening only made it worse, because the more you listen to whispers, the more your mind tries to turn them into meaning, and meaning is exactly what I didn't want, because if the voices ever formed words, I was terrified of what they might say. I reached a point where I felt like I couldn't endure 2 months of this, yet I also didn't know how to escape, because we were guests in my aunt's home, and summer vacation was supposed to be a treat, and I couldn't simply demand we leave, so I started looking for a smaller, quieter kind of escape inside the house itself, and that is when I decided to sleep on my aunt's bedroom floor, because her room was the only air-conditioned room. And it gave me a perfect excuse that sounded normal, something no one would question, because anyone could understand wanting cooler air in the summer, and no one would suspect I was actually trying to get away from whispers and knocks. The first night I slept on the floor in my aunt's room, I remember feeling a strange mix of relief and embarrassment. Relief because the sounds were farther away, embarrassment because I was old enough to feel like I shouldn't need to sleep near an adult. Yet fear has a way of removing pride, and the comfort of being close to my aunt, even if she didn't know the real reason, felt like a shield. The air conditioner hummed softly, a steady normal sound that made the room feel safe, and my aunt's breathing, the small movements of sleep, the simple reality of another person being there, made it easier for my body to release some tension, and for the first time in many nights, I slept more deeply, though even then, a part of me still listened. Still waited for the whispering to creep under the door, still expected a knock, and when morning came and nothing had happened, I felt grateful in a quiet way I couldn't explain. I kept using the same excuse, night after night, that I liked the cold air, that I slept better in an air-conditioned room, that the heat upstairs made me restless, and my aunt accepted it, probably thinking it was just the child's preference, and I never told her the truth because I couldn't imagine her believing it. And I also couldn't imagine what would happen if she didn't believe it, if she laughed. Or worse, if she looked at me with concern the way adults look at a child they think is having problems, because I didn't want to be the problem. I wanted the problem to be something outside me, something I could leave behind. By the time the 2 months ended, I felt like I had survived something instead of simply enjoyed a vacation, and when we packed to go home, I felt a quiet happiness that had nothing to do with school starting and everything to do with leaving that room, leaving that chest, leaving those whispers behind. And when the next summer came, when my stepbrother and I would normally be excited to go back, I made sure it didn't happen. I found reasons, excuses, anything, and I held on to my refusal with a stubbornness that surprised even me, because I didn't want to step into that house again, not after what I had experienced in the dark. Not after what had followed me into waking thoughts during the day. It was only later, after enough time had passed, that I could talk about it without feeling like the whispering might return the moment I said it out loud, that I heard something that made my blood run cold in a different way, because I learned from our grandmother, the one who owned the antique chest, that there were stories about that house, and she told me, in the plain way older people sometimes speak about things they accept as true, that the house was believed to be haunted by not just one ghost, but 3. And she described them with names that sounded like warnings more than descriptions: a black lady, a burning lady, and a faceless man. And she said that was the reason she didn't live there, that she lived in Alabang with our other aunt instead. And when she said those words, the memory of the whispering, the knocking, the grumbling sounds from the chest, all of it settled into my mind like pieces clicking into place, not because I suddenly understood everything, but because I finally understood that what I had felt in that room might not have been only my imagination or a child's fear, and what stayed with me most was not a clear image of a ghost, because I never saw a face, never saw a body, never saw a shadow that I could point to, but the sensation of being listened to in the dark, the feeling of invisible voices pressed close to my ear, the way the whispering seemed to grow louder night after night until it followed me even into daylight, and the way the antique chest felt like it was holding something that wanted to get out, something trapped and impatient. And even now, when I think back to that summer, I can still remember how my body felt right at the edge of sleep, how the quiet of the room could suddenly become crowded, how a simple pillow could feel like a doorway for something unseen, and how I learned, much earlier than I wanted to, that sometimes the scariest things are not the ones you can see, but the ones you can only hear. The ones that whisper without words, the ones that make you doubt your own senses while still leaving you too afraid to close your eyes. I was only 3 years old when this happened, so most of what I know comes from what my mother told me later, the way she would tell it in a calm voice on ordinary afternoons, as if she was trying to convince herself it had really happened and also trying not to scare me too much. But even if my memory is soft around the edges, the story has always felt sharp. Like a picture you can't stop seeing once someone places it in your mind. It was the kind of night when a family moves because it has to, because someone has died and there is grieving to be done the next day, and nobody is fully rested or fully prepared, and everyone's thoughts are heavy before the trip even begins, and that weight sits in the vehicle with you, mixed with the smell of warm seats, faint sweat, and the quiet nervousness of adults trying to do the right thing at the right time. So we left Manila at night and started our long drive, and even though I was little, I was there in the Jeep with my parents and relatives and my father's friends, drifting in and out of sleep, my head sometimes against the shoulder, sometimes against a bag, sometimes against the window that felt cold when my cheek touched it, and the road noise and the engine vibration became like a lullaby, but also like a warning, because at night the road has a way of feeling endless, and the darkness outside the windows can feel thicker than it should. My mother said that at some point we made a left turn on the way to Bayambang, and she remembers it clearly because the corner was marked by a gas station, a simple gas station sitting there like a bright spot in the dark, the kind of place you notice because it's a small island of light when everything else is quiet and black, and according to her the gas station was on the corner, and that corner mattered, because after that turn the road felt different, as if we had slid out of the normal path without realizing it. We continued on a two-way road, the kind that looks ordinary until you are far from any familiar landmark, and the farther we went the more the night seemed to close in, and then, one after another, we passed 7 bridges, and even that detail feels strange when I think about it now, because 7 bridges is a lot, and even if roads can have bridges close together, there was something about the way my mother described them that sounded unnatural, as if the bridges appeared too neatly, too regularly, as if they were placed there like steps meant to lead you somewhere. She said that after the bridges we entered a stretch of road where bolete trees covered almost the whole sky for about a kilometer, and if you know bolete trees, you know why that matters, because bolete trees look old even when you don't know their age. Their branches twist like arms and their roots hang down like hair, and at night they can make the air feel crowded. And my mother said those trees arched overhead so thickly that the road felt like a tunnel made of leaves and shadow, with the sky almost completely hidden, and I can imagine the headlights cutting through that tunnel, lighting up trunks and roots and branches that seem to move even when they don't, making the shadows shift like living things. And as we traveled, something about the road must have confused or pulled at the driver's sense of direction, because after a few minutes we stopped on a bridge. And this is one of the moments my mother always emphasized, because they did not realize at first that the Jeep was only a few meters away from a very high fall, like the edge of the world just beyond the rail, and in the dark you can't always judge distance, so the danger was hidden, and my father saw something that made him think help was near, because below or near the bridge he saw a boat with people holding a gas lamp, and that lamp was important because it wasn't electric light, it was that old kind of flame that flickers, that makes a warm circle in the dark and turns the rest of the night even darker by contrast, and my father called out to them and asked for directions, trying to be practical, trying to find the correct road again, and then, as if someone had pinched out a candle, the light vanished into thin air and the boat vanished too, not drifting away, not turning a corner, not fading behind fog, but simply gone, and the sudden emptiness would have been worse than if the boat had never been there. Because it suggested that the night itself was changing. That what you saw could be taken away instantly. My mother said she decided then that they needed help and that she would go down the road to look for someone, because that is what adults do when they are trying not to panic. They turn fear into action, and she and whoever went with her started walking, leaving the jeep behind on that bridge that felt unsafe, and the air around them must have been damp, with the smell of fields and trees, and the sound of insects and distant water, and as they walked they passed a group of frogs, and my mother said it wasn't just a handful, it was more than hundreds, an unreal number, a living carpet of frogs, their bodies shining faintly in the headlights' leftover glow or the weak light they carried, and the frogs were everywhere, clustered and hopping, making that wet, small sound frogs make when they move, and she said it felt like the frogs were gathered there for a reason, not randomly. Like they were watching or guarding the road, and even if you want to believe it was simply nature, the timing of it makes the scene feel like a sign, because it came right after the boat and the vanished lamp. They kept walking, and my mother said they moved along rice fields, which means open land, flat land, land where there aren't many places for a vehicle to hide, and the darkness over a rice field can feel enormous, because the field is wide and the horizon is low, and the sky feels like it presses down, and while they walked they noticed they were being followed by a red Volkswagen, and that detail always made my skin prickle because a red car stands out in the night even when you can only see it in flashes. And she said the drivers were all wearing gray suits, neat gray suits like officials or businessmen, except the most terrifying part was that they had no faces at all, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, just blank skin where a face should be, as if someone had smoothed them over. And at first they didn't react the way you might expect. Because sometimes when something is too strange your mind refuses to accept it, so you tell yourself you are tired, you are stressed, you are imagining things, you keep walking, you don't look too long, you don't want to acknowledge it, and my mother said they tried not to mind the car, but then, after a few seconds, the Volkswagen vanished behind them, and the reason that mattered was because it was impossible for it to just disappear. Not on a narrow path beside rice fields, not with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, no house or building close enough to block it from view, and that impossibility is what changed discomfort into real fear, because a normal person might drive away or stop or turn around, but something that vanishes like a trick is not normal. That fear made them walk faster, trying to reach any sign of a real house, a real person, any stable point in the night, and after a few minutes they noticed they were being followed again, and this time it was even more absurd, because it was a 10-wheeler truck traveling with them on a very narrow road, a road that should not have been able to fit such a truck comfortably, a truck that should have sounded loud, that should have shaken the ground, that should have been hard to ignore, and again the people driving were wearing gray suits. And again they had no faces, and my mother said it was like the night was offering them the same strange figure in different forms, escalating the size and the threat, as if the road itself was showing them that normal rules didn't apply. Just like the Volkswagen, the truck vanished after a few seconds, gone in a way that did not make sense, and by then panic wasn't just a possibility, it was in their bodies, it was in the way they breathed, the way their hearts beat, the way their eyes kept darting to the sides as if expecting something else to appear. They reached the end of the road and saw a house, and a house at night can look like safety, even if you don't know who lives there. Because it is light and walls and a door, it is something human, something that suggests the world is still normal. So they knocked and asked the gatekeeper if we could spend the night there. And this is another moment my mother described with a kind of quiet horror. Because the gatekeeper said the house was already full, and my mother and the others peeped inside, and what they saw made the refusal feel like a warning, because the people lying on the floor were the same as the drivers, wearing gray suits and having no faces, lying there like bodies that were resting or waiting, too many of them, arranged in a way that did not feel like guests sleeping, but like a scene staged to trap anyone who came close, and at that moment the house was no longer a shelter. It was an extension of whatever was following them, and the realization that an entire house could be filled with faceless people is the kind of thing that turns fear into instinct, because you stop thinking and start moving. They hurried back to the Jeep as fast as they could, because the Jeep, even stuck on a bridge near a drop, was still their one tool to get out. And in my mother's telling, there is always a frantic energy here, the rush of footsteps, the sound of breath, the way voices would have turned sharp. Not screaming, but urgent, clipped, because screaming wastes oxygen and draws attention, and they just wanted to leave, to get away from that place where boats and lights vanish, where frogs gather like a living wall, where cars and trucks appear with faceless drivers, where even the houses are full of the same gray-suited emptiness. They got back into the Jeep and drove, and they traveled the same road where they had passed the bridges and the belite trees, expecting to retrace their path, expecting to find that corner gas station again and take the correct route to Pangasinan, expecting the road to behave like a road. But what happened next confused them even more, because at some point they stopped on a cliff-like stretch, and when they looked around and tried to understand where they were, they realized the bridges were no longer there, and my mother said 5 of the bridges were gone, simply gone, and the road had become a very steep, dangerous stretch, as if the bridges had been removed and the land had been cut away. And you can imagine how that would feel, like driving into a place that doesn't match what you just drove through, like the world has been edited behind you. They passed belite trees that seemed almost lying on the ground, and the last 2 trees were even blocking the road, so my father's friends had to clear the way, moving branches, forcing the Jeep through. And there is something deeply unsettling about having to physically clear a path through trees at night, because it makes you feel like you have entered a place people don't usually pass through, a place the road is not meant to go anymore, and yet they did it, because they had no other choice, and after a few hours of driving, struggling, and trying to hold on to any sense of direction, they finally reached the gas station again, the same gas station on the corner that my mother remembered, and the sight of it should have been relief, because it was familiar. It was lit, it was a fixed point, so they filled the Jeep with gas, trying to act normal, trying to step back into the ordinary world, and my father asked the gas boy about the bridge, and the boy said the bridge was out, and he pointed to a very big signboard saying the bridge was washed out, a sign so large it should have been impossible to miss, a sign like a billboard, and that was what made the whole thing feel like a cruel trick, because none of the people in the Jeep had seen that sign when they first came through, and they weren't careless. They were watching the road, they were alert, and yet the sign had been invisible to them, and the fact that it was so big made the invisibility feel intentional, as if something had chosen when they could and could not see, as if the night had hidden the warning until it was ready to show it. They continued traveling to Pangasinan, still trying to reach their destination, and this part becomes almost dizzying, because my mother said that no matter how far they tried to move away from the gas station, no matter how many left and right turns they made, they always passed the same gas station again with the washout billboard, like they were stuck in a loop, like the road kept folding back on itself, and in a normal situation you might say they were lost and circling, but they were making turns on purpose, trying to change direction, and yet the same corner, the same lights, the same sign returned again and again. And that repetition is what made them finally name what they believed was happening, because when rational explanations fail repeatedly, people reach for the language they were raised with, the stories they heard from elders, the words that explain what roads and maps cannot, and my mother said they understood then that they were being played by Encanto, the kind of spirits or elementals people talk about in Philippine folklore, beings that can confuse travelers and lead them in circles. And whether you believe in that or not, you can understand why they felt it. Because to be forced back to the same point over and over is to lose your sense of control, and losing control at night on unfamiliar roads is one of the fastest ways to panic. They decided they needed to rest somewhere safe, somewhere with a real roof and real people, so they went to the house of one of my father's friends, and they stayed there for the night, and the simple act of being in a house that belonged to someone they knew, with walls that felt normal, with a caretaker who spoke like an ordinary person, must have been calming, like stepping out of a nightmare into a room where the furniture doesn't move, where shadows behave, where a voice comes from a face. My father asked the caretaker about the bridge, and the caretaker said the same thing, that the bridge was washed out from the first bridge they had passed, and hearing the same information from a second person might have confirmed reality in one way. But it also confirmed something else, that the warning had been real. All along. And that somehow they had been kept from noticing it, and that feeling, that you can be on the same road as everyone else but not seeing the same things, is one of the most frightening parts of stories like this, because it suggests your senses can be controlled. This next part is the only part one can claim as even partly mine, because my mother said I slept through most of the night, as a child would. Worn out by travel and fear and the warmth of adults around me. But around 3 in the morning, my relatives were awakened by a familiar sound, the sound of an ice cream bell, and that detail is eerie in a quiet way, because an ice cream bell is a sound that belongs to daylight, to afternoons, to children running to the street with coins in their hands, not to the deep hours of the night when even dogs usually sleep, and yet they heard it clearly, the bell and the sound of a vendor cart moving outside the house. Even though they didn't see the vendor or the cart, and you can imagine how that would feel, lying inside a quiet house, listening to a cheerful sound in a time when cheer feels wrong, and the contrast itself becomes unsettling, because it's like something pretending to be normal in a way that is slightly off, slightly misplaced. In the morning my father decided to go home, and after a night like that, home becomes more than a destination. It becomes a promise that the world can return to the way it should be, and on the way they stopped at a fruit stand. And my father asked where the sweet fruits came from, and the owner said they were from another province, and my father asked how they were delivered, and the owner said they passed the bridge, and that answer hit like a small shock, because it suggested that in the normal version of the road, the bridge exists, or at least it existed for the fruit delivery. And the idea that other people were passing through without trouble made my parents' experience feel even more isolated and strange, as if the road had chosen them specifically, as if the confusion had been meant for them alone. We left the stand after eating, and we continued our way back to Manila, and by then the daylight would have softened things, because daylight can make even the scariest night feel far away, like it happened in a different world. But fear doesn't always vanish with the sun, sometimes it lingers in the way you keep checking mirrors, the way you keep scanning the side of the road, the way you feel watched, even when you can't explain why. And my mother said that while we were traveling on NLEX, she still saw the red Volkswagen following us, the same red Volkswagen from the rice fields, and she saw it appear and then vanish, and she said it would vanish after reaching the Balintawak exit. And whether it was real or a shadow of fear in her tired eyes, the fact that she saw it at all tells you how deeply the night had gotten into her mind. Because once you've seen something impossible, the world never feels fully stable again for a while. And what stays with our family in this story is not just one moment of fear but a chain of moments, each one stranger than the last, like stepping stones that lead you deeper into a place you didn't mean to enter. The left turn, the gas station, the 7 bridges, the bolete trees covering the sky, the jeep stopping too close to a deadly fall, the boat with the gas lamp that vanished, the sea of frogs, the red Volkswagen with faceless men in gray suits, the 10-wheeler truck on a road too narrow for it, the house filled with the same faceless figures lying on the floor, the rush back to the jeep, the road changing so that bridges were gone and steep drops replaced them, the trees blocking the way, the return to the gas station and the suddenly obvious washout sign that had been invisible before, the looping route that kept returning to the same corner no matter how many turns they took, the acceptance that something unseen was guiding them, the night in a friend's house, the ice cream bell at 3 in the morning, the fruit stand owner talking about crossing the bridge as if nothing was wrong, and my mother still seeing the red Volkswagen following us on the expressway and disappearing again. When you put all of those pieces together, the story doesn't feel like one incident, it feels like a long, winding trap. As if something on that road had the power to bend what people see, to rearrange what exists, to make warnings invisible and impossible things visible, to lead you away from safety and then return you to the same point until you admit you are not in control. And I know I was just a child, mostly asleep, not understanding what was happening. But I also know that stories like this become part of a family the way certain prayers do, repeated softly, passed on, because they carry a lesson that is hard to explain but easy to feel. The lesson that there are nights when the familiar road is not familiar, when a bright gas station can become a marker of a loop instead of a marker of progress, when a sign can be too big to miss and yet still be unseen, when a cheerful ice cream bell can sound like a warning instead of comfort, and when the most unsettling thing isn't even the idea of ghosts or monsters but the idea of being guided by something you cannot see, something playful or cruel. Something that turns the map into a circle and the road into a question, and even now, whenever I hear people talk about Encanto and the way travelers can be led astray, I think of my mother's voice describing that red Volkswagen and the faceless men in gray suits, and I can't help imagining the quiet night air over rice fields, the old trees arching overhead, and a gas lamp that flickers once and then disappears as if the darkness itself swallowed it whole. When I was really little, the kind of little where everything in the world still feels huge and mysterious, I used to get nightmares once in a while. Nothing dramatic every single night, just those random, heavy dreams that would wake me up sweating or crying, the kind that makes you want to run down the hall to your parents' room even if you're trying to be brave. Then my parents took me on a trip to Canada. I don't remember every detail of that trip the way adults remember trips, like which hotels or which highways. What I remember is the feeling of being somewhere different, and the way little shops looked exciting when you're a kid, because everything seems like it might be magical if you stare at it long enough. That was where I bought a dream catcher. It was a pretty one, the kind that looks delicate and special when you're small, woven circle, threads, beads, feathers, all of it. I remember wanting it badly, like it wasn't just a decoration, but a real object that could actually do something. I'm older now, and I don't claim the dream catcher worked in a literal, scientific way. I'm not saying it grabbed nightmares like a net and kept them from reaching me. But as a kid, I believed in it the way kids believe in things that make them feel safe. I hung it up and it gave me peace of mind. And sometimes that kind of peace is powerful enough to change your sleep all by itself. After I got it, my nightmares basically stopped. Years went by. The dream catcher became one of those things that just existed in my room, part of the background of my life. I didn't stare at it every day and think about dreams. It was just there. A little reminder of that trip, a little symbol of safety. Over time it got older and more fragile, and a few years ago it broke. I didn't throw it away though. I couldn't. It felt wrong to toss it like trash. So I put it in a box in my room. Even broken, it still felt like something I couldn't just get rid of. Then, on Thursday, November 13th, 2008, I had the first nightmares I'd had since buying that dream catcher. That's what made it stand out so much to me, how long it had been. It wasn't just, I had a bad night. It felt like an old pattern coming back after years of being quiet. The dreams themselves weren't even meaningful. That's the strange part. They weren't about trauma, or a fear I could point to, or anything that explained why they were happening. They were random. The kind of random nightmares where your mind throws together scenes that don't fit, but the mood is wrong the whole time. You wake up with your heart racing, and even once you're awake you still feel dirty inside, like something unpleasant brushed against your mind. I remember waking up during the night, at least once, in between two nightmares. I glanced at the clock, half aware, and then I drifted back under. When my alarm finally went off on Friday morning, I felt like I had barely slept at all. Not, I'm tired. I mean drained, like I'd been running all night. My body felt heavy. My head felt thick. My eyes felt sore. My stomach even felt off, like my whole system was irritated. I was relieved it had been just dreams, but the relief didn't help much because I still felt awful. At breakfast, or maybe while getting ready, I told my dad how terrible I felt, and he said something that made sense. If I felt that bad, I probably wasn't just waking up once or twice. He said I was probably waking up all night long and not remembering it, like my sleep had been broken in pieces. He said the nightmares might have been happening the whole time, back to back, and I was only remembering the worst parts. I told my mom too. I told her about the nightmares and about how I felt like I'd gotten no rest at all. For a moment I wanted to stay home from school. My body felt like it needed a full day to recover. But I had a calculus test, and I didn't want to miss it. I didn't want to come back the next week and make it up under pressure, while everyone else had moved on to new material. So I forced myself to go. That school day felt like I was walking through water. Everything took extra effort. Sitting upright took effort. Focusing my eyes took effort. People talked to me and I could answer, but it felt like my brain was half a second behind, like it had to drag itself to keep up. During the calculus test I did what I could, but I remember feeling like I was pushing through fog. I kept thinking, just get through this and then you can rest. By the time I finished the test I felt worse. Not just tired, sick. The kind of sick where you can feel it in your skin and your throat and your stomach, like your body is warning you that it's running on nothing. I already knew I wasn't going to last the whole day. After math class, I went to the office and called my mom. I told her I felt awful and asked if she could pick me up. She could hear it in my voice right away. I didn't have to beg. She said yes. When I got home, it was around 11 a.m. The moment I stepped inside, I felt that relief you feel when you finally reach a safe place. School has lights and noise and movement. Home feels quieter, softer. I didn't even really talk. I didn't sit down to eat. I walked straight to my room like my body was on autopilot. I made a beeline for my bed and fell asleep almost immediately. That sleep was deep. Not peaceful at first, more like I collapsed. I don't remember dreaming much during that nap, which was a blessing. When I finally woke up, it was around 5:30 in the evening. The sky outside looked different, that late day light that makes everything feel calmer. I felt much better. Not perfect, but like a human again. Like I'd finally gotten rest and my brain had restarted. My body didn't feel heavy. My eyes didn't burn. That sick feeling had faded. I sat up slowly, drank some water, and realized how badly I must have needed that sleep. My parents were out when I woke up. The house was quiet, and I remember liking that for a while, just being alone, letting the day settle. Later they came home and asked how I felt. I told them I felt a lot better. They were relieved. We talked casually, and the night went on normally. Eventually, my parents went to bed. I didn't. Because of how late I'd slept, my body wasn't ready to sleep again. Even though I had been exhausted earlier, the long nap had thrown my schedule off. So I stayed up. I wasn't doing anything productive, not really. Just sitting around, maybe on the computer, maybe reading. Maybe flipping through things, just wasting time in that way people do when they're awake but not motivated. I remember thinking I should go to bed earlier, but I kept pushing it off. Before I knew it, it was around 3 in the morning. At that point, I finally told myself, okay, enough. You need to sleep. You have to reset. So I got up and took a shower, hoping the routine would relax me and make me sleepy again. The water helped. Standing under warm water always makes me feel grounded, like it washes off stress and weird thoughts. When I finished and came back into my room, I wasn't expecting anything unusual. I was just ready to finally lie down and sleep. That's when my cat Crystal jumped up and started begging for attention. Crystal is a female cat, and she's always had a very particular personality. Even since she was a kitten, she's been shy, quiet, and kind of paranoid. She startles easily. She doesn't love sudden movement. She watches everything like she's waiting for something to go wrong. But she loves me. I love her too. She's one of those cats that bonds deeply, not loudly. She doesn't demand attention like some cats do. She just chooses you and stays near you. That's why it's easy to tell when Crystal really wants attention. Normally, she doesn't meow much. She makes these small squeaks and chirps. Soft little sounds. But when she truly wants something, when she wants affection, or when she's nervous, or when she needs reassurance, she actually meows. Not loudly, but clearly. And she did that night. So I gave her what she wanted. I lifted the blanket a little, and she crawled under it like she always does. Crystal is small, kind of a runt, and she loves warmth. She settled into the cozy space and started kneading at my down blanket. If you've had a cat do that, you know the feeling. Those slow pushing paws, the little rhythmic motion, like they're trying to make a nest out of the fabric. She also did her other favorite thing, chasing my hands when I stopped petting her for even a second. Like, if my hand paused, she'd reach out with her paw and pull it back, demanding more. It was cute and comforting, and honestly I needed it. After that horrible night of nightmares and that sick day, having her there felt like a little anchor. Eventually she chose her usual spot. She tucked herself between my arm and my chest, her nose pressed into my shoulder. She started kneading again, and she purred hard, like her whole body was a small engine. It calmed me down immediately. Her purring has always had that effect. It makes the room feel safe. It makes the air feel normal. For a while, everything was comfortable. Crystal was warm, the blanket was soft, and I felt myself finally starting to drift. Then something happened that snapped me wide awake. I felt the foot of my bed sink a little, like someone had sat down on it. It wasn't a gentle settling that comes from shifting your own weight. It was specific, downward pressure at the end of the mattress. Enough that I felt the change through the whole bed. My eyes flew open. I looked, expecting to see. I don't even know what I expected. A parent? A shadow? A shape? But there was nothing there. My room looked exactly the same. The corner of the room, the dresser, the outline of furniture, everything normal. And still, I had felt the bed sink. My mind immediately went to the thing I didn't want to think about, our ghost. I say our ghost, because this wasn't my first strange experience in the house. There had been other moments before, enough moments that I had started to believe there was something in the house that wasn't just old house noises. I'm not saying I had proof. I'm saying I had that feeling you get after enough odd incidents, where you stop laughing it off completely. In that moment, lying there with Crystal pressed against me, all I could think was, please don't start anything tonight. I couldn't even tell which side of the bed the pressure had been on. It felt like the entire foot of the bed had dipped. Like the weight didn't settle on the left or right, but somewhere near the center, spreading out through the mattress. Crystal stopped purring. She stopped kneading. The sudden silence from her startled me almost as much as the bed sinking. Her purr had been steady and loud. Then it just cut off, like someone hit a switch. Then she turned around and moved. She left her normal spot against my chest and slid down to lie next to my hip instead. It wasn't a slow, comfortable shift like she was just changing positions. It felt quick and deliberate, like she wanted to move away from where she had been. I was lying on my back. With her no longer tucked against my chest, I suddenly felt exposed. That's the only word that fits. It was like her warmth had been a shield, and it had been removed. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to draw attention. I didn't want to invite anything. So I tried to stay perfectly still, like playing dead would make it go away. I remember thinking about the last time. The last time something had happened, it had felt like a kind of paralysis. Not just fear freeze, but that heavy trapped feeling where you can't react the way you want to. I didn't want that again. I didn't want to be helpless. I carefully put my hand on Crystal's back and began to pet her, trying to keep my movements small. I thought maybe she'd purr again, maybe she'd relax, maybe her calm would pull me back into calm. But she didn't purr. She didn't react much at all. She lay there tense and still, like she was listening. Then I started feeling something else, something inside my own body. It was a shaky, uncomfortable pins and needles sensation in my legs. At first it was slight, like when your leg starts to fall asleep. But it wasn't the normal numbness you get from laying wrong. This felt different. It felt like a prickly wave moving upward. It started in my legs, then crept higher, and then I felt a bit of it in my arms too. For a moment my fear spiked. I thought, he's doing it again. He's paralyzing me. That thought hit fast and hard, because the idea of being unable to move while something is in your room is pure panic. Your mind immediately goes to the worst possibilities. But then I tested myself. I moved my knee slightly. It moved, I moved my arm. It moved. I turned my head. I could. So I wasn't paralyzed. Not fully. Not like before. It was more like a sensation, like something had brushed my nerves and left that prickly feeling behind. And after a couple minutes, it faded for the most part, like it lost interest or like it had done what it wanted to do. Still, one detail kept bothering me. I never felt the bed rise back up. I had felt it sink. I had felt the mattress dip at the foot. But after the sensation faded, I didn't feel it return to normal. It was like the weight stayed there, even if the moment passed. I lay there, listening to the house, listening to Crystal's breathing, trying to decide what to do. Should I turn on the light? Should I get up? Should I run to my parents' room even though I wasn't a child anymore? But I was exhausted again, and I didn't want to feed fear into my own mind. I didn't want to spend hours awake imagining worse things. So I stayed still and focused on breathing normally. I'm not sure how I managed it, but shortly after that, I fell asleep. Not a shallow sleep either. It was real sleep. The kind where your body finally lets go. When my alarm woke me later, I opened my eyes and felt incredible. Completely rested. No nightmares. No tossing and turning. No sweaty panic wake-ups. It was one of those rare mornings where you feel like your sleep actually repaired you, like it reset your whole system. Crystal, at some point during the morning, had moved again. She had made a little nest for herself between my feet. When I woke up and shifted, she noticed immediately and came back to her favorite position between my chest and my arm, like she was reclaiming her spot now that it felt safe again. I was lying there enjoying the calm feeling when I heard something that made me freeze. Two loud, quick raps on the wall to the left of my bed, just above my desk. It sounded like someone knocking with a knuckle. Hard enough to be clear. Quick enough to be intentional. No one else was in my room. That wall overlooks our side yard from the second floor. It's not like there's a hallway behind it where someone could be walking and tapping. It's an outside wall. And there wasn't anything outside that could easily explain a knock like that. The nearest tree is at the other end of the house, in our neighbor's yard, not close enough to scrape or tap the wall by my desk. What surprised me most was my own reaction. It didn't frighten me this time. Instead, it felt like a message. Like the ghost, if that's what it was letting me know he was there. Not in a threatening way. More like a presence making itself known, almost politely. And because I had slept so well after that strange moment, a thought formed in my mind that I didn't expect. Maybe he stayed. Maybe whatever is in this house stayed near me last night to keep the nightmares away. That idea might sound ridiculous, but the timing felt connected. I had the first nightmares I'd had in years. I was drained and sick the next day. I fell asleep. Then that night, when I finally went back to bed, the bed dipped as if someone sat down. Crystal reacted. I felt that prickly wave, and then I slept better than I had in days. It was hard not to connect those things. I drifted back to sleep again for a little while. Later, around 10:30, I woke up feeling awake and energetic enough to actually get up. I sat there and replayed the knock in my mind. The sound had been so specific that I wanted to compare it. So I reached out and rapped my knuckle against the wall in the same spot. It was the same sound. That made my skin prickle again, but not in a terrifying way. It was more like confirmation that what I heard wasn't the desk shifting or something falling. I didn't have any loose hanging objects on my desk or on the shelf above it. Nothing that could have swung and hit the wall. Everything was in place. No explanation. The longer I sat with it, the more I believed something simple. That knock was intentional. And if it was intentional, it felt like a goodbye. Like I watched over you. You're okay now. I'm leaving. Once I accepted that idea, I felt something I didn't expect: gratitude. I know how it sounds to be thankful for a ghost. But in my mind, if this presence is real, it hasn't tried to hurt me. It has startled me, yes. It has made me uncomfortable, yes. But that night, it felt like it helped. Like it stayed close enough to keep the nightmares from coming back. like it took the chaos out of my sleep and replaced it with deep rest. So later that day I went into the backyard. I didn't do anything dramatic. I didn't call out loudly like I was performing a scene. I just stood out there for a moment, looked around, and quietly said thank you, hoping that if he was listening, he would understand what I meant. I also made a promise to myself. The next time I get a visit from him, I don't want my first reaction to be fear. I might still get startled, because who wouldn't? But I want to remember how I felt when I woke up rested, and how that knock didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a presence letting me know I wasn't alone, but not in the way nightmares make you feel alone. I don't know if a broken dream catcher in a box had anything to do with any of this. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it was only a symbol, and the real protection came from something else entirely. All I know is this: after years of peaceful nights, I suddenly had nightmares again, and then I had one of the strangest nights I've ever had. Crystal going quiet, my bed sinking, that prickly sensation, the deep sleep afterward, and finally 2 sharp knocks on the wall like a clear sign. And for the first time, instead of feeling hunted by the unknown, I felt watched over. I moved into this house with my mother in June of 2008. We were renting it, and the first time I walked through the door with boxes in my arms and dust in my nose, I had one clear thought that kept repeating in my head: this place isn't haunted. It wasn't a voice telling me that or anything dramatic. It was just the feeling I got. The air felt ordinary. The rooms felt empty in a normal way, like any house feels when you first move in, quiet, a little unfamiliar, smelling faintly of old paint and whatever cleaning product the landlord used. The floors creaked like floors always do. The windows rattled just slightly in their frames. Pipes made their normal noises. Nothing screamed paranormal. I wouldn't even call myself sensitive. I don't walk into buildings and instantly know things. I'm not the type who claims to feel spirits or read energy in a serious way. If anything, I just make guesses based on how a place feels. The only reason I even had haunted on my mind at all was because my dad's house has a couple ghosts. At least, that's what I've always believed. There are things in his home that make themselves known. Not constantly, but enough that you stop doubting your own eyes and ears. At my dad's house, if something is there, it doesn't hide. It lets you know. So when we moved into this new rental and I felt nothing like that, I decided it was normal. I decided it was clean in the spiritual sense as well as the physical sense. I thought, good. I'm not dealing with that here. And for a little while, it did feel that way. That summer I stayed up late almost every night. I've always been a night owl. Even as a kid, I was the type who felt more awake after midnight than at noon. I don't know why. I just think better at night. I like the quiet. I like that the world slows down. I like that nobody expects anything from you except to be still. Most nights, my mother went to bed at a normal time. She worked, she was tired, and she liked her sleep. The house would go quiet except for the TV glow in the living room, the hum of the refrigerator, and the soft little sounds animals make when they settle down. I would stay up, flipping channels, talking on the phone, or doing nothing important at all. Just existing. Through that summer, I had a few experiences, little moments that didn't fit with my first impression of the house. The first one was small, but it stuck with me because it was so clear. I was on the phone with a friend, sitting near the doorway that led into the dining room. It was late enough that everything was dim, and most of the house felt like it had already gone to sleep. I was sitting in one of those chairs that can spin, the kind that turns with the smallest shift of your weight. I remember absent-mindedly rotating a little as I talked, like I always do when I'm on the phone and bored. My friend was talking about something, probably gossip, probably something pointless, and I was half listening. Then, right behind me, I heard someone say, "Hello?" It wasn't faint. It wasn't a sound I had to strain to catch. It was a clear, "Hello?" like a person standing behind your chair, close enough to be in the room with you. My body reacted before my mind could decide if it was real. I spun the chair around fast, almost knocking myself off balance, and stared into the dining room. Nobody was there. The dining room looked exactly the same as it had seconds before. Darker than the living room, shadows sitting in corners, the outline of furniture. No person. No movement. No one stepping away. For a second, I stood there with my phone pressed to my ear, staring like if I stared long enough I'd see something move. My heart was beating too quickly for such a small moment. It's strange how the body reacts to a voice behind you. It triggers something deep and automatic, like an alarm system. I asked my friend, "Did someone just say hello on your end? Like, is your phone picking up someone else's signal?" She paused and then said no, in that tone people use when they think you're being weird. Like I was joking or like I was imagining it. She asked if I was messing with her. I told her I wasn't. But I didn't push it. I didn't want to sound crazy. I didn't want her to start laughing and telling everyone. She thinks her house is haunted. Especially when I had literally told myself the house wasn't haunted. So I laughed it off and said something like, "It's late. My mind is messing with me." I told myself that too. Late nights can do that. When you're tired and the house is quiet, your brain can turn normal sounds into voices. It happens. That's what I decided. Except, once you hear something like that, it's hard to fully forget it. A different night, not long after, I was lying on the couch watching TV. It was one of those nights where the show barely mattered. The TV was more like company, background noise, light in the room. My cat was with me, curled partly in my lap, warm and heavy. Her presence made me feel safe in that simple way animals can. A cat doesn't lie to you. If they're calm, you assume the room is calm. That night I started getting a strange feeling about the dining room again. Not a sound this time. Just a pull of attention. I kept glancing toward the doorway as if I expected something to walk by. You know that feeling when you can't stop looking at one spot even though nothing is there? It was like that. I would glance, see nothing, then force myself to look back at the TV. A minute later, I'd glance again. Nothing happened. I started to feel sleepy. My eyes got heavy. The TV voices began to blur into that half-asleep state where you're not fully listening anymore. My cat stayed still, breathing softly, and I let myself drift. Then my cat suddenly jumped up. She moved so fast it startled me awake. Her claws dug into my legs for a second as she pushed off, and I immediately sat up, annoyed and confused. But the second I looked at her, my annoyance died. She was staring into the dining room. Her tail was puffed up, fluffy in a way that cats' tails only get when they feel threatened. Her ears were angled in that alert position, and she made a low sound I had almost never heard from her. She growled. My cat does not growl. Not normally. She used to only growl at the dogs that lived in the basement, and even that wasn't common. She's not aggressive by nature. She's cautious, yes, but not the type to act bold. So hearing her make that sound, in that posture, with her attention locked on the empty dining room, made my stomach tighten. She growled like a man had walked by, because she dislikes males. She has always been more tense around men, and she reacts to male voices and male energy in a way she doesn't react to women. So in that moment, my mind went, there's a male presence there. That's exactly what it felt like. But no one was awake. My mother was asleep. There were no men in the house. No guests. No neighbors inside. The dining room was empty. I stared into the darkness too, trying to see what she was seeing, but nothing moved. After a few minutes, my cat calmed down. Her tail slowly lowered. The growling stopped. She blinked a few times and jumped down as if she was embarrassed by her own reaction. Then she acted normal again, like whatever triggered her had either left or had stopped being noticeable. I sat there trying to breathe normally. I told myself maybe she saw a shadow. Maybe a car light moved across the window. Maybe she heard a noise in the walls. Cats react to tiny things we don't notice. Mice, insects, the smallest sounds. But the growling felt too personal. Too targeted. That night, I also felt something rub against my leg when nothing was there. It wasn't a cat, because my cat was already away from me by then. It felt like a brush of pressure, like something passing close. But I didn't even want to think about it, so I pushed it out of my mind. I told myself I was tired and paranoid. I told myself I was letting stories get into my head. Because my mother is afraid of ghosts. She has always been afraid of that kind of thing. Even the idea of it makes her uncomfortable. She doesn't want to discuss spirits or hauntings, and she definitely doesn't want to invite anything in by talking about it too much. She's the type who believes that if you focus on something like that, you might attract it. She believes in not giving it attention. I've always been the opposite. I cope with fear by joking. If something creeps me out, I laugh at it. I turn it into a story. I make it sound silly so it doesn't feel like it has power over me. That's how I've always handled things. Humor first, seriousness later if I have to. So after those little incidents, I started teasing my mother. I'd say, "This house is haunted," in this exaggerated voice just to see her glare at me. She'd roll her eyes and tell me to stop. And I'd keep going because it got a reaction and because I truly didn't think I was doing any harm. At some point, the jokes got more detailed. I started claiming there was a little girl in my bedroom. I even gave her a name. I said her name was Gracie. I would say it casually, like it was a fact. "Gracie's in my room again." Or, "Gracie doesn't like when you move my stuff." Just to mess with my mom. My mother knew I was lying. She wasn't fooled. She'd look at me and tell me to quit, and sometimes she'd say, half serious, "Stop it before you make someone angry, if there really is someone here." I would laugh and tell her she was being dramatic, and I'd keep making up more stupid stories. I said there was a man in the house too. I said there was a man and a girl, and they weren't friends. I turned it into some silly imaginary drama like it was a TV show. "The man doesn't like Gracie, they fight at night, that's why you hear noises." Things like that. I didn't mean anything by it. In my head, it was all harmless. It was all just jokes between me and my mother. I wasn't trying to summon anything. I wasn't trying to invite anything. I genuinely thought I was only making fun of the idea of ghosts, not of any real presence. Until the night I had the dream. That dream changed my attitude overnight. It started like a normal dream. I didn't even know I was dreaming at first, because everything felt like my real house. The kitchen looked like our kitchen. The lighting looked real. The layout felt accurate. It didn't have that warped, dream, look where doors lead to the wrong rooms. It felt like I was awake in my own home. In the dream, I was standing in the kitchen looking out the window. I remember staring through the glass and thinking a weird thought, almost like I was tempting fate. I remember thinking, wouldn't it be freaky if I saw someone standing behind me? That exact thought. It felt like the kind of thought you have when you're alone at night, and you let yourself imagine scary things even though you know you shouldn't. Like a dare you whisper to yourself. In the dream, I glanced behind me, then looked back toward the doorway. At first I didn't see anything, and I almost felt foolish, like see, nothing is there. Then I saw him. A boy stood behind me. Not a little kid. Not a grown man. A teenager. If I had to guess, he was somewhere between 16 and 19. He had dark hair and dark eyes, and his face looked sharp in a way that made him seem older than his age. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't neutral. He looked furious. Livid. The expression on his face wasn't a normal anger. It was rage that felt personal, like I had done something to him. He stared at me like he hated me. Like he had been waiting to confront me. In the dream, I screamed the moment I saw him. It wasn't a small scream either. It was the kind of scream that comes from panic, like your whole body understands danger before your mind can make sense of it. I ran. I ran out of the kitchen, into the dining room, and toward the stairs as fast as my legs could move. My heart was pounding, and I could hear my own breathing. I remember the sound of my feet on the floor, the way the house felt too narrow, too closed in, like the walls were pushing me toward him. Because he followed me. He chased me. I could hear him behind me, close enough that I felt like if I slowed down even for a second, he would grab me. I didn't look back. I just ran harder, throwing myself up the steps, turning corners too fast, gripping the railing. I ran into my mom's room. In the dream, my mom was there, asleep, and I felt that desperate child feeling of needing a parent to protect you even though I'm not a child anymore. I dropped beside her bed and tried to hide, like hiding could save me. I pressed my back against the bed frame, holding my breath, thinking maybe he wouldn't see me if I stayed still. But he found me anyway. He came into the room like he owned it, like the house belonged to him, and I was the intruder. He looked down at me with that same fury, and I remember feeling smaller and weaker than I've ever felt in a dream before. Then he grabbed me. He picked me up by my shirt, yanking me upward with a strength that didn't match his age. It felt like my body went weightless in his hands, like I was nothing. He pulled me close, chest to chest, so close that I could see his eyes clearly. They were dark and intense, like all the light had been drained out of them. He screamed in my face. Not nonsense, not random dream talk. He screamed words that made my stomach twist. He screamed about death. He screamed about how I was rude, about how I was disrespectful. He screamed as if he had listened to everything I had joked about, as if my stupid made-up stories had been aimed directly at him. He told me that what happened to him wasn't funny. And then he said something I will never forget, because it was so specific and so violent that it felt like a real memory instead of a dream. He said his father shot him 6 times in the head. He said it like an accusation. Like, is that funny to you? The way he said it wasn't calm. It was full of pain and fury, like he was still living in that moment, like he was still trapped inside his own death. I remember being unable to speak. In the dream, I was crying and shaking, trying to pull away, trying to scream for my mom, but I couldn't even form words. My mom in the dream didn't wake up. She didn't sit up and protect me. It was like she was unreachable, like the room belonged to him, and I was alone. Then he threw me. He threw me down hard, and I hit the ground like a rag doll. The impact jolted through me, and I scrambled back terrified. My throat hurt from screaming. My eyes burned with tears. I ran again. I ran out of the room, down the hallway, desperate to get away from him, and I remember the feeling that no matter where I went in the house, he could follow. Like the house had become his territory and I was trapped inside it. And that was exactly what happened next in the dream. The dream didn't end when I ran. It continued into what felt like an entire day. I tried to move through the house like normal, as if I could pretend nothing happened, but everywhere I went, he appeared. If I entered my room, he was standing near my closet. If I went into the kitchen, he stood in the corner by the sink. If I went into the bathroom, he stood near the washer. He was always there, positioned like he was waiting for me, watching me. He didn't always chase me after that. Sometimes he would just stand there, and the standing was almost worse because it forced me to face him. It forced me to acknowledge him. What made it even more confusing was that after the first rage, he kept trying to speak to me differently. He tried to apologize. He tried to explain himself. He tried to tell me he didn't mean to scare me, that he was angry, that he had a reason. It was like he wanted me to understand, or like he wanted me to feel guilty, or like he wanted something from me that I couldn't give. But I wouldn't listen. In the dream, I refused. I didn't want to hear him. I didn't want him near me. I didn't want his story. I didn't want to carry his death inside my head. I didn't want to be the person he chose to confront. I kept backing away. I kept crying and shaking my head. I kept begging for him to leave me alone. And he kept showing up, over and over, like he had decided that now that I had joked about spirits, now that I had pretended a ghost story for laughs, I didn't get to ignore the reality of him anymore. The dream felt long. It felt exhausting. It felt like I was trapped inside my own house with a furious teenage boy who wouldn't let me escape. When you have a dream like that, you don't wake up feeling like, wow, that was weird. You wake up feeling emotionally bruised, like you were actually attacked. When I finally woke up, I was terrified. I sat up in bed with my heart pounding and my skin cold, and for a few seconds I didn't know what was real. My room looked normal, but the memory of his face was still right there in my mind, sharp and clear. His dark eyes. His angry expression. The words about being shot. The way he lifted me like I weighed nothing. I lay there listening to the house, trying to hear if anyone else was awake. Trying to convince myself it was only a dream. But the fear that stayed with me wasn't the fear of the dream itself. It was the fear that he might be real. I kept thinking, was that a warning? Was that something trying to tell me to stop? Was I doing something wrong by joking? Did I invite something in by talking about it too casually? I got up and went straight to my mom. I told her everything. I told her about the boy, about how angry he was, about what he said, about chasing me through the house, about the way he kept appearing in different rooms like he owned the place. I told her the line about his father shooting him because that detail was the part one couldn't shake. My mom listened, and the look on her face was not sympathy the way I wanted. It was that "I told you so" expression mixed with fear she didn't want to admit. She said, "That's what you get for joking about ghosts all the time." She didn't mean it cruelly, but she meant it seriously. To her, it was proof that you shouldn't mess around with things you don't understand. She believed that if something is there, it can hear you. It can react to you. And if you disrespect it, it might not stay quiet. After that, I stopped joking. It wasn't funny anymore. Not even a little. I started paying more attention to the house, to the night sounds, to the way shadows settled in corners. I started noticing how different the house felt at certain hours, especially late at night when I was up alone. I started thinking about that first feeling I had when we moved in, this place isn't haunted, and wondering if I had been wrong. Or maybe I had been right, and something wasn't there at first. Maybe it came later. Maybe it had always been there but quiet. Or maybe it was there the whole time and simply didn't care enough to show itself until I ran my mouth and treated it like entertainment. I still don't know what the truth is. I don't know if that dream was just my mind punishing me for scaring myself, using my own jokes against me. I don't know if it was stress, or late nights, or my imagination taking a dark turn. But it didn't feel like a normal nightmare. It felt like a message, angry, personal, and direct. And the line that echoes in my head whenever I think of it is the simplest one. You never know if they're just hiding. When I was 7 years old, it was just my mom, my brother, and me living together in a small 3-bedroom house in a plain little town in west central Illinois. The kind of town where there isn't much to point at and say, "That's the landmark." A few streets with small houses, a few local stores, schools that everybody in town seemed to orbit around, and lots of open space beyond the last row of mailboxes. If you drove far enough you'd hit cornfields, empty roads, and that long, flat horizon that makes the sky feel bigger than anything else. Our house wasn't special either. Nothing about it looked haunted. It wasn't a creepy old Victorian with towers and stained glass, and it didn't have a graveyard in the backyard. It was just a normal-looking place with a small yard, regular windows, and rooms that always felt a little too quiet once the sun went down. Even as a kid I noticed how houses have their own sounds, wood settling, pipes shifting, the occasional pop from a vent or a floorboard, and I tried hard to tell myself that those were the only sounds in our home. But I'd already been aware of paranormal stuff for a while by then, even though I didn't have adult words for it. I just knew that some places felt different, and that some nights didn't feel empty even when you were physically alone. Before we lived in that little Illinois house, we had lived in another place with an ugly history. I found out later that, back in the 1800s, the building had been used for something like an illegal clinic, a place where desperate women went in secret. People in town whispered about it like it was a dark stain that never washed out. I don't know every detail and I don't want to pretend I do, but I do know that house felt wrong in a way my child body could sense even when my child brain couldn't explain it. I used to feel watched there too. I used to feel like some rooms held on to pain. So by the time we moved into the Illinois house, I wasn't starting from zero. I was already the kind of kid who listened too hard, who looked too quickly at shadows, who could lie in bed and feel a presence without seeing anything. I didn't tell people much because I didn't want to get laughed at. Also, even at 7, I had already learned that adults don't always want to hear about things they can't fix. That summer after my birthday, my grandmother bought me and my younger half-sister matching glow-in-the-dark Muppet shirts. They were too big for us, big enough that we looked like we were wearing dresses, so we didn't really wear them outside. Instead, we used them as nightshirts. I loved mine. I can still remember the feeling of it, the way it hung loose and comfortable, the way the fabric was soft from being washed, the way the picture on the front felt slightly thicker than the rest of the shirt because of the print. As a kid, a shirt like that felt like a treasure. It wasn't just clothing. It was a thing you owned that made you happy. It made bedtime feel fun. It made the dark feel less serious. And the glow-in-the-dark part mattered. When you're small, having something glow in your room is like having your own tiny power. You could charge it under a lamp and then turn the light off and watch it glow. It was like proof that things could still exist in the dark. For a while, that shirt was only comforting. Then fall came. I remember the season clearly because I remember looking out the window and noticing the trees were bare. The leaves were gone, and the branches looked thin and sharp against the gray sky. It was that time of year when the air starts feeling different, colder and drier, and the daylight fades sooner. Even kids notice that. You don't have to understand weather to understand that the world looks more serious in late fall. One night during that season, I went to bed like I always did. My room was small, but I liked it. It had a bunk bed, and I slept on the bottom bunk. The top bunk was there, but it wasn't really used the way you'd use it if you had a sibling sleeping above you. It was more like extra space, a shelf for life, the kind of thing kids throw stuffed animals onto or use for piles of blankets and random treasures. On the bottom bunk, I slept in my usual position. My head was lined up with the window, but I slept on the far side of the bed on a twin mattress. It's strange the details your brain holds onto when something scares you, but that layout is still clear to me. The window beside my head. The wall beside my back. The bed frame. The sense of being enclosed. I also had a stuffed rabbit named Bluey. I was attached to him in a way that now, as an adult, I recognize as more than just a kid liked a toy. He was comfort. He was routine. He was something I could hold when I felt alone. If he wasn't where he was supposed to be, it threw off my entire sense of safety. I didn't have big words like attachment at 7, but the feeling was real. Bluey being near me meant I could sleep. Bluey being missing meant something was wrong. That night, I fell asleep wearing my glow-in-the-dark Muppet nightshirt. I don't remember anything about going to bed being unusual. I don't remember hearing noises or getting scared beforehand. It was just bedtime, the way it always was. Then I woke up, at least I woke up mentally. I didn't open my eyes at first. It was that half-awake state where you know you're awake inside your head, but your body still feels heavy, and you can feel the bed and blankets holding you down. The first thing I realized was that Bluey had fallen off the bed. I could sense it in a way I can't fully explain. Maybe I heard a soft thump earlier. Maybe I felt the space next to me where he should have been. Maybe my hand reached for him in my sleep and found nothing, and my mind snapped awake. Whatever the reason, I knew he wasn't on the bed anymore, and that upset me immediately. But I still didn't open my eyes. Because I felt something else. I felt like someone was watching me. It wasn't a vague idea. It was a hard, clear sensation that made my skin tighten. I felt like there was a presence in the room that was focused directly on me. Like eyes locked onto my body. Like a tension so strong it was almost physical. I lay there frozen. I wanted to open my eyes. I also didn't want to open my eyes. Because the moment you open your eyes, you confirm what's in the room. And when you're a child, sometimes you'd rather not know. Through my eyelids, I saw a bright green light. It glowed against the darkness like someone had turned on a small neon lamp. The light had that glow-in-the-dark color, the exact kind of green you get from plastic stars on a ceiling or glow paint on a toy. It looked the same shade as the Muppets on my nightshirt when it had been charged up. My first thought was simple and logical. It's my shirt. I assumed the glow was coming from my own chest, from the printed Muppets on the front. Maybe the shirt had been charged by a lamp earlier. Maybe it was glowing extra bright. Kids believe their own stuff is magical sometimes. I wanted to confirm it, because confirming it would mean it was nothing scary. But I still felt watched. That feeling didn't fit with, "It's just my shirt." Your own shirt doesn't stare at you. I did something small and instinctive. I pulled the covers over my head. The blanket went up and created that little tent kids hide in when they're scared. Under the covers, it felt safer. It felt like a barrier. It felt like I could look without being seen, even though deep down I knew that didn't make sense. Under the covers, I opened my eyes. The green light was still there. And I could tell it wasn't coming from inside my blanket. It was coming from outside it, like the glow was coming through the fabric. That made my stomach drop. Because if it wasn't my shirt glowing, what was glowing? I looked down at my own chest, expecting to see the Muppets shining. What I saw shocked me so badly I almost stopped breathing. My shirt was plain white. No Muppets. No glow-in-the-dark print. Nothing. Just a plain white t-shirt, like someone had switched my clothing in the night. I remember staring at it, confused, my mind trying to force a normal explanation. Maybe I put on the wrong shirt. Maybe I fell asleep in a different one. Maybe I was too tired to remember. But I knew what I had worn to bed. I knew the feel of that nightshirt. I knew I had fallen asleep with those glowing Muppets on me. Still under the blanket, I pulled the shirt up and inspected it. I checked the front, the back, the sides. I even twisted it in my hands like I could find the print hiding somewhere. There was nothing. Just white fabric. No faint outline. No faded picture. Nothing. The green light still glowed outside the blanket. My heart was racing now. I could feel it in my throat and ears. My hands were shaking slightly as I put the shirt back down and pulled it on properly, as if adjusting it would make reality adjust too. Then I sat up. And I yanked the covers down from over my head so I could see the room. There, sitting at the end corner of my bed, was a boy. He looked young, maybe 7 or 8 years old, around my age. He had pale hair and dark eyes. There was something about him that looked familiar in a way I didn't like. He honestly looked a lot like me, like some strange version of myself that didn't belong in my room. His skin looked light, his features sharp in that way kids' faces can look under dim light, and he was sitting like he owned that spot. We stared at each other. I don't know how long it was. It felt like forever. When you're terrified, seconds stretch out like minutes. I remember not blinking much. I remember feeling like I couldn't even swallow. I remember the air feeling cold and thick, like the room had changed. The boy stared at me with this smug expression. Not friendly. Not curious. He looked cool and confident, like he had caught me in a situation I didn't understand. Like he knew something I didn't. And then I saw the thing that turned my fear into something deeper. On his body was my shirt. Not my plain white shirt. My glow-in-the-dark Muppet shirt. The Muppets were glowing on him. Bright green. Clear shapes. The pattern was exactly the same as the one I had loved and worn all the time. Seeing it on him was like seeing my own name written on a stranger's skin. It was too personal. It was like he had stolen something from me, not just a shirt, but a piece of my safety. The glow that should have comforted me now looked wrong. It made him stand out in the dark like he wanted to be seen. It made his little body look like it was lit from inside. It made the Muppets feel scary, like childhood comfort had been turned into a warning sign. My instinct was to scream for my mom. I tried. But my throat locked up. It wasn't like I chose not to scream. I physically couldn't. My mouth opened, but no sound came. My throat felt tight, like it had been squeezed. My voice was gone. It felt similar to paralysis, but not exactly. More like being mute from fear. Like my body was refusing to produce sound. The best way I can describe it is this: it was like I was going to cry, but I never did. That same tight, choking feeling, like emotion stuck in your throat, except stronger. Except it stole my voice completely. I remember thinking, "Mom, Mom, Mom," but nothing came out. The boy kept staring. Then, slowly, he moved. He crawled toward me on the bed. And the mattress reacted under him. That detail haunted me for years because it made him feel heavy, real in a way I didn't want him to be. His hands pressed into the blanket and made small indentations. The bed shifted slightly under his weight as he came closer. It wasn't like a shadow moving. It was like a physical body moving across my bed, using hands and knees. He crawled until he was right in front of me, between me and the window. Then he sat back on his knees. We were close enough that our noses were only a few inches apart. 3 inches, maybe? Close enough that I could see the details of his face clearly. Close enough that I could smell nothing but still expect to smell something, because the distance was so personal. He stayed there, staring into my eyes like he wanted me to understand something. For a second, I wondered if he was going to speak. I wondered if he was going to whisper my name. I wondered if he was going to touch me. My whole body was frozen with the expectation of something horrible. Then he smiled. Or maybe it wasn't a smile. Maybe it was baring his teeth. At first his teeth looked normal. Kid teeth. Nothing dramatic. And then I noticed something that didn't belong at all. Where he should have had canines, he had fangs. Not vampire fangs that look exaggerated and silly. Real fangs like a large dog's. Pointed, sharp, slightly curved. They didn't look like costume teeth. They looked like they belonged to something that could bite hard. I was still processing what I was seeing. My mind was slow, like it couldn't accept it all at once. I remember my eyes flicking between his eyes and his mouth, trying to understand. And then he was gone. Not fading away. Not dissolving. Not turning into mist. He vanished instantly. One moment he was right there in front of me, fangs and all, and the next moment the air in front of me was empty. I remember blinking hard, like my eyes had glitched. I remember looking around the room quickly, expecting to see him standing in another corner. Nothing. The room was silent except for my breathing and the faint sounds a house makes at night. I wanted to scream again. I tried to force sound out of my throat. Still nothing. I sat there in bed, shaking, unable to speak, unable to move much, trying to decide if I had imagined it. But the fear was too sharp and the details were too clear. My body felt like it knew the difference between a dream and what had just happened. And then something else happened that terrified me in a different way. About 5 minutes after he disappeared, the Muppets on my shirt appeared on me again. It was gradual, like they materialized out of nothing. Like the glow and the patterns slowly came back into existence where they belonged, on my body, on my nightshirt. I watched it happen with wide eyes, not understanding how something could vanish and return like that. I remember staring at my chest, watching the shapes form, watching the familiar design return. It felt like my comfort had been stolen and then tossed back at me like it was nothing. By then, I was too afraid to move. I didn't climb down to get Bluey. I didn't go to my mom's room. I didn't turn on a light. I stayed in my bed like the bed was the only thing keeping me alive, like if I stepped onto the floor something would grab my ankles. I remember thinking about under the bed, about the dark space where toys and dust collect, and I felt certain there was something there. Not necessarily the boy, but something. So I stayed frozen, staring at the darkness, waiting for morning. I don't even remember when I finally fell asleep again. Maybe I didn't sleep much. Maybe my body shut down from exhaustion. I only know that the fear from that night didn't leave me when the sun came up. It became part of me. The glow-in-the-dark shirt that had once felt safe now felt cursed. I couldn't look at it the same way after that. I couldn't wear it with the same innocence. A few weeks later, my great-grandfather Alan died. At the time, I didn't connect the two events. I was a child. Death felt like something far away, something adults handled. I knew it was sad. I knew it meant someone was gone. But I didn't know how to place it inside my own life. Over time, though, another pattern formed, one that still unsettles me even now. After my great-grandfather died, I saw him 4 times. Not constantly. Not in a way that made me feel like I was being haunted every day. But 4 separate times, spread out over years. And each time I saw him, it happened right before a major, life-altering loss. That's what messes with my head the most. If I had seen him once, I could have told myself it was grief. If I had seen him randomly, I could have told myself it was memory. But the timing kept repeating itself in a way I couldn't ignore. I've moved multiple times since I was 7. Different rooms, different houses, different cities. Life changed. Childhood ended. The glow shirt became a memory. The boy became a story I didn't tell many people because I didn't want to hear their reactions. But the feeling of my great-grandfather stayed with me. Sometimes I don't see him, but I feel him. That's the only way to say it. Like a presence nearby, gentle but heavy, like someone standing in a doorway you can't quite turn toward. It's not constant either, but when it happens I notice it. And I'll admit something that makes me sound ungrateful. I'm glad I haven't seen him lately. Because in my experience, seeing him is not a comfort. It's a warning. It's a sign that something is coming that I won't be able to stop. What also stands out is that he never seemed to grow up, at least not in appearance. Each time I saw him, he looked like the same version of himself, as if time didn't move for him the way it moves for us. It's hard to explain that without sounding strange, but that's how it felt, like the image of him was locked to a certain age. One of the most vivid times I saw him was before my boyfriend's car accident. That was years after childhood, years after that Illinois house, years after the glow shirt and the boy. I was older, and I thought I understood reality better. I thought I was past the point where something like that could shake me. Then, one day, I caught sight of my great-grandfather in the mirror in my bedroom. It wasn't long. Just a few seconds. But I saw him clearly enough to know it wasn't my imagination. He looked sad. Not angry, not smug like the boy had been. He looked like he wanted to tell me something but couldn't. Like he was there with a message that didn't have enough time to come through. I stared into the mirror, my heart rising into my throat, and I felt that old childhood fear creep back. Not fear of him, exactly, but fear of what his presence meant. Then he disappeared before either of us could do anything. Before I could speak. Before I could even properly react. Not long after, the accident happened. That's the kind of thing that changes the way you look at your own experiences. It makes you question what real means. It makes you wonder if some people are visited to be warned, or if the human mind notices patterns and attaches meaning because it can't stand chaos. I don't have a perfect explanation for any of it. I don't know who the boy was in my bedroom, wearing my glowing Muppet shirt like it belonged to him. I don't know why my shirt went plain white and then came back. I don't know why my voice disappeared and my body reacted like I was trapped. I don't know why his teeth were wrong. I don't know why he looked like me. I don't know why that night happened at all. And I don't know why my great-grandfather seems to show up only when something terrible is about to happen. All I know is that when I was 7, after the leaves fell from the trees and the world turned bare outside my window, I woke up one night and realized my comfort object was gone. My room felt watched, and a green glow filled the dark. I thought it was my shirt. It wasn't. And after that night, nothing that glows in the dark has ever felt innocent to me again. When I was 4 years old, my family moved from an apartment in New York City to a house upstate. I was so little that some of my memories from that time feel more like snapshots than a full movie, but I still remember the difference in the air. In the city, everything was close. You always heard something: traffic, people talking, sirens in the distance, neighbors moving around, radios, TVs, pipes. Even at night, the city never truly goes quiet. Upstate was different. At night the silence felt bigger, like the dark had more space to spread out. You could hear the house itself more clearly, like it had its own breathing. The house didn't feel like a horror movie house. It wasn't some huge mansion with a gate. It was just a normal home that happened to be older than what we were used to. It had that new to us smell at first: cardboard boxes, fresh cleaning products, paint in a couple rooms where we tried to touch things up. My parents were busy and tired those first weeks, trying to get everything set up and make the place livable. They were working a lot too, so there were nights when it felt like the house belonged to us kids more than it belonged to the adults. When we first moved in, the weird stuff didn't hit us like pure fear. Honestly, at first it was almost funny, in a confused way. We were kids. We didn't have a full understanding of ghosts or death. We had heard stories, sure, but we didn't carry the same heavy fear adults carry. To us, the house was just a place with rooms, and stairs, and corners where shadows sit at night. One of the first nights I really remember, my sisters and I were all sleeping together. We did that sometimes, especially when we were still adjusting to a new place. Kids do that naturally. You feel safer when you're in the same room, sharing blankets, whispering until you fall asleep. The room was dim and quiet, and we were right on the edge between awake and asleep. Then we heard footsteps coming up the stairs. It wasn't a random creak. Old stairs creak, yes, but this sounded like actual steps, one after the other, coming upward. It was steady, like a person walking normally, not sneaking. The sound moved the way footsteps move, closer, then the pause you expect at the top. My big sister reacted first. In that sleepy voice people have when they're half dreaming, she said to my other sister, "Why is Alex coming upstairs this late?" The funny thing is that I was right there. I was in the room with them. So I remember sitting up a little and saying, I'm right here." There was a beat of silence after that. Even as kids, we understood what that meant. If I was in the room, then whoever was walking up the stairs wasn't me. My sister's voice got sharper, more awake. "Then who is that?" We knew it wasn't our parents, because they were working. That was normal for us too. Our parents were busy, and sometimes they weren't home at night the way some kids' parents were. We were used to it, and we also knew their routines. Those footsteps didn't match the sound of my parents coming in, and the timing didn't make sense. We all just listened. The footsteps stopped, and then there was nothing. No door opened. Nobody came into the room. No voice called our names. Just silence again. We didn't run downstairs to investigate. We didn't call the police. We didn't even scream. We were kids, and in that moment, it felt easier to pretend it was nothing. I remember us whispering about it, but in a strange way that wasn't fully terrified, more like we were trying to label it without upsetting ourselves. We ended up deciding it was energy. That's what we called it back then, like it was a simple explanation that didn't demand action. And because whatever it was didn't come into the room and hurt us, we chose to ignore it. We told ourselves, it's not malicious. It's not doing anything bad. Let it be. Looking back, that decision was a very childlike way of coping, but it also makes sense. If you don't know what something is, and it isn't actively attacking you, sometimes you survive by not poking it. Another night not long after that, something happened that involved the whole family. This time, both my parents were home. Me and my sisters were upstairs sleeping, and my parents were upstairs too. The house was quiet enough that normal noises stood out more. In the middle of the night we heard a sound from downstairs that was so loud and heavy it jolted everyone awake at once. The only way I can describe it is the way we described it later. It sounded like a 100-pound television being dropped onto the floor. It was a crashing thud, deep and solid, like something big hit hard. Right after that, we heard what sounded like children running around laughing. That part is what made it feel unreal. The crash was scary, but you can explain a crash. Something fell. A shelf broke. A heavy object tipped. But the sound of children running and laughing, inside the house, in the middle of the night? That didn't fit. It wasn't just one giggle. It sounded like a small group, like kids chasing each other, like bare feet hitting the floor, like that breathless kind of laughter when children are playing a game and can't stop themselves. The weirdest part is that none of us got up right away. Again, that might sound strange, but fear can freeze people, and confusion can freeze people too. Sometimes when something doesn't make sense, you'd rather wait for morning than face it in the dark. When we woke up the next day, it was like we had a silent agreement not to mention it. Everyone moved around the kitchen and acted normal. But the memory was heavy enough that it couldn't stay buried. I ended up being the one who brought it up. At some point I said something like, "I heard a sound last night." That opened the door. My parents looked at each other, my sisters reacted, and suddenly everyone admitted they had heard the same thing, the big crash, and then the sound of children. That moment mattered because it meant it wasn't just one person imagining it. It wasn't just a kid hearing things. We had all heard it, and even the adults didn't have an easy explanation. We lived very close to a graveyard. Not so close that you'd say, "The graveyard is our backyard," but close enough that it was part of the neighborhood. You could walk there. You could see the edge of it if you went the right direction. It wasn't like we lived in a haunted attraction, but it was close enough that the idea of spirits didn't feel completely ridiculous. My mother was already sensitive about things like that. She had been a nun before, and even though people assumed that means she'd be fearless, it actually made her more respectful and careful around anything she couldn't explain. She didn't treat spiritual things like entertainment. After that night, she took me with her to the graveyard. I remember it as a quiet trip. The grass was uneven, and the air had that cemetery feeling, still, calm, and a little heavy. My mom didn't go there giggling or trying to scare me. She went like she was taking care of something. As we walked among the stones, she found 2 tombstones that were crooked. They were the graves of 2 children. I remember her face changing when she saw them, like her heart softened. She didn't treat them like spooky objects. She treated them like neglected markers for real lives. She straightened the stones as best as she could, careful and respectful. Then she brought flowers and placed them on the graves. It wasn't a big dramatic scene. It was simple and gentle. But after that, the house felt a little calmer for a while, like something had been acknowledged. The ghosts, if that's what they were, never felt malicious or threatening to us. We didn't feel hunted. We didn't feel like something wanted to harm us. It was more like we were sharing space with something that didn't fully belong to our world, but also didn't hate us. As I got older, I learned more about the house, and that added a strange layer to everything. At first, when we bought it, the house only had 1 floor. Later, we built the 2nd floor. That fact stuck with me because it made me realize something simple. Part of the house was new, and part of it was old. The upstairs wasn't there during the original history of the house. It was something we added, something fresh. That matters if you believe energy attaches to places, because it would mean the upstairs wouldn't carry the same weight as the original structure. I also found out that before us, the house had been owned by a woman and 2 children. I haven't been able to find a full story, no newspaper articles, no clear explanation of what happened. But hearing, "a woman and 2 children," made my stomach drop, because it lined up too well with what we heard, children running, children laughing, childlike presence. It made me wonder how those children died. It made me wonder what happened to the woman. Did they die in the house? Did they die somewhere else? Did they die young? Were they buried nearby? Were they connected to the graveyard, or were the crooked children's stones just a coincidence? I don't have those answers, and that's part of what makes it stick in my mind. When you don't have the story, your mind keeps trying to write one. Years passed, and we kept living there. The house became normal to us, but certain feelings stayed. There were places I felt comfortable and places I didn't. There were times when the house felt friendly and times when it felt like it was watching. About 2 years ago, something happened that was quiet but unforgettable. It was nighttime, and I was in the kitchen with my mom while she was cooking. She was making baked things, cookies or something sweet. The kitchen smelled warm and comforting, like butter and sugar and heat. That's the kind of smell that makes a house feel safe, like a home. I was standing there while she worked, probably talking or just hanging around, and then I heard a voice. It was the faintest, most beautiful voice I have ever heard. That's not exaggeration. It didn't sound like a normal voice coming from another room. It sounded soft in a way that made the air feel gentle. It was so pure that my brain immediately attached it to the most holy thing it could think of, even though I'm not particularly religious. I remember thinking, if I had ever heard the Virgin Mary's voice, this is what it would sound like. The voice seemed to come from the dining room, which is right next to the kitchen. It didn't shout. It didn't whisper in a creepy way. It simply said one word, clear and calm. Marina. Marina is my mom's name. That's all it said. No follow-up. No second word. Just her name, like someone calling her gently so she would turn around. I felt my whole body go still. My first reaction was to look at my mom. I wanted to see if she reacted. I wanted to see if she had heard it too. The fear of being the only one hearing it hit me immediately, because hearing voices alone is the kind of thing that makes you question yourself. So I said, "Did you hear that?" My mom looked at me, and I could tell from her eyes that she had heard it. She didn't say, "What are you talking about?" She didn't laugh. She had that serious, cautious expression that told me she was trying to process it without feeding fear. She heard it too. That moment stayed with me. It wasn't loud, but it was real. And because it spoke my mom's name, it felt personal in a way that made it harder to dismiss. It made me wonder if something in the house knew us, or knew her, or had a connection to her. I don't always feel afraid in our house. That's important, because people assume paranormal stories always involve terror. For me, it's not like that. Upstairs, I never feel afraid. Upstairs feels light. It feels like ours. Maybe it's because we built it, and nobody died up there, at least as far as we know. The upstairs feels new enough that it doesn't hold old history the same way. There is one death connected to the outdoor area, though. My dog died outside. And I'm going to say something that might sound strange, but feels true to me. Sometimes I hear him walking around. It isn't frightening. It actually feels comforting. It's like the sound of familiar paws, a soft tap-tap on the floor when the house is quiet. The first time it happened, it made my chest ache because grief does that. But after a while, I stopped feeling scared about it. If that's my dog, he feels kind. He feels like he belongs. He feels like a gentle presence that isn't trying to scare anyone. Downstairs is different. When I'm downstairs, I sometimes feel watched. Not terrified, but watched. Like attention is on you. Like you're not alone even if you're alone. The feeling isn't constant, but it comes and goes, and when it comes, it's hard to ignore. The worst place for me is the basement. The basement has always felt heavy. The air down there feels different, not only because basements are naturally cooler and darker, but because the mood feels wrong. The feeling I get isn't just creepy basement. It feels like something bad happened down there. It feels like a place where you're not supposed to linger. It's hard to explain that kind of feeling without sounding dramatic, but it's like your body is telling you, get out. Don't stay. Don't explore. Don't invite whatever is here to notice you. I've tried to push through it sometimes, because I don't like letting fear control me. But even when I force myself to walk down there, I do it quickly. I don't relax. I don't hang out. I get what I need and leave. My skin always feels tight down there, like it's reacting before my brain does. One incident in particular really scared me, not because it turned into a disaster, but because it felt so real in the moment. One day my sister and I were alone upstairs in the house. It was quiet. I don't remember the exact time, but it wasn't late enough that everything outside was asleep. It was still a normal hour where you wouldn't expect something crazy. We heard someone messing with the kitchen door, the door that leads down into the basement. That door has a certain sound. It's not like a bedroom door. It's heavier, and when it moves you can hear it. And that day, it wasn't just opening and closing once. It sounded like someone was playing with it, shaking it, moving it like they were trying to come in or trying to get it open. My first thought was immediate, burglar. Because that's the normal fear. If a door is shaking and you're home alone, you don't jump to ghost. You jump to someone is trying to break in. Your body goes hot. your heart drops. Your mind starts planning escape routes without even realizing it. But then something didn't make sense. Our dogs weren't barking. If a stranger was outside messing with that door, our dogs should have gone crazy. They should have barked their heads off. They should have been growling, charging, making noise. That's what dogs do when they think there's a threat near their house. Instead, they were standing at the door whining. Whining like they wanted whoever was there to come in. Whining like it was someone they recognized or someone they were curious about. It wasn't the sound of fear. It wasn't defensive. It was almost like excitement or pleading, like, let them in. That detail turned my fear into confusion. Because what kind of burglar makes dogs whine like that? My sister and I didn't handle it the exact same way. I think we were both scared, but we reacted differently. I felt frozen, listening, trying to decide what was happening. My sister was braver, or maybe she was just running on adrenaline. We didn't open the door. We didn't go down into the basement. We stayed upstairs, but the sound wouldn't stop. The door kept shaking, moving, like someone was there. I called the cops. My hands were shaking as I did it, but I did it anyway, because if it was a real person trying to get in, I wanted help on the way. I didn't want to be the idiot in a scary story who ignores a warning and gets hurt. I wanted someone trained to check it out. While we waited, my sister went downstairs and talked at the door. Not talking through a crack, not opening it, but standing near it and speaking loudly, the way you would if you wanted to scare a person off. Like, I know you're there. And, we called the police. And, get away from the door. She spoke like there was someone on the other side who could hear her. And the weird thing is, the door kept shaking while she talked. Like whoever, or whatever, was there didn't care. Then, when the cops arrived, the sound stopped. Just stopped. Like someone let go. The police checked outside. They looked for footprints. They looked at the ground, the area around the door, the path leading up to the house. They checked the door itself for signs of tampering. Scratches, tool marks, anything. Nothing. No footprints. No damage. The door wasn't messed with. There was no sign of a person trying to get in. It was like the whole event had happened in a bubble that popped the moment someone official arrived. The cops were polite, but you could tell they didn't have anything to offer us besides. We don't see anyone. They left, and the house went quiet again. That incident never happened again. Not like that. Not with that door shaking, not with the dogs whining, not with the sudden stop when help arrived. But it left a mark on me. Because even if you try to tell yourself it was wind, it doesn't feel like wind when it's happening. It feels like someone on the other side, testing the boundary between inside and outside. A while back, about 8 years ago, my mom had the house blessed by a local priest. After that blessing, the house felt safer. That's the only word that fits. Safer. Like the air felt clearer. Like the corners didn't feel as heavy. Like the basement didn't feel as loud in my gut. I'm not saying all strange things stopped forever, but the overall mood felt better, more protected. That's why lately I've been wondering if a blessing can wear off. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it even makes sense to think of it that way. Maybe it doesn't wear off at all and I'm just noticing things more. Maybe life stress makes the house feel worse. Maybe my own fear feeds the feeling of being watched. I honestly don't know. But I do know that when I compare how the house felt right after the blessing to how it sometimes feels now, it makes me question whether we need to do something again. Another blessing, another prayer, another boundary set. There's also something else about me that I've never fully understood, and it's hard to explain without sounding like I'm making it up. When I feel afraid, or when I feel watched, especially when that something is staring at me, feeling becomes too strong, I can do something inside myself that changes the atmosphere. It's like I can conjure cold. Not the kind of cold where you're thinking about it, and then you get goosebumps. I mean a very specific sensation that feels like I'm wrapping myself in a wet, freezing sheet. A cold that feels heavy. Like it clings to me. Like it has texture. The best way I can describe it is that it feels like icy fabric with tiny needles in it, like the cold itself is sharp. It covers me like a layer. It's unpleasant, but it also feels powerful, like armor. And when I do that, when I force that cold feeling to rise around me, it feels like whatever is watching me backs off. I don't know if I'm actually doing anything, or if it's just a mental trick that helps me feel in control. But it feels real when it happens. It feels like I'm pushing something away without touching it. I've never been able to explain that to many people because it sounds too strange, and because I don't want to be labeled as dramatic or delusional. I'm not trying to be special. I'm trying to survive in a house that sometimes feels like it's not fully empty. So now I'm left with a bunch of questions that don't have easy answers. Are there actually children here? If so, are they the ones we heard laughing years ago after that huge crash? Are they connected to the crooked children's stones my mom straightened in the graveyard? Or are those two completely separate things that my mind tied together because it needed a story? What about the woman who used to own the house? What happened to her? What happened to her kids? Did something tragic happen that people don't talk about? Or is the house simply old enough that it has absorbed 100 different emotions and echoes, and sometimes those echoes leak into the present? And what about the basement? Why does it feel the worst? Why does it feel like something bad happened there, even if I can't prove it? I can live with the upstairs feeling safe. I can live with hearing my dog sometimes, because that feels gentle. I can even live with the idea of a presence that isn't malicious. But I don't like feeling watched. I don't like feeling like the basement is a place I shouldn't go. And I don't like the idea that whatever protection we felt after the blessing might be fading. I don't know what the right move is. Another blessing might help. Setting clear boundaries might help. Or maybe the best thing is to stop feeding it attention, the way we did when we were kids and heard footsteps and decided to call it energy. I just know this. Ever since we moved from the city into this house upstate, there have been moments, clear moments, that make me believe the house has more in it than just walls and stairs. And even when it isn't trying to scare me, it still makes itself known in ways that are hard to ignore. During the summer of 1996, I was living in downtown Salt Lake City with a few friends near 500 South and 400 West. We were all young, broke, restless, and always looking for something strange to do late at night. Back then, the city felt different after dark. There were empty streets, old buildings, weird little shops tucked between warehouses, and rumors floating around every neighborhood. If someone mentioned a haunted place, word spread fast. That was how we first heard about the house on 900 South near 1100 East. People talked about it quietly, almost carefully, like they did not want to say too much. Some said the place had been abandoned for years. Others claimed lights could be seen moving inside late at night. One guy swore he heard a baby crying from inside the house even though nobody lived there. Another person claimed homeless people tried staying there but never lasted a full night. Naturally, we wanted to see it ourselves. At the time, my boyfriend Sean and I were practically obsessed with anything paranormal. Our friends Shane and Tina were the same way. We spent nights driving around looking for cemeteries, old tunnels, abandoned buildings, and places with ghost stories attached to them. Most of the time it turned out to be nothing more than creepy shadows and our own imaginations. But this house felt wrong before we even stepped inside. We parked a little down the street just after sunset. The neighborhood itself looked quiet and normal enough, but the house stood out immediately. It was old, dark, and oddly isolated even though other buildings sat nearby. The porch sagged slightly, and the windows were dusty and dark. But the strangest thing was the yard. The front lawn looked perfect. Not decent. Not acceptable. Perfect. The grass had been freshly cut in neat straight lines. Bushes along the walkway were trimmed carefully. Even the flower beds looked maintained. But the house was clearly abandoned. Paint peeled from the walls, and parts of the roof looked damaged. It made no sense. I remember stopping near the sidewalk and staring at it. "Who takes care of the yard of an empty house?" I asked quietly. Nobody answered. Even Sean looked uneasy, and he normally laughed everything off. The backyard was different. Once we walked around the side of the house, the neatness disappeared completely. The grass back there was overgrown and wild. Weeds pushed through cracked concrete. Old junk sat scattered near the fence. It looked like two completely different properties stitched together. The back door stood slightly open. That should have been our sign to leave. Instead, Sean grinned nervously and pushed it open wider. Our 3-month-old black lab, Blackjack, trotted in beside us at first. Normally she was fearless. Loud noises, strangers, thunderstorms, nothing scared that dog. But the second she crossed the doorway, she froze. Every hair on her body stood up. Then she began whining. Not barking. Not growling. Whining like she was terrified. She pulled backward hard enough that her collar nearly slipped off. I bent down to calm her, but she kept trying to run outside. Finally, I picked her up and carried her into the house. The moment I stepped inside, I felt it. That heavy feeling. Like the air itself was wrong. The smell hit next. Dust, mildew, rotten wood, stale alcohol, and something else underneath it all. Something damp and sour that I could never fully describe afterward. The kitchen was small and cramped. Old cabinets lined the walls, and garbage covered parts of the floor. Beer bottles, food wrappers, broken glass, cigarette butts. It looked like teenagers had been partying there for years. But there was something strange. No bugs. No flies. No mice. Not even ants. An abandoned house filled with trash should have been crawling with pests, especially during summer. Instead, it was silent. Too silent. The house itself had a strange layout. From the back door you entered directly into the tiny kitchen. 3 separate doors led out from there. One opened into a long pantry lined with shelves. Another led into a laundry room with rusted machines still sitting inside. The third opened into a dining room. Beyond the dining room were 2 bedrooms and a front room. The back bedroom connected to a bathroom, while the front bedroom connected to a narrow hallway leading toward the front entrance. The place felt confusing, almost maze-like despite not being very large. Blackjack kept fighting to get away from me as we moved deeper into the house. She twisted and squirmed in my arms until we reached the front bedroom. Then suddenly she stopped struggling. Instead, she clung to me. When I set her down, she refused to leave that room. Not even for Sean. That scared me more than I wanted to admit. Dogs know things. While Sean and Shane explored the front room, Tina and I wandered toward the back bedroom. I remember standing in the doorway looking inside when a sudden chill ran through my body so sharply that I actually gasped. Then I heard it. A baby crying. At first it sounded distant. Soft. Weak. Then louder. Clear enough that I froze completely. I looked at Tina. "Do you hear that?" Her face had gone pale. "Yes." The sound seemed to come from somewhere inside the bedroom itself. The floor was covered in black garbage bags stuffed full of junk. For one horrible second, I thought someone had abandoned a real baby inside one of them. Without thinking, I rushed into the room and started tearing bags open. Clothes spilled everywhere. Newspapers. Empty boxes. Old blankets. But no baby. Still, the crying continued. I stopped and listened carefully. The sound echoed strangely around the room, impossible to pinpoint. It did not sound like it came from outside either. On one side of the house sat a small pagan shop converted from another home. On the other side was a fire station. Behind the property was mostly parking lot space. There should not have been a baby anywhere nearby. Yet the crying continued. I moved toward the bathroom attached to the bedroom, thinking maybe somehow someone had hidden a child there. The bathroom looked ancient. The toilet had one of those old pull chains hanging from above the tank like something from another century. Dust covered everything. The bathtub was enormous with old claw feet underneath it. As soon as I stepped closer to the tub, the crying stopped instantly. Not faded. Stopped. Complete silence. The sudden quiet made my skin crawl. I slowly backed out of the bathroom and into the bedroom again. As I turned, movement caught the corner of my eye near the closet. Just a quick shadow, but enough to make my stomach tighten. I stared toward the closet door. The air around it felt colder than the rest of the room. Not normal cold either. Deep cold. Heavy cold. Like standing inside a freezer. And with it came a feeling so intense that I almost could not breathe. Dread. Pure overwhelming dread. Every instinct screamed at me to get away from that closet. I backed out of the room quickly and hurried toward the front room to find Sean. He stood in the middle of the room staring toward the front door with a confused expression on his face. "Sean?" He jumped violently and yelled in surprise like he had not even heard me coming. "What's wrong with you?" I asked. He kept staring at the door. "I just saw someone." I laughed nervously. "Very funny. I'm serious," he said quietly. "A man was standing right there." He pointed toward the middle of the room. "I thought maybe someone else came inside, so I asked him who he was. Then he walked out the front door." "That's not weird." Sean slowly looked at me. "He walked through it." For a moment neither of us spoke. Then, instead of leaving like sane people, I decided I wanted to spend the night there. Looking back now, I honestly do not know what was wrong with us. Maybe we were young and stupid. Maybe curiosity overpowered common sense. Maybe part of us wanted proof that ghosts were real. Whatever the reason, we went back home, gathered sleeping bags, flashlights, food, extra batteries, tape recorders, and my video camera. The entire time Blackjack acted nervous. When we returned to the house later that night, the dog completely refused to enter again. I literally had to carry her inside. The second we crossed the doorway, she started trembling. We decided to set up camp in the front bedroom since it felt less oppressive than the back half of the house. While the guys unrolled sleeping bags, Tina and I placed tape recorders throughout the rooms hoping to capture something paranormal. I also carried my video camera around recording everything. At first things seemed calm. Uncomfortable, but calm. Then Tina and I heard creaking from the dining room. Not random house noises. Footsteps. Slow and deliberate. We both looked toward the doorway. The guys were still visible in the bedroom behind us, so the sound definitely had not come from them. We carefully walked into the dining room. The chandelier hanging above the table moved gently back and forth, swinging, like someone had just touched it. I stepped closer, squinting upward. Suddenly Tina grabbed my arm so hard it hurt, and yanked me backward. "There's someone hanging from it," she whispered sharply. I stared upward again. I saw nothing. But Tina kept staring with horror frozen across her face. "Let's go," she hissed. We hurried back to the bedroom and told Sean and Shane what happened. Shane rolled his eyes immediately. "You two are freaking yourselves out." Still, the guys went to check anyway. Nothing was there. No movement. No figure. No explanation. Tina stayed behind with Blackjack while the rest of us moved into the kitchen. We stood there talking quietly, trying to convince ourselves everything had reasonable explanations. Then the temperature dropped. Instantly. 1 second warm summer air. The next freezing cold. Our breath fogged faintly in front of us. From somewhere deep in the darkness, a voice whispered, "Leave while you still can." Every flashlight died at exactly the same moment. Darkness swallowed the room. Before I could react, something cold and wet brushed against my neck. Sean cursed loudly and bolted toward the bedroom with Shane right behind him. But I stayed. Partly because I was stubborn. Partly because I still believed ghosts could not actually hurt anyone. I remember standing there in the dark trying to slow my breathing. "It's just a ghost," I muttered to myself. Then footsteps began circling me. Slow. Careful. I could hear them moving around me even though I could not see anything. A whisper came from directly beside my ear. "Not afraid?" Another whisper from somewhere behind me. "You should be." Then laughter. Low and ugly. I forced myself to laugh back even though my hands shook. "You can't hurt me," I said. "You're just a ghost." The laughter stopped. For 1 second everything went silent. Then something grabbed me. Hard. Slimy, freezing hands clamped onto my shoulders and slammed me backward into the wall so violently that pain exploded through my back. I tried to scream, but something pressed against me. A body. Cold. Heavy. The smell was unbearable. Rotting water and decay. I felt icy breath against my neck. Hands moved across my body, pinching painfully through my clothes. Something brushed against my throat. Teeth. Then sharp pain as something bit into my neck twice. A voice whispered directly into my ear. "I can do anything I want with you." Panic finally hit me. Real panic. I struggled violently, but whatever held me was incredibly strong. The room felt darker than normal darkness somehow, like the thing itself swallowed light. Then suddenly a bright white light exploded through the kitchen. The creature screeched. Not screamed. Screeched. The sound felt inhuman. The pressure against me vanished instantly. I collapsed to the floor coughing. For several seconds I could barely see anything except white light burning across my vision. Then my sight slowly cleared. Someone stood in the doorway. A tall figure holding something bright. At first I thought I was hallucinating. Then I recognized him. Bear Dancer. My blood brother. A Blackfoot shaman I had known for years. The last time I heard anything about him, he had been in Texas. Yet somehow he stood there in that kitchen looking completely unsurprised to find me. He walked over calmly, lifted me into his arms like I weighed nothing, and carried me outside to his truck. The cool night air hit my face hard after being inside that house. He sat me carefully on the tailgate and looked at me with disappointment more than concern. "You went hunting unprepared," he said firmly. I could barely process what had happened. My hands shook uncontrollably. "What are you doing here?" I finally asked. "I thought you were in Texas." Bear Dancer laughed softly and leaned against the truck. "I was," he said. "But I was told I needed to come here tonight." He looked directly at me with a small smile. "Because Little Cat was going to get herself into trouble again with her curiosity." Behind us, the dark house sat silent beneath the night sky. But even outside, I could still feel it watching. One of the strangest things that ever happened to me took place when I was still in school. Even now, years later, I still think about it all the time. Sometimes I try to convince myself there must have been some logical explanation, but every time I replay that night in my head, I end up back where I started. There are some things you just cannot explain. My best friend Ruthie and I lived next door to each other, and because our school was about 3 miles away, we walked home almost every day. Most afternoons were normal. We would talk about school drama, complain about teachers, laugh at stupid things, and stop at the gas station halfway home to buy snacks whenever we had enough money. But that day was different from the start. We had gotten detention for hiding under the stairs during lunch period instead of going to class. At the time we thought it was hilarious. There was a small storage space beneath the back staircase near the gym, and sometimes kids would sneak down there to avoid classes for a while. We had been caught after one of the teachers heard us laughing. By the time detention finally ended, it was already dark outside. I remember feeling annoyed before we even started walking home. The air was cold, and neither of us had dressed warmly enough. Streetlights lit only parts of the road, leaving long stretches swallowed by darkness. Cars passed only once in a while, and most of the houses along the route sat far back from the road. Ruthie shoved her hands into the pockets of her hoodie and groaned dramatically. "My mom is going to kill me," she said. "Same," I replied. "I told mine I'd be home before dinner. You should have thought about that before making me laugh under the stairs." "I made you laugh?" "Yes. You literally snorted like a pig." She smacked my shoulder, and we both laughed. At first, everything felt normal. The sound of our shoes scraping against the pavement. Cold wind moving through the trees. Distant dogs barking somewhere far away. The occasional headlights passing by. Then we heard the engine. It was loud enough that we both stopped talking immediately. At first it sounded far away, but within seconds the roaring grew louder and louder, echoing down the road toward us. Whoever was driving was going way too fast. Ruthie glanced over her shoulder. "Come on," she said quickly. "Get on the other side of the road so they'll see us." The side we were walking on had almost no shoulder, only a narrow strip of grass between the pavement and a ditch. Crossing would make us more visible to oncoming traffic. "Okay," I said. We hurried across the road together. The roar of the engine kept getting closer. Then we saw headlights weaving wildly in the distance. A black Hummer came barreling toward us. The music blasting from inside was so loud I could hear the bass vibrating before the vehicle even reached us. The driver was swerving back and forth across the road like he was drunk or trying to avoid something. "Jesus," Ruthie muttered. The Hummer slowed slightly as it approached, almost as if the driver finally noticed us standing there. For one brief second I thought everything was fine. Then the vehicle suddenly sped up again. Its tires screeched. The Hummer veered hard to one side, slammed into a tree near the shoulder, then bounced violently back toward the road. Toward us. Everything after that happened impossibly fast. I remember freezing completely. My brain knew I should move, but my body would not listen. The headlights were directly in front of us now. Huge. Blinding. The Hummer came spinning toward us sideways. Ruthie grabbed my arm. Either of us screamed. We just stood there staring with our eyes wide open because there was no time left to react. Then something impossible happened. The world exploded into white. At first I thought the headlights had gotten brighter somehow, but then I realized the light was moving independently around us. Shapes. White shapes. There were at least 10 of them. Maybe more. Some floated above the road several feet in the air. Others moved along the ground. They looked almost human but not fully solid, like figures made from glowing fog or smoke. One swept directly in front of the Hummer. Another rushed toward us so quickly it blurred. The moment before the vehicle hit, something slammed into me from the side. Not painfully. Forcefully. Like powerful hands shoving me away. Ruthie and I both went flying across the pavement. My shoulder scraped against the road hard enough to tear through my jacket. Pain shot through my entire body as I slid several feet before crashing onto the ground. At the exact same moment, the Hummer flipped. The sound was deafening. Metal screamed. Glass exploded everywhere. The vehicle rolled violently and smashed into a fence nearby with enough force to shake the ground beneath us. Smoke poured from the engine immediately. For a few seconds I could not even think straight. Everything hurt. My ears rang so badly that the world sounded muffled and far away. Ruthie groaned beside me. I tried to sit up and nearly passed out from the pain in my jaw. My entire face throbbed. My arms burned from scraping against the pavement. "Oh my God!" Ruthie whispered. We both stared toward the wreck. The Hummer was destroyed. Completely destroyed. The front looked crushed inward like a soda can. Windows were shattered. Pieces of metal and broken glass covered the road. One tire had rolled halfway across a nearby yard. There was no way anyone inside could survive that. Then, about 20 seconds later, we saw movement. A man lay almost 50 feet away from the wreck. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my vision was blurry from shock. But no. He was definitely there. "How did he get over there?" I whispered. Ruthie did not answer. The man slowly sat up. From the condition of the vehicle, he should have been dead. There was no possible way someone could walk away from a crash like that. Yet he stood up almost casually. He looked around in confusion for a moment before suddenly beginning to scream at the wrecked Hummer. "My truck!" he yelled angrily. "Are you kidding me?" Not pain. Not fear. Not shock. Anger about the car. That was when I noticed the white figures again. They were gathered together near the wreck. Watching. Some hovered above the ground. Others stood perfectly still beside the road. Their shapes flickered faintly in the darkness like pale candle flames. I could not make out faces. Only forms. Tall. Thin. White. The air around them almost shimmered. "Do you see them?" I whispered. Ruthie nodded slowly without taking her eyes off them. Neither of us wanted to stay there any longer. Every part of my body hurt as we forced ourselves to stand. My knees shook badly, and my jaw felt broken. One side of my face was swelling already. We started walking home without saying much. Behind us, the driver still yelled about his ruined Hummer. The white figures followed us. At first I thought maybe I was imagining it because of the crash, but every time I looked back, they were still there. Not close enough to touch us. Just drifting silently behind. There was no sound when they moved. No footsteps. Nothing. My skin crawled every time I glanced over my shoulder. The pain from the accident kept getting worse. My arms burned from road rash, and my side felt bruised. Ruthie limped slightly beside me. "I think my jaw's broken," I muttered. "My shoulder feels ripped off," she replied weakly. We had walked maybe half a mile when the figures suddenly appeared directly in front of us. Not walking there. Appearing. 1 second the road was empty. The next second they surrounded us. I froze. Ruthie grabbed my arm so tightly her nails dug into my skin. The figures circled around us slowly. There were more of them up close than I realized before. Some looked taller than others. Some appeared almost transparent. Their edges shifted constantly like smoke moving underwater. None of them spoke. But the air felt strange around them. Warm. Safe. I cannot explain why, but even though I was terrified, I also felt strangely calm standing there. The figures kept circling us. Faster and faster. White light blurred around us until it became almost impossible to focus. Suddenly I realized I could not breathe. Not because something blocked my throat. I had simply stopped breathing without noticing. Ruthie's face had turned red too. At the exact same moment, we both gasped deeply. The figures vanished instantly. Gone. Just like that. The road was empty again. Only cold night air remained. Ruthie and I stared at each other in shock. Then she looked down at my arms. "The cuts," she whispered. I looked. The painful red scrapes covering my skin were gone. Not healing. Gone. My jaw stopped hurting too. I opened and closed my mouth carefully. No pain. No swelling. Nothing. Ruthie lifted her sleeve with wide eyes. Her shoulder looked completely normal. We stood there in stunned silence for what felt like forever. Neither of us understood what had just happened. Finally Ruthie spoke quietly. "We should go home." I nodded immediately. The rest of the walk felt unreal. Every shadow made me nervous. Every sound behind us made me turn around expecting to see the white figures again. But they never reappeared. When I finally got home, my mom immediately started asking why I was late. I tried explaining everything at once. The detention. The Hummer. The crash. The ghost-like people. The glowing figures. How we got thrown out of the way. How our injuries vanished. She looked at me like I was crazy. "You probably hit your head," she said. "I'm serious." You don't believe me? You're alive, aren't you?" That was the end of the conversation. I went upstairs feeling frustrated and exhausted. My body still felt shaky from adrenaline even though the pain was gone. I decided to take a shower before bed. At first, everything seemed normal. Then I looked down at my arm. Part of my skin had turned pale blue under the hot water. I frowned and leaned closer. As the water ran over it, the strange color became clearer. A large section of my arm was completely different from the rest of my body. The rest of my skin was dark from summer tanning, but this patch was unnaturally white. Not regular pale skin either. Bleached white. Like all color had been drained from it. The shape stretched across the exact area where I had felt something grab and shove me away from the Hummer. My stomach dropped instantly. I remembered the white figure touching me. The force that pushed me across the road. Hands. I jumped out of the shower so quickly that water splashed across the bathroom floor. My heart pounded as I grabbed a towel and rushed toward the phone. Right before I dialed Ruthie's number, the phone rang. I answered immediately. Before I could say anything, Ruthie shouted, "Look at your arm!" A cold chill ran through me. "I was about to tell you the same thing," I whispered. There was silence for a second. Then she said quietly, "Mine's there too." We talked for almost an hour that night. The mark on her arm was in nearly the same place as mine, pure white against the rest of her skin. Neither of us had any explanation for it. Even stranger, the marks never faded. Years later they were still there. No doctor could explain them. No skin treatment changed them. It was as if something had permanently touched us that night and left part of itself behind. To this day, whenever I look at that pale patch on my arm, I remember the sound of screaming metal, the headlights rushing toward us, and those white figures surrounding the road. Some people would probably call them ghosts. Others might call them spirits. But deep down, I believe Ruthie and I encountered something else that night. Something that saved our lives. Something watching over us when we did not even know we needed protection. And no matter what anyone says, I will never stop believing that those white figures were our guardian angels.